Whoa,
What?
it's not very nice.
What?
We're live.
What?
We're live and you're swearing.
What?
We're live and you're swearing.
What do you mean?
You just swore.
What did I say? What one?
The D word.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Yes, you did. I just heard you.
I didn't. Sure.
You did.
When?
What do you mean when? Just now?
I didn't.
What, she calling me a liar?
I didn't swear.
You're calling me a liar? Wow.
Did I?
Wow.
I didn't think so.
Wow.
Oh. I didn't swear.
Pretty sure you did.
Oh.
So you're calling me a liar. We're gonna move that to the bottom. I'm gonna...
How Alex and Reckless? It's Reckless and Alex.
Just crack my neck.
That was tough.
What? I'm
Alex
doing...
went like this.
That's
Pablo.
tough. That was tough. Tingling.
Ting-a-ling. Oh, it's knocking. It's knocking. It's Phantom. Oh, what is he doing? He's just done this, Harrison. Woo! Woo! Surely they'll go over to Alex. Surely. What?
I've got victory
No, boy.
on solo. No, I had that minigun. Trust, I'm good with miniguns.
I'm not surprised because don't take any skill.
What?
I'll take any skill to use.
All you gotta do is just spray. Let's go. Sharks behind me. Malabuka. 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 Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. Bro, Click should be here.
Yeah, be sold.
Click should be here. No pressure. Imagine we getting curved one.
Sky and Scroll. That's what I think will win. I don't know why. I just think they will. You know when you just have that feeling? I got that feeling. It's on my bones. The skin's actually quite small.
Where's Pete?
Why are all the dogs in there? Camera's bugged out.
Oh, Peter!
Who's Peter Bob? Peter Bob, 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 Peter Bob. You like people now, do you?
You got. Feel the breeze. It's cold and rapid. Winning a game in upper bracket today looked easy. For the lobby to stack, can they do it again? The final stretch is about to begin, and Sky Jump and Bombsy, they're aiming to bring the trophy back home. The crowd loves it. It's not going to be easy, so they look to feed off the energy to win it all.
Scroll. The numbers are saying that this is yours to take. It's yours to lose right now because you're the favorites in this competition. Do you feel like it's your time?
Hopefully, we practiced the whole week, and I think it's going to be maybe the time.
Benno was saying in an interview earlier this week that no one seems to have tried to counter you in Europe online. Do you feel like that could change today?
Yeah, I mean, we prepared for it in Grand, so with no one doing it, we're going to be even more prepared for it today.
So that means that we haven't seen everything from you yet.
Not at all.
Well, we've got 8 games to see it. Let's head to 11.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm here with Rapid and Cold. You guys have quickly emerged as favorites coming out of NA. Rapid, I was talking to you backstage, and I could see you talking to Pete. It sounded like he was trying to get in your head a little bit, trying to rattle you, throw you off your game. How do you stay cool, calm, and collected?
Not gonna lie, I just ignore him.
Nothing he can say can get to you?
No.
Cold, earlier this year, when you and Rapid first formed, it wasn't instant, great results. I remember him saying he didn't feel like the chemistry was quite there yet. Here on the stage today, is your chemistry where it needs to be to lift that trophy?
Oh, 100%. You guys saw we won the last Div Cup, and we're going to win this one right here.
Every time you step on the stage, everybody's expecting a legendary Cold performance. How are you feeling going into the competition? Do you feel like anybody on this stage can mess with you at all?
Nah, nobody can mess with me. I hope you all know that.
Hey, whenever Cold speaks, you gotta listen. But I want to hear from the fan favorites. Frankie, take over.
Thank you so much, Levin. Reason. What was your reaction when you qualified through the upper bracket for today?
I mean, in our opinion, it was pretty expected. We wanted to qual. We knew we had the preparation for it. We were putting in the work, and we just wanted to do it because it's the home stage,
Are you prepared to be contested today, though?
Yeah, we already practiced a lot, but it is what it is. We'll do what we can, and yeah.
And I know that the crowd are going to be on your side. Noah, what's it like to have these guys in your corner?
Hey, vielen Dank an alle, die hier sind. Mach mal Lärm!
Reason, it feels fitting that we leave the last words with you. All around this arena, people have been chanting your name, playing your map, wearing your t-shirts, and getting so excited for you. But what do you want to say to them?
I mean, I'm going to say it in German. Ich danke an alle. Ihr seid alle die Besten, egal wen ihr von uns supportet, egal ob es der oder nicht. Ich liebe euch alle.
Oh, Henry, this is so from
shout-out as well
when we play
to Faxity and especially Savage, to the Savage community.
how are
I've
you?
been doing this all for him and my viewers at home and ihr, I love you all. Ich liebe euch alle.
Yeah, we played.
Best of luck, guys. Please, one more time as we head back to the desk. Give it up for Noah and Reason.
I think Sky and Scroll's going to win. And you think Peter's going to win. What do you guys think?
Oh man, it is going to be insane. I am so hyped, Vivid. I am so hyped. So many teams coming out here. And I love, too, that we kind of get to see a little bit of their personality, right, as they start to come out through these stage. Unfortunately, the camera missed it, my favorite one. As Pete kind of comes down up on the steps, he starts rubbing his hands together, looks up, backs it, he gets up, starts swinging his shirt around, bro. I'm excited, dude. I'm excited.
I mean, there is no question who Pete's biggest fan in the stadium is. Look at that. He's over there. I see you back swinging that shirt once again. But it's cool to hear from all of the players. I think my favorite response there has to be Rapids, right? Levin kind of stirring the pot a little bit, or at least trying to. Hey, man, hey, Pete's trying to get into your head. You know, what do you have to do? He's like, dude, I just don't even listen. Like, was he talking to me? I don't know.
Yeah, same with Reed Cooper as well, asking about the off spawn, how things going to go. Is it personal? They're putting all that aside. They're thinking, right, okay, this is the current situation. We're contested. If things don't go well, we'll go to plan B. We'll go to plan C. They're not letting all that outside noise affect them, which is very easy to do on a big stage like this.
Yeah, I mean, I even think back to like the Vidil part, right? Where we got to talk with him and him getting emotional, hearing the fans kind of go crazy. You know, now more than ever with 8 games, right? So we're kind of used to the more traditional 6. We now have 8 games. We have to try and do this all in one go. And like you say, we've got this crowd. We now have a ton of expectations. We have a bunch of pressure. We have a stacked lobby. How do we focus through that?
It's really, really hard.
Yeah.
It is just super, super hard. Every single player is going to have their own form of kind of reset, right? Something that they kind of resort back to, a thought maybe, some sort of breathing technique. I know a couple of our players were very, very persistent on the idea like, hey, listen, man, I need gum. I need to be chewing gum when I'm up there on the stage. Right? Just all of those little things. It's going to be different for every single one of these players, which is why we always talk about the importance of experience, because if you have been up on a stage like this before, you know what works for you.
Yeah, and I suppose coming into this, right, everything is new for these players. A lot of players will have the first-time experience. It's a different environment to what you're used to. You're on a different desk. You're in front of a massive crowd. You're on a stage. You've got lights. You've got cameras. All that stuff is brand new. You're not used to that. But as soon as they sit in that seat and their eyes lock in that monitor, it's back to normal. It's just Fortnite. They've got to try and lock into that and try and drown out everything else. I've never been on a stage like that. Vivid, you've had the pleasure of doing it. It must be really, really difficult to do that, but they have to do it. Just go back to what you know, stick to the plans, and don't let anything else affect you.
Yeah, I had a moment not too long ago to hop on a Cypher PK stream, and that's something we talk about, right, is when you come back to a LAN environment, it can be difficult, right? It really can. I think from an outside looking in, you know, you can think, well, why aren't these players performing like I watch them at home? Well, dude, it really is that comfort zone, right? There is so many of these tiny little factors, and it could just be one thing, right? That mouse being just a little too slow, that mouse pad not being quite long enough. Guys, I would love to ask you, though, obviously, as we start getting ready to board this battle bus, let's talk about predictions. Viv, who do you think could walk away? What are your top 5?
I can't believe you've done this to me, Zeke. First of all, only limiting me to 5 teams.
I'm sorry!
Brother, I could have picked like 10 different duos that I think could possibly come first this weekend. It is seriously impossible, but I had to make a choice. Zeke forced me. So my top 5 for this weekend, who I think is going to place where, first and foremost, it hurt. It hurt not only put an EU team up there in first place, Sky and Squad. I think they just look way too good in Major number 1. I think the game plan that they have coming into the weekend, they talked about it. We know the adjustments that we have to make. We have some backup plans ready. Vico and Malabuka, again, an EU team there in second place. Here's the thing that scares me about Vico and Malabuka, is that we had this giant conversation around Vico being nervous, right? He woke up, he was like, dude, I'm a little bit nervous.
Yep.
He still played incredibly well day of. If we have Vico, who is an experienced person kind of coming into an environment like this, who is able to fully reset and still play well, I think they have to be a shoo-in for top 5. And then obviously I'm kind of rounding out my predictions with some NA teams, Cold and Rapid. Now they're uncontested. Way too good of a team to kind of place outside of the top 5 for me personally. Acorn and Bolts, also best IGL in the world as he's heard. And then I rounded my list out there with Curve and Venom, who a lot of people are kind of discounting. They're like, their strategy's not going to work on a stage like this. But I think Venno, he's always got something planned.
You never know what it's going to look like, right? And you're absolutely right. There was so many. It was really difficult, actually, to pick these top 5s that we came up with. And speaking of Vico right there, being nervous coming into it, we saw it on the cameras just a minute ago. What were they doing? They were like dancing. What they were doing. They're still doing it right now. Of course, I spoke to Vico yesterday. He likes to sing a little bit going into it, likes to calm his nerves, try and just get on the same wavelength as his team. But I want to talk about my top 5. A team that didn't feature in yours, Vivid, Sharkantini. I did do this before. Before I heard that they might be surprise contested by Epic Well and Pub, but I still think they can still do it. They've proved that they can perform off spawn. Vico, Malabuka, too good of a team to not top 3, especially since their situation hasn't really changed too much in terms of contestation. And Sky and Scroll, you have to put them in there. They're going to be in that top 3 for me. And Acorn Bolts as well, of course. Dharm and Dimash, very, very similar lists, I suppose you could say in that regard, because you can't ever count out Acorn. And Acorn in that upper bracket, then you have 2 bad games. They had some pretty unfortunate zones as well. A lot of those zones were pulling down to that south. So it just seemed like they got better throughout the day at actually dealing with those south zones. So as an EU fan, if I put my EU bias hat on, I'm kind of scared of Acorn and Bolts. They could be lifting that trophy at the end because they are just that good. And Acorn is just that good at leading.
Guys, I'm so hyped. I just heard the call. The games are ready to go. Let's get ready, Fortnite fam. This is the first game of the finals. Jacob PR, the best taco, and Levin 2K. Over to you.
This is it, the moment you guys have been waiting all weekend for. Championship Sunday. One team will be crowned the best in the world for this moment. 15 global championship spots and over $1 million in prize money.
Yeah, I mean, we're making eye contact right now, but Levin, all of these teams, they're aiming to go straight to the top with you, big fella. And I mean, it's exciting to think about the fact that they've had a couple of days now to prepare, but for some of these duos, the ones coming out of that lower bracket, they are going to have a little bit less time to adjust, but they still got to make it happen.
Absolutely, but I think when you look at the way the games played out yesterday, so much to learn. I think there's so many duos who, I think coming into the competition, we might not have even really been expecting much out of them, but they have showed up yesterday. It's about doing it today, though.
Yeah, and honestly, coming to this 3-day format, day one, nobody gets eliminated. It kind of leaves you thinking, where's the entertainment going to be? It was entertaining as can be. Any other event we've seen so far. Day 2, where 25 teams were sent home. Heartbreaking moment, but again, it was cinema. And now we're here, 8 games instead of 6. And what does that do? What do you think that does to some of these players?
I mean, it's a long haul. I think the big difference is we've seen so many tournaments over the years where day one, you get the opportunity to reset, you get to watch some games back, jump into the next day. It's a completely different meta tournament feeling. You only get the halftime break today, Jacob Tackle. I mean, it is not much time to play with.
Yeah, and that's part of the difficulties behind it, right? Because typically you'd anticipate having that little bit of extra time for review, maybe a fill-in slot, you know, even some of the other pros willing to help assist. But now you have the question, was it worth me actually helping out some of these other teams? Because what if they decide, hey, my off spawn isn't going well, but I know what makes yours better, so why not challenge it?
Yeah, and that kind of makes me wonder, you know, we've seen superstar teams take over games and begin to run away with it. And now with 2 extra games, there's kind of that comeback potential. It's almost that mental stamina a lot of these teams and individual players are going to be forced to really deal with at the end of the day. But I got to maybe ask you guys, we saw some predictions on the desk.
I knew it was coming.
Got any predictions for us here?
I mean, I feel like there's so many amazing teams who their off-spawn situation looks favorable. They look like they could make great runs. I'm going to pick one from each region I'm really looking forward to. The first one from EU, I think Vico and Malabuka are looking good. Sneakily looking good in a way that I think a lot of people now are starting to look and say, that day one performance, Vico said he was nervous, they played with so much ease, and it was so impressive. And then on the NA side of things, Taco, I'm liking Cold and Rapid, man. Cold and Rapid. There's something about the aura about them that just inspires you.
It's something about the way they've been playing through 4 fields also. And when you think about a lot of the off-spawn contention that's taking place around them, they're one of the few teams on the outskirts of the map, but they still have an easier path inwards in comparison to those other duos surrounding them. Their surge opportunities are looking much more favorable. I'm right there with you. Cold and Rapid, 100% highlight for me. And now I'm just going to sound like a copycat because Vico and Malabuka would have been the sly underdog team that I'm kind of looking at too for EU, because so many people, I think, just have that dependency on the Peterbot Boyo storyline, them potentially being uncontested now at Squibbly. It's hard to ignore Shark and Teeny and everything they've been able to accomplish through the years so far. But Jacob, ultimately, it's hard to really dictate what happens throughout the journey of 8 games, and we just know that all of these duos are expecting something different.
Yeah, honestly, coming into this one, you guys probably saw on Fortnite competitive, I was honest, instantly answered cold and rapid right out of the gates, and now watching all the action through the last 2 days, it almost has me scratching my head, because you mentioned Vico Malibuca, Shark and Teeny. They made it here through a contested wonky land, and now they're being able to play like themselves, a little bit more freedom. And then you even have Acorn and Bolts. I've never seen Acorn look so calm, cool, collected in my entire life. Bolts looking confident as well. This one's gonna be hard to predict.
Yeah, I mean, Acorn and Bolts, I think the way that you put it, Levin, in that interview was really said best. Everybody seems to just cap these guys. It's always, yeah, they're going to be top 3, but it's going to be the 3rd place. Yeah, they're going to be top 5, but it's going to be the 4th or 5th place. It's never number 1. And all I can think about is reflecting back to even chapter 5. So many people have always counted Acorn out, but historically speaking, he delivers in the moments that he says that he's going to.
And what a day and time it would be to really show the world that they are winners. No better stage to do it on than this one here. I think the interesting conversation when it comes to contested versus uncontested teams, though, is as much as we know historically you want to be uncontested, it gives you the best chance of success. We've seen some of the players on the stage have unbelievable performances while being contested. Shark and Teeny, to talk about them, ooh, are they going to get surprise contested? What's going to happen there? I think even if they are, we've seen what they can do to some of the best players in the world while being contested at Wonkyland.
And part of that, I think, is also just building off of the fact that it's the time to elimination. Duos that are able to find those quick frags off spawn, they're going to be the ones that ultimately establish their surge off rip, and then they can just pick their movements after the fact. And that's what we really saw out of Shark and Teeny in day 1. Sure, game number 1 didn't exactly go their favor, but they tried to play it through a different method. The moment that they actually got up close and personal, we saw what happened after.
Yeah, and it kind of leads me to kind of like the next question about, we are talking so heavy about that first place. That's what we came for, $1 million prize pool, of course, but the 15 global championship spots. So if you find yourself in game 7, game 8, probably out of distance for that first place, you still have something to fight for.
Absolutely. And I think the interesting thing about us having 8 games here for the first time is we always, in a 6-game format, have this understanding of when do we start to panic? When do we have to really turn things around? When are the games really and truly running out for us here? At this point, you're going to just have to get a feel for it, right? You might be at game 4, things aren't going well. You still have 4 more games. That's a lot of games to start to come back and get some points on the board. And so it's a learning experience for us. It's a learning experience for these players. But the best of the best will rise to the top as always.
And we know the margin of error when it came even just the top 25 throughout the past 2 days of competition was you're realistically looking at maybe 1-2 lobbies. That's all that's necessary to fill that void and close the gap. But here in an 8-game format, top 15, the margin of error is that much slimmer. And we've already seen just how quickly paranoia can kind of ensue when you're suddenly realizing, hey, game 1, not for me. Games 2 and 3, all of a sudden, oh no, I'm at game 4 and I'm still not off spawn.
Yeah, and this is going to be kind of one of those things like game 1, you guys are talking about game 2. You know, Chino and Pablo, for example, a triple contested Sandy strip. They didn't necessarily play well in day 1. They fell to the lower bracket, right? Triple contested again at Sandy strip. But they had the 2 bad games in the beginning of the tournament and it didn't necessarily go there well, but they were able to pick up the pace. I think as soon as these duos, these players are able to kind of play like themselves, comfortable, almost as if they're at home, that's when they're really going to find the success. And that's why I look at some of our veteran teams, the players that not only have been around Fortnite competitive for so long, but playing in person, playing at these lands, the Invitational, the Global Championship, even the Pro-Am kind of gets you that experience that you need to play on the big stage.
Absolutely. And I mean, we always talk about what's happening on the map, in the game. For a lot of these players, this crowd, their energy is going to be vital to success. They're going to need every single person in this building to be as loud as possible. So just to remind our players, people, Dusseldorf, make some noise!
I know you guys wanted more than, how are you going to let Levin be louder than all of you?
Dusseldorf, make some noise! Let's go alive.
They are fired up and ready to go. And honestly, I see why. You know, they got so many hometown heroes, players coming literally straight from Germany, playing on that big stage. And I've seen it throughout my many years watching Fortnite. When we go to these regions in person, their fandom is out of this world. I know everybody remembers the Global Championship, and this event here is going to be one to remember as well.
Absolutely. I mean, for so many of these players, game after game, it is just an otherworldly experience, being able to compete against the best. You look to your left, you look to your right, you look across the stage, and you see so many top players looking to do the exact same thing as you. I spoke to some of the players who are sitting at the top of the stage right next to the trophy. Some of them are saying, look, Levin, I mean, if we do well, it's not a long walk to go and pick it up. You don't want to watch another duo walk past you to lift that trophy up. You want to be the ones to look everybody in their eyes as you rise that trophy and put that crown on your head.
The first one is always so special. And granted, we have numerous Major 1 champions in the building participating in this competition here tonight, but everybody wants that moment of pride, the ultimate celebration, because you're not only confirming the trophy, but you're also establishing your seat for the Global Championship.
Yep, and I know we're still getting ready to go. You see the players on the stage, the stands. I even see a mark on the co-string, just letting everybody feel that energy. And that's why I like these in-person events, because everybody can go ahead and type who their favorite player is. You can go ahead and be in those chats, but when you're in here in person, these players hear you screaming their name. They hear you being a part of it all. They hear you showing your passion and giving that energy. And this is that moment you guys have all been waiting for. This is Championship Sunday. 8 games of full Fortnite competitive action where only one team will be able to plant their flag at the top of that summit and call themselves one of the best teams in the world. Let's get into the game.
Let's go, game 1.
You've had your introductions. These players have now had all weekend, and they're finally ready to show us exactly how they plan to get the party started. So many off spawns being considered around the map, but which ones are actually going to build and which ones are going to depart in an instant? We'll get to find out.
We're already seeing Riptides. We knew it was going to be uncontested. Focus and Thomas. That is going to remain true. But one we know, triple contested. We've seen it back-to-back days. Sandy Strip. You see that right there. They marched somewhere else on that drop map. Already surprises coming out with Yamzo and Josh.
Yamzo and Josh. We know just how key these guys are going to be as far as impacting some of the top players in this lobby. Reason and Noah looks like they're going to swerve. They don't want the smoke off spawn. They want to give themselves a better chance of having a good first game.
And this is part of just trying to win the mental battles. You don't want to be immediately eliminated. If you recognize we got beat to the punch, we're better off just trying to establish ourselves elsewhere. But it's going to be tough working with sticks and stones. We'll see how they come back. Chap Flixie, another team in a heavily contested area of the map. This south section over by New Sanctuary has been very busy all weekend.
Yep, we're already seeing a couple eliminations right off of the board, and it looks like Flixie was able to get that 4 spawn. Resigns is the first one that goes down. Flixie already starting off hot here, and he's looking to go back-to-back and wipe him off spawn completely.
And a perfect start to the tournament. Quick rivals to get the momentum going. Not going to be an easy team to go up against, but that is how you play things out of spawn.
It's also going to prevent other duos from being able to immediately get that third-party opportunity. But Ritual, Agers, disaster has struck here in Game 1 at Latte Landing. And the issue right now, Ritual has nowhere to go. Reek, Cooper, obviously trying to hunt him down, but you also have to deal with the likes of Rainy and Nalu very close by. And so the opportunities to actually escape this north side position they're just not there.
And this was already a POI where we didn't really need more Spanish thrown into the works. It was already a messy situation at times. They seem to come to a cool, but things are heating up. Not just at Latte, here at Battlewood as well. It's up to the young Curve to try and keep his duo alive in this first game.
He has to try to clutch up big with no shield already. He lands one shot, but it's not enough. In game one, the NA Central champions have just gone down.
This is not what they planned for. It's not what they prepared for. We spoke to Benno and he said we just need to, prepare ourselves mentally as best as possible. But no amount of mental preparation can prepare you for a shot like that, Taco.
King just came ready here today. Clearly riding off a little bit of momentum even from those matches yesterday. You get that Victory Royale, and what could feel better for the confidence? But Nalu, that's also going to be a big strike here. Ritual's out of this.
First and second place in the NA Central Finals this season are down and out in game one.
And here comes the third party coming in, Reet and Cooper. This is the team we thought would be a part of all these exchanges. A surprise third party from Nalu and Rainy, but they're going to do a lot of the heavy lifting for Reet and Cooper. And I think they know that he's a solo, at least for now, so they're trying to put the pressure down. They're trying to at least get closer and closer to this elimination. It's not just about the points, it's about the Storm Surge as well.
Reed's definitely looking to chase this one down, but for Cooper, that's who I really got in the back of my mind. 2023, everyone wants to kind of rule that Grand Championship out from him, but the fact of the matter is, Cooper's here to prove there's a reason why he won back then, and he's still got what it takes.
Yeah, and they're going to continue to hunt. We're seeing the effects of Latte landing. Nalu, even when you think you're worrying about the players in the POI who you're trying to fight, there's always potential for someone sitting up on them cliff tops to take shots inside. Thomas and Focus, they're in a scrap here south of Riptides.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough. Even if you start off uncontested, doesn't mean it's going to remain that way. Akira and Karama are trying to come over and crash the party, but Focus and Thomas, they got some early game shots. That's going to help their early game surge, give them a little bit of freedom, but you can see that they instantly disengage off. They don't want to fight this unless they absolutely have to. For Thomas, for Focus, it's about the little victories that they're looking to stretch into a mile.
For Thomas and Focus, too, they just know how this one tends to play out. Triple contested is just not worth it. Somebody else is always going to come into the mix, so Sky scrambling around. Battlewood Boulevard has just not gone favorably at all for any of our major champions for EU and NA.
And it looks like it was Yomzo and Josh that played spoiler. Scroll and Sky, they have played their game so consistently. There's so much footage you can go and watch to anti-scrap them, and it looks like that's exactly what Yomzo and Josh have done.
It seems like they're pulling out an old playbook strategy, kind of a teeny strat, dropping everywhere along the map, but Gino and Pablo seems to have left Sandy, but for right reason. It looks like they've taken down both Kanata and Victor V, being one of the only teams standing at Sandy Strip. You can see they already have that elimination onto Victor V, putting Kanata in such a pickle. They slide in, they take him out and send him right back to the lobby.
One of those moments where you really want to make sure you don't overheat if you are in Victor V and Kanata's position, but we'll see just how that changes up in game two. Pollo and Peterbot rather take their time going fishing over at Squibbly Shores. It's been a bit more calm. We've seen so much action kind of hopping around the map, but Pete and Pollo, all they're really after is trying to see what else they can build.
And it's going to be a very pivotal game to see where Peterbot's mentality is at. We saw on day one, game one, he jumped into a fight too eagerly, got rattled a bit. It was the same story back last year in Leon at the Global Championships. Will he learn his lesson on the stage here today?
Alert from underneath. It doesn't look like it's going to work. That's Kiduo and Werix. They get pushed out. Mini Pio and Fakun, they're going to go ahead and take advantage and take control of all the pieces from underneath, forcing them further and further back into those tunnels, cutting off one of the only exits towards the top side of the map. And that's going to make them make a decision here. Do we want to continue to fight for the spot inside, or do you want to try to travel through one of those tunnels?
Camping out the teleporter or the porta potty can lead to some positive eliminations for any other players that might be struggling, looking for an escape from contention elsewhere. But it's still a difficult situation because when you're in the tunnels, other teams are going to know it, and they're going to wait for the moments that you start to leave.
Here at Frigid Fortress, you hear the crowd getting wild. Taco said it herself. Go big or go home. And honestly, coming into this one, you know, I was like, they could win. I'm not sure if they're my top team to win, but after Vico said it on day one, I was a little nervous. You saw how he played on day one? That didn't look like he was nervous. Now they're here in Championship Sunday, uncontested. Let's see what they can do.
The key with this duo is we know individually they will have great solo performances. If they can piece things together and bring that synergy, it's going to be a scary sight for the lobby.
Well, Kira and Karama, they didn't get what they were after. Trying to see they get some elims onto Focus and Thomas over by Riptide, so they ventured back towards Battlewood Boulevard. And remember, Sky Scroll, that was a duo that helped out Akira and Karama making it here in the first place. So it comes as no surprise that maybe some of those strategies might work against them here today.
Absolutely. That is always the risk when you're as successful as Sky and Scroll have been. Teamy looking for success of his own here.
Just kind of looking at the mini-map, wondering, where is Shark even at? It's almost like that Peter Box-esque situation where he's lurking by himself. Maybe he's just trying to get damage here. Not a full elimination, but he's going to get an opportunity here as he turns the corner. One shot onto Demus, and that's what you call a little success. You get the damage and you just keep it moving. Finally, we see where Shark was at, on top of the wonky land wheel. No surprise.
You absolutely take that exchange. For Demus and Dom, it's a pesky little fly on the wall situation. Shark will be more than chuffed with that 45 tag.
But I think it was a great way that Shark and Teeny split the responsibility of approach. You let Teeny do all the sneaking around, and you got the bird's eye view off that Surge Tower, so you know that you don't have to worry about actually being challenged right away from a third party. Minori and Darkos, though, outskirts of the map. Liam and Jace, they had ample opportunity to showcase exactly what kind of fighting capabilities they were able to pull it out in yesterday's competition, but these are some big teams coming into play here on the global stage.
Yeah, these are two teams that we're going to be seeing interact with each other quite a bit today. Both of their destinies potentially tied hand in hand. For Liam and Jace, Jace in particular, this is going to be the toughest lobby he has ever played in. Hasn't played in a major final over in NA, but there is nothing more major than this summit.
I know we haven't seen the full map yet, but I don't like where that one's going. Up towards Wonky Land, up towards the mountain on the north, and this is where, if you're a team, Taco, I would imagine you're going to have to start preparing for the end game and what's to come.
You think so, but for Yapko and Panzer, they're trying to see if they can shut out Nalu and Rainy from even making that approach. They want to see if they can try and utilize some of this early storm tank, but if they can get the damage done, Rainy will be dropped the moment that he tries to go for the escape. So that's going to be the first elimination confirmed here. And for poor Nalu, despite having 2 elims himself, things just got too scrappy. And now he's just trying to see if he can outlast where Yapko and Panzer are.
And this is clearly a big part of Yapko and Panzer's strategy for today. You saw Panzer was playing aggressive towards Nalu earlier when he was in Latte Landing. This is more of the same from this duo. And I would not be surprised if this becomes a repetitive story between these two duos today.
I do like this decision from Yapko and Panzer to disengage. Zone is moving all the way towards the west. You can just stay in front of a lot of the teams. You can turn around and do exactly that, what he's doing. Backtracking, getting Surge, and just keeping it going in a progressive manner over towards the zone. But you got to be careful, because it's not only Nolly that you have to worry about, it's Cold and Rapid as well towards Painted Palms.
Problem there for Yapko and Panzer. I don't think they realized that Cold and Rapid were actually sneaking about. Coming all the way down from 4 fields. Paradise Palms might be eaten up here shortly, but for Thomas, that early delay from Akira and Karama over by Riptides has clearly impacted the way that they wanted to actually move around the map, and they are being held yet again by the same gentle mates. Akira and Karama realize Focus is out. This is a solo. If we can get the additional points, all the better.
122 below the damage threshold. Exactly what I was thinking. You're going to need some damage to close that gap. Thomas, but Karama shuts it down.
A big wake-up moment for Akira there. Very fortunate. Karama did not lose his cool.
You just have to think that those those initial shots from Thomas, they weren't warning shots. He was letting you know he meant business. The way that things have started to develop over towards Sandy Strip, a little bit of a slower move. Minori and Darkos are not trying to rattle the hornet's nest here. Chino and Pablo.
That's how we're starting today's highlight reel. It's going to be a fun 8 games, people. Sky and Stroll looking to begin that journey to recovery. Both players back in the game, both players looking to put themselves in the type of spot we've seen them in so often. Up on surge, good when it comes to their loot, trying to get some heals back, and a late rotation into the safe zone when needed.
Yeah, that's got to be a good heads-up play by Sky. Not only to get his teammate back, but he able to get eliminations. But they're getting jumped on right now. 400 above. Troll's trying to answer the call. Underneath, he's going ahead and taking a little bit of height advantage. Not trying to give up any advantages in a fight like this. They're the only 2 teams this far out of zone. You see the Fizz-Miss. They're going to use it to disengage, but Sky turns back. Gets one knock. Gets the elimination as well. That Siphon is going to keep him alive.
I mean, you said they got jumped on. They were the ones doing the jumping. Quickly regained control of that fight and now sitting in another dominant position.
That was all just about the recovery point. We knew that they were going to need some form of a comeback after starting off shaky. And now you get the reboot, you get eliminations to go with it. A pure refresh that's going to allow them to make this dead side rotation later into the zone.
Fizz-Miss with the shockwave, they realize, hey, we've already stayed a ton of time in the zone. Rightfully so. Sky had to get Scroll back into the game. So even though they're above the damage threshold, they want to try to minimize the amount of storm damage they're taking so it doesn't become a factor later on.
Edit it tonight and finish it. If I don't finish it and...
Big time here between himself and Badil. Everybody's been seeing it out of Badil, that's for sure. So many solo clutches, but Ju, you gotta remember, he's willing to throw some shots too.
Chino and Pablo. Last we saw them, they were chasing down Kanata and Victor V, the NA West champs. Now we see them 500 above the damage threshold, positioned well inside of the zone. Now Stroll finds himself in a tough spot. Sky is down. He has to try to return the favor, and he's able to take down LB Works, but the pressure is not slowing down. Multiple teams and players firing off in this direction, but the blessing is here. Taco Stroll drops the slap pizza, and he's healing up inside of the zone.
I thought they'd have a chance to do a deeper west side wraparound, but it seems like they try to just cut straight to the center of that next zone. Too much congestion has now led to more problems.
And he'll stay alive, Taco, but at what cost? He's lost his teammate, he's lost most of his builds, and he's not working with much as far as the heals go. Stroll is going to have to bring out a solo masterclass if he has any chance of getting serious points on the board here.
Cold and Rapid underneath. 96 above the damage threshold. We saw how messy it was at Fort Fields not too long ago. They have to rotate in from the eastern side, and great damage on the Yapko and Panzer. They're immediately answering that Storm Surge question.
Problem now, though, is will Yapko and Panzer be able to even answer back, or will they just get lobbied? It's not just Rapid and Cold. It is the entire teams, all of them located on the south side of the map. And Yapko Panzer, they are down and out for the count. Free elimination there for Cold, and he's got to be feeling real nice about it. But now poor Liam, you hear the audio cue of these bodies being eliminated right in front of you, and yet you have to make that same rotate.
Fortunate enough that Cold and Rapid, they set their sights on that next zone. A long rotation they will have to make.
Like camera.
But one that will be possible, especially if they can find the right timing. These guys ain't gonna worry about that though. Wow. Sitting in a pretty position to just take shots at whoever they please.
Get to see the other side of the coin though for what was happening. Yapko Panzer dealing with Biko Malabuka on top of Cold and Rapid. I mean, the ending was practically inevitable. Great shots from Biko Malabuka, and I know that he claimed nerves, but he also said to all of us when we happened to bump into him, I play best when I'm nervous.
Uh-oh, as we tune in, to the Kings of NA. Peterbot is down, Pollo's alive, and I'm not sure he's in a position he could even work for the revive. This zone is just eating him alive. The longer and longer he stays back there, he has to shockwave out now. Top 27, no placements in this game have been getting, and he's barely above the damage threshold. Pollo spotted out by multiple players towards the backside of zone. He has the farthest journey to go. Can he make it?
Pollo is no stranger to making magic happen on this stage. But here in game one, there is still so much top competition standing in between him and a good placement.
And Scroll is going to be one of those competitors, even representing as a solo. Reed, Cooper, will he be able to make it to their body loot? No! It's going to shut that one down. Unfortunately for Scroll, we'll have to close off the wall, and we get to even see where Reason and O'Reilly are trying to find some of their success. Cringe getting dropped, not realizing that that layer was already occupied.
The Germans are getting comfortable already in game one, and they're not going to stop. You see them moving towards the front side of things. They might even want to try and play hype this game if they really, really are feeling it. Regardless, Reason and Noah are here to play in this endgame.
Wow, Scroll in the feed gets another elimination on the O-Zone. This is one great solo run from game one to start to kind of build that confidence. Tiggs at the top of the mountain. Saya, Scary's there as well. Pollo finds himself elevated but taking damage. Everybody's going to have a rough time traveling through this zone. Drew and Vidil, 84 below. They're feeling the pressure as well. Shockwave's coming out, but Storm Surge is active. They need 127 damage, and they need it now. They can only take about 3 or more ticks, and it's going to be Jew who makes the play, gets the shot, and gets him above.
They can also hope that just one more player goes down, because even at the just above threshold point, they still just don't have enough. These monumental moments where they need to show exactly how far they can take it. But Rapid, Cold, doing a great job controlling a little bit of a less occupied layer, and they're always looking to punish the backside of zone.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what approach do Rapid and Cold have to today's games. We saw a surprise hype play from them day one, game one, and now a surprise hype play from Pollo here as a solo, looking to just use this position to potentially find a refresh, someone whose box he can jump into and get a refresh. Reason has gone down, and Noah will quickly follow. The lobby is really starting to shake up here.
Through the fire and the flames, we carry on, because only one can be left standing at the end of the day. Vico, Malabuka, they're climbing up towards high ground as well. As soon as somebody realizes that Pollo is a solo, they're going to get the green light to go. Ju finds the elimination on the mini Pio, but instantly it's taken down. Not able to really utilize the siphon. They're all trying to make it up, but there's a new king on high ground. Pump has made his way above.
But Scroll just sitting inside his own box. He's not had too many instances of catching that breath of relief. He'll utilize a lot of his heals, but now Cold and Rapid, a duo as strong as ever. They've been hanging out on that secondary height for a while here, but from the front side position, Teeny and Shark have decided height is theirs for the taking. Looking back now, they've already overcome.
Uncontested has never felt so good for Shark and Teeny. We know what they can do if somebody lands at their drop spot. Let's see what they can unleash here. They already have the high ground. Teeny, 4 eliminations, and immediately putting pressure down onto Gino and Pablo. That second height team, Acorns, being forced down. Everybody's being squished closer and closer together.
And you can see on the lower side of the table, Dom and Demus, they're trying to establish something that will give Shark and Teeny a run for their money in this game. It's about these two duos and everybody in between who will drop down or fall into this trap. Cold and Rapid, they need to be careful now. The pressure is being applied, and they can't handle this player right now. They need to get off of it, and Cold will do just that.
No other options but to forfeit on Hyde and Cold. It cost them everything. They're out of here. Scroll still has a solo. What business does he have in this lobby? 3 eliminations and so many placement points. He is racking up the count.
We are witnessing probably one of the greatest solo clutches of all time, but can it last? Shark and Teeny are finally dropping down. They know this game is so close to being finished, and they want to be the last one standing. Pressure on the Shadow and Virgo. Karama and Akira, they find Scroll. They take him down. They end the legendary run.
They have been menaces since the start of this game, and they will look to continue that streak now. Demus and Dom, they had control, but then they lost it, and now they've regained it again. Shadow and Virgo sent back to the lobby, and the Akira will fall as well.
Darman Demus just here to remind everyone who's actually in control when it comes to the long range front side. Chino looking back. Chino takes out Dark just like that. Chino might be able to bring this one home, but still, as a solo, what's left?
Wasn't able to get any of the match, so he gets taken
go, Frankie.
Shark, your first VR in a grand final. How does it feel?
Normal.
It just feels like a normal debut. Teeny, I know you've experienced this before, but what's it like doing it with Shark?
It's amazing. It's easy.
It's amazing, it's easy. You got the timing exactly right as to when to take height. Was there a point you thought it maybe looked too messy?
No, it looked perfectly clean. The game was full on easy mode. We pulled every zone and yeah, just one game.
Did you get lucky though when the zone pulled down the mountain?
Yeah, we did. We got lucky with zones.
Do you need to get lucky again though in order to win more?
No.
Okay then, Shark, I'll just ask you one more thing. Is there anything you'd like to say to this crowd here in Düsseldorf?
We will win this.
You'll win this, okay. I think Düsseldorf heard you loud and clear. We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, game 2.
Boring ads.
Oh, so I just saw a clip of Peter saying he's going to win it for except Peter, right?
Can you imagine? That would be daft.
What did they actually say about
I don't think they would. I'm pretty sure Pete's a fighter and so is Cleggs. I was sure video, and apparently them two done 400 1v1s. And you cry after we do 5. You let me know when it's about to start again. Let me know when it's about to start. They would click and kill people. what you can say with a chat.
No, I did. I really did.
What, like that? Okay, tell me what you did. Yeah. Water? Exactly.
It was 2 years ago.
I know. Mr. Savage, it was going uphill. Mr. Savage had to grapple uphill and no. I died for it. Whip, 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 whip. Hello. But you already know that, bro. What is going on?
Just a zone later, and they have run out of resources right there. Remember, top 15 is what is going to qualify you to global championship. And I cannot believe I'm saying this because we kind of brought up the point that some of these smaller regional teams struggle to break into the top 15. We're talking about top 10. Looking down here at 11th place, we got Alex and Reckless also kind of joining us in the mix.
So happy to see these guys there. Of course, they just about got through in that low bracket. They were that 19th team that qualified on through. And I was speaking to Alex yesterday night in the hotel, and I was saying, you just about made it through. How are you feeling about tomorrow? You've done it so much. And he was like, yeah, we got some strats cooking. We got some things under wraps. We haven't shown all of our cards yet. And he, being the face of OCE, like he likes to talk about, he needs to make these plays happen. And of course, looks like they're working out so far.
Yeah, man, that's a strong start. Even in 14th place, right? We saw a little bit of Scary as well as Sayaz. They were kind of starting to compete for that high ground. Didn't quite go their way, but again, that's just game number 1. Even got a couple moments there with Akira and Karama. Dude, there's just so many names packed up into a single lobby. After game number 1, how are we feeling?
Feeling good. I mean, what kind of flies under the radar for this duo specifically, a lot of the times, double controller. Kind of rare in Fortnite nowadays, right? It's kind of been difficult, or at least, you know, not so common for controller players to kind of find themselves any success in Fortnite competitive, but we always see those breakthrough performances. Karama and Akira picking up a top 4 that game. Obviously, they're going to be feeling kind of good about that, and I feel good about it too. Remember, they're kind of expected to land all the way to the south side of the map with that zone pulling all the way to the north side. You got to imagine that we can see them do much better than that as well if the zone pulls a little bit easier for them. Also expected to be contested, so I have to keep an eye on whether or not they're actually going to be able to play all 8 of these games out.
Yeah, French favorites, these guys. I mean, a lot of the French fans, you can see them on the screen, you can hear them most certainly as well in the crowd. They are a team that a lot of French fans are having their eyes on, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can continue that. Like you mentioned, Vivid, they are looking to be contested. Not quite sure what happened in that off-spawn contest in game 1, but now they're up in the leaderboards. I'm sure we'll have a look at that. And it's good news as well for Shadow and Virgo, who I mentioned at the beginning of the show.
True.
If these guys of Akira Karama don't do so well down there at the south, we have seen them landing to that South Frigid Fortress as well. So for Shadow and Virgo, opportunity on that stage as well.
And I love that. Rounding out the top 10, Acorn and Volts, we interviewed him at the start of the show. Confidence like crazy to be in the top 10 after game number 1 is very impressive. Obviously, we still got 7 games to go. Don't get crazy, but there's still a lot of job or work to be done, rather, but I like seeing them in that top 10.
Yeah, I would imagine Acorn right now is probably kicking himself because, again, we kind of talked about all of the teams that land up north. They should be loving a zone like that. We know Acorn land just north of Wonky Lane, so it should have been a pretty similar game to kind of like Shark and Tina's performance right there for them, because they didn't necessarily have to move far at all. So 10th place, again, probably kicking himself for that, but we know Acorn always got something ready.
Yeah, especially in Major 1 as well. We've sort of seen historically with Acorn winning Major 1. This Major 3rd place in Major 1 over in NAC, so maybe it's sort of like a little bit of an asterisk. Yeah, we won Major 1 Summit instead. Maybe they were saving it for the Summit, so really great start from those guys. I'm not too concerned if they do get some South zones as well. They have that massive launch pad that's at their drop spot as well, so I'm sure they would have been looking back at how they could use that in the VODs, but this is a team we expect to see in plenty of these episodes.
I love that. Can we just double back for a moment? This 8-game format, obviously being in a situation where the first time in possibly a while, possibly ever, we're seeing 8 games. So many players are used to like the 6 games, you know, and even with the 6 games, it's difficult, right? You drop a game, you're like, oh, that much harder to kind of climb up and reach those points. How do these 2, which just sounds so small, just 2 extra games impact the lobby?
I actually think it's going to be a time thing more than an actual like quantity of game thing, because there are tournaments that are on all the time. You know, when you're kind of like in an open stage, you are allotted to actually play like 10, 11, 12 games, whatever it may be for that specific tournament. So they know how to kind of play numerous amounts of games. However, those types of tournaments are usually restricted to like 3 hours. And if you think about 6 games over the course of the LAN environment as well, it's usually kind of about 3 hours. I think just the time, right? It's going to be a long time up there on the stage. I actually saw when we were kind of walking back out here to the stage, there were a lot of players already kind of taking quick little breaks as well. So after the first game, man, these guys aren't really feeling too comfortable. They've got to get their minds right.
Well, my mind is right, and it's ready for game number 2. So casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Zeke. And honestly, if game one was any indication of a type of tournament we are going to see, we are in for a treat.
I can already picture the booth watch party getting absolutely ballistic. That guy's just going nonstop. Anywhere, international teams, because all he can think about is EU right now.
You should have seen my reaction when I saw that whole top 5 was EU. I mean, things are heating up and we have even more action on the way with game number 2.
Insane solo clutches, huge elimination games like Garmin Demas just had. We've had a cinematic first game already, and I'm definitely in it for more. In that last game, we kind of saw Cold and Rapid, not necessarily contested, but a good portion of the lobby already rotated on over.
They made it evident, though. Their intentions are for hype, but we'll have to worry about that at a later moment because right now, Chap Flixie, they're about to get the party started here at New Sanctuary.
Already Flixie getting the first drop spot ready, and he gets that first knock. Down goes Tinka. Now it's a 2v1 situation here. Chap and Flixie, instead of getting full aggressive, trying to find where that last elimination is, they're trying to work together. Get some materials, get some heals, because they know the solo is not too far behind as Resign goes down.
And for a team who have had plenty of slow starts to tournaments this year, this is a great first 2 games for them as far as the off-spawn situation goes. Quick wipe twice in a row.
It's going to leave a lot to wonder for game 3, but now Pump, Epic Whale trying to have similar success, and they find it 2 quick eliminations to kick things off. Now opens the door to see what they do next, because they're definitely going to be looking to try and apply some pressure over towards other parts of the map, thinking Wonky Land, but maybe even lurking elsewhere, pushing further north.
Yep, contested drop. That's how Epic Whale got the first elimination onto Hero. Sees focus across, and they now kind of use their numbers to go ahead and get that elimination. And Epic Whale and Pump have been on a journey from Wonky Land to Riptides to now this split drop here.
And as we tune into Cooper and Reek, you will notice 2 eliminations between them. They took down the Asian duo. Rainy, Nalu landed on them, and we'll be regretting that as they will watch the rest of this game on that stage.
Uh-oh, we'll tune in again. Zahn and Noah Riley, not even the best loadout here, looking like they were trying to take the fight. A contested drop means you're not going to get everything right out of the gate. Surviving with 9 HP. He is blessed here with a second chance at life. But you see, there's 2 teams directly nearby. We know 2 teams are north towards Latte, and with so many more towards the west. I'm not sure where Noah and Reason are going to get their loot from.
He can't afford to even take another tick of damage, and Danikush, Diggs, they were bound to see those white tags being applied, so more pressure definitely still to come as Kazi, Damo, trying to see whether or not they'll have a better story here over by Riptides. Cammy and Hottie jumping into the mix very early on. A little bit of a spoiler even. Their intentions were clearly to mess up Focus and Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see, of course. We've seen these guys fighting in this area all season long. We've seen Focus and Thomas make lurk plays like this all season long, and this might just be a successful one as the fight ensues, as Focus and Thomas come hooking in. They're ready to take control of the fight. Hari not prepared for the damage above. And it might just be Focus and Thomas's fight to win. Hari, no match. Cammy will go down. A great start to the game for Focus and Thomas.
That's exactly what Focus and Thomas needed to, but the message had already been sent. The rest of the lobby now, they have it read because Thomas is just finding so many crucial moments very early on. He's got that rhythm going strong.
That's one thing you kind of learn over time. Don't poke the bear, you'll awaken the beast. I think Thomas and Focus knows they need a decent game here to go ahead and place towards the top leaderboard. Poyo is down. Peterbot left by himself. 1v2. We've seen the exact opposite in the last game. Poyo was able to kind of clutch up decent placement. 28 points. Peterbot now with the pressure on. One of the greatest of all time. Has to prove why he still is one of the best, but he's getting pressured from all around. 2v1 situation. Dropped down to 65 HP. Even with a full chug and some splashes, he's still outnumbered.
And now we will learn which version version of Peterbot are we going to see in this competition today?
He's already in 17th place after that first game, not where anybody thought one of the uncontested teams in this game would end up landing. But no, Sif and Izzy, they're going to let the dust settle. They're going to let Peterbot possibly get away as a solo.
But how do you give Peterbot this much grace? You have him isolated as a solo. You are strong with your duo, and yet they just don't feel like the juice is worth the squeeze because they recognize Darm and Deemish already on the move.
And we always talk in EU about how there seems to be a lack of respect between people, but even here, Izzy and Nosif respecting Peterbot. They know what he can do when you give him enough time and space.
Back on over to Battlewood. Kind of saw the ending portions of this fight in game one. Venom and Curve were sent back to the lobby early. Akira and Karama, they used that as a confidence boost to propel themselves for the rest of the game. And I don't think Venom and Curve will get lurked on and make that same mistake too many times.
We heard it live from Venom himself just the other day, though. Most of what he intends to do in a finals lobby, he hasn't brought to light yet. Could this be another one of those methods? Only time will tell, but for right now, Curve, Benno, they've had so many of their plans kind of ruined just having to constantly engage with these teams south of the map.
A team who doesn't need to do much as far as adaptation goes. They've been successful all season long, playing their game how they want to play it. And with Scrolls, 32 points, 52 point solo clutch, I should say. In that first game, it will give them the much needed boost and momentum they need to continue. Hopefully as a duo, Jacob, but if needed, we know they can do it alone.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing, is a lot of players will probably find themselves in a situation where things didn't necessarily go their way, and it's really about how you answer the call. Cold and rapid. This time around, unlike last time, Taco, they get the zone pulled on over, which means they have more time to work with.
You would think so, but another duo that I wouldn't be surprised to see make their way on over towards this Four Fields direction, Chino and Pablo. How has that triple contest at Sandy Strip actually broken out? And that's why we see Cold in this Surge Tower, honestly on the lookout, because he's fully aware of the fact that the dust hasn't settled yet over by Sandy. He can see Chino's Surge base in the distance.
And the great thing is they won't have to move for much of this game. The zone continues to pull to the east. They are prime position to continue and have another great endgame.
Yeah, and I think everybody's kind of feeling the pressure of that game number one. Storm Surge really dictated how teams were able to play. If you're below that damage threshold, you almost had to be a magnet to a fridge and push yourself against the first team that you saw. And so now, with one game already under their belt, you're seeing teams kind of play a little bit more passive. 85 alive here in Zone 3. That means it's going to be dangerous when it comes to Surge.
And you see Swizzy and Pixie, a duo who many will be hoping to hear plenty from today. Just a moment ago, it looked like they were trying to set up a little lurk play. But this is a team who understands how to play within the congestion. We've seen them do it all throughout the season. Look who's back fighting. A bit of a rematch between Focus, Thomas, Kurama, Akira potentially. Focus, Thomas, though, they'll be happy with how their game started, not desperate for damage in the same way Akira and Kurama might be.
Not in the slightest, but they're more than happy to still pay Kurama and Akira a visit just because of the fact that we saw Thomas not happy with the fact that their early rotates in game one, a little bit spoiled by the fact that they were challenged and held over at Riptide. So now Akira, Kurama, ball's in your court, but now they're knowing that Thomas is in front of them. They still have to play catch up.
This is a tough situation to be for this guys. Not only do you have to catch up when it comes to damage and surge, you're gonna have to figure out how to get yourself back up to cap mats. They are far off the pathway to having a successful game right now, with Zone continuing to fall far from them. It's an uphill climb.
This is a battle I didn't expect to see this early. First and second place, respectively. Shark and Tina going against Storm and Demas. They're taking the fight towards the north side of the map. See damage, shields being taken off, HP. The longer you stay in the zone, the more likely you are to just get one shot knocked. And I think they realize that. Teeny making sure to grab the splashes, 12 overall. They just need to get in the same box, and health won't necessarily be a worry. Meanwhile, Shark is still putting down pressure. He's trying not to let Darman Demas do the same thing. He doesn't want to get them healthy enough to fight back, and I think Teeny knows it as well. That's why he's putting pressure on both of those walls, trying to break in, and finally getting that elimination on the Darm.
It's exactly what they've been trying to stall out for, but we'll even get a chance to review here, see how exactly Darm was even in that position to begin with, and Demas just fully caught off guard. Teeny lurking around the rock. He is notorious for these types of plays. He frequently finds those opportunities amongst other teams' loot paths to cut them off and find them when they're in a moment of slippage.
And last time we saw these boys here, though, Peterbot and Koyo, it was in a bit of a pickle. Peterbot stuck by himself, further out from where he is now. Koyo was down, but it's good to see that Koyo is back in the game, fresh off with a reboot. And because they are uncontested at Squiggly, there's a lot of time for them to get the loot and the loadout that they need for the rest of the game.
Time. It's not something Akira and Kurama have much of right now. Veno seemingly realizing that and looking to pull away, not give these guys what they want, and that is a fight. Veno and Curve need to make good of this game. We saw just how quickly things can turn for you when you are potentially fighting people off spawn. You have to make every second count.
And Veno's always been one known for liking to play through the storm into later zones. The only thing that might threaten them here in this matchup, if they don't run into QNDX and Phantom, is storm sickness itself. Can make things a little bit more complicated later on, but scenic views elsewhere. Chap, Flixie, very content right now, postured on a hill over by Builders Barracks, and they'll be the cutoff point for so many of those teams trying to make an entrance through the west.
Yeah, for Flixie and Chap, honestly, their journey to get here. They were going towards the new Sanctuary uncontested throughout the course of the tournament. Juan Romero started to contest them. And not only that, kind of beat them off the spawn, forced them out of the POI. But Chap and Flixie, they went ahead and made the proper adjustments in order to qualify here for Sunday.
Yeah, they started off the game super aggressively after winning their Ospho fight. They ran straight over towards Werex and Kuduro, and they took Werex down. We'll see if that aggression continues throughout the day.
It's a tough spot right now, though, for Reason and Noah Riley. It is never a great sight when you're having to depend on these forms of mobility, but still, even entering a little bit after the fact, the main thing is just going to be trying to avoid Chino's line of sight, and that's already been scouted out. Reason trying to hug this cliff face as closely as possible, but Noah Riley, he'll be here trying to stop some face. He's first up, gets an opening shot, but it's just not enough. There's still 3 below on Surge.
At least it's a start, but that one is going to set them back just a little bit. Hobby going ahead and firing back, letting them know you will not pass, or at least not safely. They're trying to continue to move in, but it's getting rougher and rougher. Sandy Strip, this part of the zone is so stacked that it's going to be hard, even if you get the eliminations to stay alive, but they're being persistent. They know they don't have the heals if Storm Surge activates, but Noah Riley goes down. 2v1 situation, and Reason will follow him back to the lobby.
Tried to do his best to hold things out, but it was a grim situation to begin with. Still, Ju looking to turn the tides here. Kinuo eliminated, and now Badil and Ju have a little bit of an opening here. It'll likely be intentions of white lining straight from 4 fields inwards, but more importantly still, as the partial zones begin to develop, Ju and Badil, they are stacked right now with the loadout.
Yeah, and they're in a great position to enter the zone without much resistance. Ju has been on fire so far this weekend, and that streak will continue. Gets one, gets the other, and he's feeling it right now. Badil was bigging him up, and rightfully so.
Sometimes you just gotta believe in yourself, believe in your duo. Chino, Pablo taking that rotation away from Sandy Strip, but leaves them overly exposed. Even though they're almost 300 above the damage threshold, they now become Bobby sprayed, focused out. Chino taking a little bit more damage, but they're able to breathe here in this moment. Still 256 above.
But look at what's surrounding them. Swizzy, Pixie, Victor V, Kanata, Malapuka, and Vico. There is nowhere safe currently. Every single edit that's made, you have to be quick with your shots because the damage application that you might receive in return, it could just be your demise.
Yeah, they had to invest 6 metal boxes just to make sure they didn't get lobby sprayed there. So a tough position to be in, but one that they will survive. Mumsy won't be surviving this though. Too much to deal with here in game number 2.
Come Sometimes being below that damage threshold just could be so daunting. You really have no answer, especially if you don't have heals to keep it going. 47 above, though, for Acorn and Bolts. Not necessarily a strange position to see him in, especially where the zone has been going, but they need to be careful. Right next door, Peterbot and Poyo, and they are below the damage threshold. That means anybody can get it at this point in time because they need an elimination.
Still not enough damage to where one tag wouldn't make the difference, though. That's the best part. Question is, how aggressive do they want to take it? How confident are they feeling in their fighting right now to overcome?
I mean, we know these two can turn it to 100 at needs be. And so if things really do start to get dire, I would not expect them to get too passive. Only 5 shots in the shotgun barrel for Poyo. But he only needs 1. We know that, boy.
And right now, it just kind of looks like a solid strategy. They're close to the zone. They're trying to out-heal it. They're hoping, praying even more teams have to rotate on by, and there goes that first find. Diminished. He's going to go down. Even if they don't get elimination, they got at least 1 tag, but they're still below 13-2. It's not looking good so far, but they're so patient. They realize they cannot get desperate in a situation like this, because all it takes is 1 moment of weakness to cost you everything.
It's just the repercussions of that first engagement. They tried to exchange big blows, but they ended up losing a good chunk of their surge along the way. And when you find yourself net even, it makes every single moment matter even more so, because you're just constantly teeter-tottering between the two, above and below.
Yeah, look, they're opting to try and out-heal just to keep themselves in the game longer, to maybe extend that window of opportunity for a refresh. And you're seeing Peterbot activating right now. It's Bolts he has his eyes set on, but they won't give it up too easy. You see now the desperation is kicked in, Jacob. They want to get in and fast.
Yeah, they realize we can't continue to out-heal this. We'll have nothing left over. Storm Surge hits. Peterbot goes down. Poyo trying to stay alive. He strikes Bolts down. Still below the damage threshold, though. Active Surge. He finds himself above by cleaning up that elimination. Miracles do exist.
We told you he only needs 1.
And they found it, and now he's got plenty more to work with, but as a solo, it's going to be all the more complicated. Still, you know Acorn can't possibly be happy about that. It looked like they were going to get out scot-free. Instead, it cost them so much along the way.
Back-to-back games right now where Poyo's gonna have to play this game out as a solo. He played it phenomenally in that last one, but he needs a repeat performance, which might not last too long. Sharkantini waiting in the waters to strike, but he escapes with certainty. But how much distance can he create himself from one of the most dangerous teams in the lobby?
This might be one of the worst case scenarios though for Poyo, but his saving grace here is that Sharkantini, they're prioritizing the positioning. They don't need to waste their time on someone who's clearly just way too tattered to actually do something back. Pico Malabuca though, this could be a great opportunity for them to strike first as Victor B left by his lonesome, 349 below. He might just be delaying the inevitable here if he doesn't find a pop-off in an instant.
Victor B looking to try and be our next young star to make a pop at this stage. He'll have to wait till game 3 though. Too much pressure from the lobby. And Ju, we bigged him up earlier this game, but can he back it up with just 9 builds remaining in a very, very steep surge situation?
One of the problems that Ju and Badil have encountered along with other teams that are struggling with surge is that these rotates, you're so much more exposed. There's not much to hide behind from the territory just surrounding Sandy Strip. And with that in mind, teams, they're forced to expend almost all of their materials. They're trying to make these tunnels to find those clear paths, but everyone is just on the lookout, constantly trying to find an opportunity here. And Ju making the approach now, it could be cold next.
Chance is going to go down, pull the rapid, immediately steamroll that one elimination. They backtrack, trying to get seconds, but it's Tyler who actually steals that one away. You can see the entire lobby coming online here. Even high ground, you got Belusi, you got Zangi, Javi, Aminis trying to make a claim for it. Even Agers and Ritual. They saw what went down in game 1, and they want to be a part of the mix.
But this is a sight right now. We're seeing Scroll and Sky paired together. And now, 426 above, the world is their oyster. They're ready to make a move. They've got the mobility off the overdrive grenade. What's next?
Trying to move forward. using the gauntlets to try to move past, but you see Chino, Pablo, they go down. Belusi and Zangi, they go ahead and exclusively be one of the only teams up above as Vico and Malabuka take down Karama, and this is one of the most dangerous parts of the game if you're not ready, but high ground has to be careful. Agers and Ritual, they're towards the backside of zone. They could pop off at any moment with just one shockwave.
Zangi and Belusi, they have a tough task on their hand holding on to this one. They have to be eagle-eyed as Vico and Malabuka look to potentially make a play in the back. They will just move towards the front side, maybe just waiting for that next zone, that next opportunity. They certainly have the resources to deal with it, and the chop will come out.
But all the while on the lower tiers, Shark and Teeny are starting to really find some momentum here. Vico, Malabuka from secondary height, making sure to continue tarping directly below where Belusi and Zangi are at, but they're on the move here and now, straight up towards that front side of zone.
They have so many materials, but it's Alex and Reckless that actually look up and try to contest the high ground. They at least get the knock onto Zangi. Belusi has to give it up with only a few materials left, and being a solo, it's his only hope to try to get more points.
Oceana came to play today. Alex and Reckless are just causing so much noise here up top, but they're forced to drop. The chop is good to go. Ritual and Agers now with a surprise come up here on height.
Jacob called them out. They were waiting in the wings, waiting for that opportunity. And as soon as they sensed some weakness, they went up and took it. But now it's about delivering and closing this game out, as there are still so many duels left in this one, trying to fight for the win.
You got Thomas trying to move forward, reunite with Focus, which is a necessity because he has 0 builds left. Even with 7 eliminations, they're falling short in terms of materials in the end game, and eventually they're getting closer and closer to Sky and Scroll. But it's Shark who goes down. Sky and Scroll will not be denied.
And they're just taking everything from everyone, but Scroll yet again left as a solo, beaming Ritual up on height, but now he's made his presence known, forced to drop, but he has the build. He's ready to make a move.
Ritual Agers, though, they denied any team from coming up once. They're going to try to look to do it again. 5 eliminations from Agers. Spoke too soon. 6 eliminations for Agers by himself. But down below, you have to be careful. Vico and Malabuka, they are the ones that are running the low.
They're so content. They're just chilling with their pizza. Everyone else is having to duke it out. But these two, they're ready to try and bring down Ritual and Agers. Vico loses Malabuka, though. They might have 7 eliminations, but can Vico get some more?
Yeah, with Malabuka going down, that leaves Agers and Ritual, the only duo left in this game, but you have to watch out. Scroll, dangerous. Vico, we know he can clutch up, but up above, they're pressuring both of the solo players, forcing Sky and Scroll together. Agers drops down. He gets the elimination. 2v1 situation. Agers and Ritual seal the deal by taking down Vico.
All they needed was just to get the ball rolling. They make it out of Latte landing, and they immediately convert it into a victory royale here in Game 2. They've got to be feeling so good about it.
Your layer is never too safe if Ritual and Agers are in that end game. Frankie, what do they have to say about that one?
Guys, that end game was sheer perfection. What do you think was the reason you were able to get to such a great end game?
I just think we're the best duo, and we were triple con the first game and the second one, so it's the first game we got to play.
So now you know how to get off spawn. Ritual, it's interesting seeing you manage to take height cleanly. When we spoke the other day, you said you were more comfortable mid to low ground. Why did height feel right today?
Sometimes you got to get outside your comfort zone, and I think that's what we did, and it was the easiest game ever.
So the comfort zone is now height?
It's everything now.
It is everything now. So, you had a problem game 1, triple contested, game 2, flawless. What's game 3 gonna look like now you have a target on your back?
We know what to do now. We weren't expecting the triple con because we were practicing against Rate the whole time, so we're ready.
All right then. Düsseldorf, please give it up for Agers and Ritual! We'll take a short break when we come back. Game 3.
That's crazy. Oh, I exit yeah, Discord. What more done. Close. Oh, Fortnite. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. 1, So Shark continuing first. Got Sky and Scroll. See? And just look, Sky and Scroll second. Eco Malibu, Car, Ages.
Where's Peterbot?
Alex and Reckon at 10. It's actually not bad games from them.
Where's Peterbot?
26. I have a feeling that Resign's dead last. They've had 2 really bad off spawns. Look, first team to die each time, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, they're the second team to die, but second to die in both games. It's rough. It's not looking good, bruv. Is it Hendrix? Let's go.
we're still in the beginning stretch of the entire tournament. And where you are now on the leaderboard isn't too impactful. There's 6 more games left to pick up those points, eliminations, victory royales, and close the gap. We're looking at who is the best in the world as of now and top 15 for the Global Championship.
And we're already seeing one more of these hotly contested off-spawn battles. And it's up to Hero now to try and make sure some of the mistakes of previous games are not repeated. Epic, Well, and Pump did not come to muck about at all. They are ready to win this fight.
Focus and Hero down below. It's a little bit of a mismatch, but they're going to still take the fight to Epic Well. Drops him down to just a little bit of HP. Pump finishes that elimination, and they go back to back. They each get their own, and they hold their ground yet again off spawn.
Thought we were watching a zero builds competition for a moment there. No one had any materials to work with. They were both just so quick to the jump. They knew that they had to try and find those eliminations as fast as possible.
All right, next on our off-spawn tally, Tinker and Resigns versus Chap and Flixie. They don't want that smoke this time around. They want to get the chance to actually play their game. And this might have been the best possible decision they could have made. Big early damage done onto Chap and Flixie, and they have no answers. They landed way further towards the east.
But it would have felt so much better if they'd actually been able to connect and find at least one knock. That gives you the opportunity to actually push and pressure, because now you're dealing with 2 duos that don't have a lot to work with, and Leo and Romero were still around.
Let's see what that OC duo can do in this game. For Reet and Cooper, they started last game with a fight up against the Asian duo of Nalu and Rainy. This time around, Ritual has gone down after winning that previous game. And so things here at Lalte still haven't been figured out as far as what the dynamic of the day is going to be. It is still a messy situation, Taco.
For Reed and Cooper, it's just anything you can do, I can do better. They have a point to prove up against the likes of Rituals and Agers. And I know you guys might have seen things getting a little heated on socials, but here in the lobby is the best chance to come out on top.
Every single time Noah, Riley, and Razan just kind of pop up on the screen, I just hear the arena erupt. I've never seen so much energy outside of last year's Global Championship, really kind of giving it their all to their favorite teams. It's something that you love to see. And for Noah and Razan, they're just doing a good job here, not necessarily putting it all into just one contested fight. They're saying, hey, we might not get the best loot off spawn, but this is something we can gather as the game goes on.
And already in game 3, major off-spawn switch-ups, Rainy and Nalu, the Asian team who had their struggles landing in the northeast of the map, trying to take fights in Latte that just weren't working, have now decided to land at Riptides. And I'm not sure if Focus and Thomas are quite aware of just exactly where they are.
But at the same time, they didn't exactly have anything great to work with. They have to be so precise with when they pounce if they want to net any kind of eliminations here. Momsy, Skyjump, they've had so much difficulty just trying to find their footing in these first 3 games, and it's looking like things might go from bad to worse here if Momsy isn't careful.
Yeah, this is a tight situation because they're fighting a 2v2, but then you got Shark and Teeny, or at least one of the two, over from Wonky Land, disrupting this fight, third parting, causing a little bit of a distraction, landing some of those shots on a Skyjump and Momsy. And if they didn't get tagged up, that would have been a huge green light to go.
And I understand the aggression from Skyjump and Mumsy. They really struggled with Surge in that last game, but you have to pick your fights wisely. You don't want to put yourself in an even worse situation as the games continue.
And traditionally, Skyjump and Momsy have been the team that just actually gets a third-party profit whenever they're challenging others on the map, but those opportunities just not presenting themselves here today. Other teams kind of fluctuating with their rotational paths, and another one that's been impacted from the start because of that early split. Tinka resigns. Chap, Flixie, they still have to figure out who's going to actually come out from this position.
Yeah, and because they split that drop, you kind of saw it in a moment. One of them is out of medium ammo. That's going to be Flixie. He's no longer going to be able to put pressure from up above. He does have the Chaos Reloader shotgun, so he can fight back, but that go ahead and controls, or at least changes a little bit of what they're able to do here. They can no longer continue to fight safely, so they have to disengage and find a little bit of more resource.
King and Tails surprised the world yesterday with their qualification into this final with a big win. started off the day ruining the party for the NA Central champions, Veno and Curve. And now looking to make waves here again in game 3. Oh dear. What do we have here? Vidil and Ju. Ju taking Reason out. Friendly fire going on.
It's like in those moments you can just tell the crowd's not really sure whether to be happy or sad, but ultimately only one can survive at the end of it all. And for Vidil and Ju, they've managed to come out on top, but will it be short-lived? Because Kanata, Victor V, creeping around the corner, checking to see whether or not they can get into a better position to find the opening tags.
And for a team from NA West, where they typically stayed at Sandy Strip, in order to get a lot of their Storm Surge on that region, they were uncontested. So a huge difference maker coming into the weekend, having 2 other teams land there. Games 1, Games 2 didn't go their way, and now they're forced to flip the script, trying to get alert play. They probably heard the noise in the distance, and they're trying to go.
Not only that, but Kanata and Victor V, they are so exposed. If any other teams just happen to get a little bit of leverage, a little bit of height, they'd have the chance to see that these two are out in the open right now because they don't want to make any sound. They can't really afford to toss out a build. They want to ensure that Ju and Vidil are completely caught off guard.
Vidil and Ju, though, from the way they're playing, seems like there's some sort of inkling something is being cooked up here. And I hope they persistently stay on top of it, and they will. The jig is up. Kanata and Victor V will look to dip as they realize there is no free opportunities here.
Curve and Veno, game 1. Didn't necessarily expect to get lurked on the south side of Battlewood Boulevard. Ever since then, I feel like they've been put on notice, Taco.
A lot of their tactics have definitely revolved around their fighting potential. Both of these players are able to deliver some big blows and some big clutches, but at the same time, you can't factor out the competition, and it's scaling up with every single match that goes by because everyone's looking for the perfect adaptation.
Lurk after lurk here. Thomas HD and Focus trying to do the same things. LB Works and Bot, they're the ones up above on the mountain, but the Bush just hiding their exact location. So Thomas and Focus, they're gonna have to take what little information they currently have here and try to figure out how they're gonna run away with it in this play. Kind of moving from the bottom up. There's a huge height advantage, natural terrain, so they can see it. But they might have spotted out Bot, just kind of run off to the side. This could be a chance for them to try to take a 2v1.
Yeah, they've got to know that there's a solo in the bush now. But he's also aware of the potential someone to come. If they can find the right timing, this will be a great 2v1 opportunity. They might also just patiently wait for Bot to return. No, they'll jump into the bush. They want that damage. They want that fight. They saw Bot leave the hill and decided it was their time to strike.
Yeah, at least Bot came back, trying to draw back a little bit of that pressure. They did land some damage, though, so that's the confidence building for Thomas and Focus. Good shots connecting yet again, but the distracting third party bringing everything to a halt in this moment. Thomas, Focus, they immediately box up on top, realizing we're in the zone. You still got to come to us. And now they have a moment here where there's a little bit of an advantage here in terms of positioning.
Their prey just barely managed to escape. Thomas was trying to find that full box in, but it just didn't net itself in his favor. And now, because of the shots ringing through from Battlewood Boulevard, it's just going to be another delay, another slow down. And they've had a rather solid start when they've made it out of Riptides, but it's evident that they are on the hunt for some very aggressive plays.
This was my fear. With New Sanctuary, if Resigns and Chap couldn't figure things out between themselves, would things start to get messy deep into the storm? And that is what we're seeing take place here. They can't close it out. He's able to escape, but he will continue to hunt.
Yeah, and it puts you just in a tough situation. Whether you win these fights or lose these fights, they're so drawn out. You're trading damage. Even if you get the eliminations, Taco, you're not necessarily going to be above that damage threshold. And with the zone pulling far away, it's going to be hard to get it back.
They've just spent so much time fighting and dealing with each other that they've left both of themselves in just worse positions, because even for Resigns, even if he makes it for the reboot opportunity, Chap Flixie, they're also still left in a world of hurt because so many other teams are going to look to try and hold them captive inside the storm, not giving them the proper opportunity to rotate through the edge of zone.
Last time we see Curve and Veno kind of lurked in a different situation, trying to play safe. But as we tune in now, empty item slot, but they're going okay. On the other side, though, may not be necessarily the same. Malibuka dropped down to just a sliver of HP. Vico, though, able to save the day, pick up that knock, get the elimination, and is now given Malibuka valuable time to heal up before they have to make their journey to zone.
Hey, go Vico, go after all, and this is exactly what the young superstar needs to be doing. Malibuka on the ropes, and just like that, Vico able to turn it around.
I mean, if these guys are going to come out fighting and Malibuka is going to come out swinging, it takes the pressure off for Vico to deliver. But when he has to, he'll hit shots just like that. Darman Demish, a second chance in this lobby. They started the day on top. Their second place competition took them out in game number 2. And here in game number 3, they'll look to recapture that first place position.
Just pulling it back to where things actually ended up here for Chap and Flixie, and Tyler just caught lacking, had no idea that there's still a team sitting around you, Sanctuary.
Yeah, Chase is already down, though. Minut's going to be able to certainly clean up that elimination. Siphon can allow him to survive just a little bit longer inside of the zone before he has to pop any HP, and I like what Hobby's doing here. Instead of fighting a 1v1, giving him a chance to possibly win, he just converges back onto a Minish. They get into the same box and realize, hey, there's a huge strength in numbers. We're up on the Storm Surge. We didn't take much damage. Let's just take this moment as a win.
Practically 5-5-5-2 on their next entrance for that rotate, so we'll see what happens next. But Peterbot Boyo, quiet start. A different strategy. It's very foreign to see these two not with a whole slew of eliminations already built up in their counter, but they have clearly devised a plan and a strategy that revolves very heavily around playing inside of the Storm.
Zone pulls far, and they're waiting. You can see Pete is in the base waiting for players to rotate past, but unfortunately for Pete, those players aren't going to come in, so there is a good chance we see another game where these guys are down and out of luck when it comes to Surge, desperate to try and jump into somebody's box. Kanada and Victor V, we saw their desperation earlier when they were trying to make plays happen. Now the situation has worsened. They have to make something happen right now.
This is the only decision they can make, but it's going to be one they're going to regret. Kanada goes down. Matt and Nicole were able to get that elimination, and these guys have been the unsung heroes. They qualify out of NA. They make some big plays. They make it from the upper bracket, and now they're shining here in game 3. First elimination, sometimes that's going to be the hardest, but Victor V finds him so down in the depths when it comes to damage. Almost 400 overall. That's almost 2 full eliminations worth of damage, and that's where it gets tough, because even if you're able to take down Cole, you're at a disadvantage. 2v1, and this one's going to be tough.
Victor V can't even afford to stall. The Surge is just going to start ticking away at his HP, and for Matt and Cole, they've already gotten exactly what they were after. Sure, Vic's able to pick up the splashes, but what else could he do with it?
They need to be careful on Victor V's side and on the other side with P.O. and Poyo lurking in the zone behind them. Veno and Curve, what do they have for Resign and Tinker? A great little lurk play. We've seen Veno do that many times over the years, and he did that as well in the NA finals, and Tinker and Resigns clearly weren't prepared for it.
We've seen how things fared for one half of that stalled out engagement over by New Sanctuary. Flixie Chap trying to see if they can change their fate, though. Opening starts. Seems like it begins with Liam.
Yeah, 35 below the damage threshold. Looked like Liam was going for the reboot. He gets denied. But you notice they went from barely below the damage threshold, getting that elimination, to barely above. So for Chap and Flixie, when it comes to Storm Surge, they're not safe just yet. Even Agers now winning that game, going and kind of trying to ride that momentum. It gets cut short, 151, and it's active Surge.
Just ever since the start, when you're not able to fully survive that off-spawn contention, you're going to be left trying to play for the leftovers. And for Agers and Ritual, it's very obvious that this zone pool has not done them any favors either. They've had to go cross-country, but Agers looking to get fraggy with it. Won't get the shots to connect, though. Cringe and Twa instead come out on top.
It was always going to be a difficult game with how things started off for them. even after that impressive win they got, but this duo is not out of it just yet. We will be hearing more from them over the course of this day. But for now, they'll leave it to the rest of the lobby to cook up for us. For Deal and Ju looking to do just that. Ju already starting the game with one of them onto Reason, and they will look to quickly improve on their standings. Just 30 points so far, but plenty more to grab in this one.
Yeah, almost 400 above the damage threshold, so they are looking good. No necessity to peek. Curve and Benno, same thing. 5 elims, 900 plus damage. Gets cut short a little bit as they kind of break through the builds, but you see in Benno and Curve persistence here. They see a pile of loot, but instead of just running in, getting greedy, they're playing very, very calculated.
This might be where they fare best, though. They want to be in the thick of it because that's where they'll get the best opportunities to shine. Catching players off guard, trying to work their way through those lower layers undetected by the teams that are already boxed up a little bit higher up on height. And speaking of which, Sharktini already trying to get that little bit of leverage because they need to find a solution to being underneath the search threshold.
You know how this one goes. 130, 153. Storm Surge begins to activate. Every 7 seconds, Teeny and Shark will be stricken with 25 damage shield or HP, and it does not turn off until there's 40 or less people in the game. Right now, their strategy looks to be to out-heal it, but now Shark is out of heals. Now he's put on a timer that will not last forever.
But look who's avoided almost everything along the way. Acorn and Bolts. Teeny has fallen, though. No opportunities to bring this one back. His body being carried away there by Ju and Badil. Shark looking to see if he could try to scramble, pick up the pieces, but as a solo with no HP, what more can he really do?
He doesn't look like he has the answers to that question, Taco. With just 1 HP remaining, Shark and Teeny will leave their first place spot up for grabs.
So many of our Titans go down early. You're kind of seeing how Teeny was able to go down, but Dio and Ju just caught him lacking, edit the wall, and get that elimination. Even during all that chaos, we saw Cold and Rapid went down as well. Venno's gonna get knocked. Curve trying to be a hero. One knock's already there, trying to get the second onto Sky, but he gets denied that opportunity. Rightfully so. He goes right back into the box, trying to get the revive onto Venno with his own pushing him in. He can't be the hero he needs, but there's still a knock right in front. Curve trying to save the Siphon for the last moment.
Curve needs it to kick in now or never, but he can't afford to see if he can find another shot. Eventually, though, he might be saved just in the nick of time, but when you got 2 Titans of the lobby, 2 major champions going head-to-head, now's the time to see who's really on top.
And Curve might not have been able to save his teammate, but Sky certainly could. Scroll back in the game and back with a chance to make things happen. Curve with just 17 HP needs to tiptoe his way around, and he will be caught out. And so it's up to him now to get things done. On the front side of the zone, Shadow and Virgo positioning. Pixie looking to do the same. Malabuka, Vico. We've seen how strong they've been so far today. Will this be their opportunity to take first place?
They're trying to get that whole side of the zone, but they get cut short, cut off, kind of tagged up all at the same time. Vico's going to go down. A lot of pressure has just been put on Malabuka's shoulders. 132 points. They're so close to the top of the leaderboard, they can taste it as he tries to steal another one away. But that one's going to go to Momsy. The flank comes in. He doesn't hear it. Swizzy and Pixie take him down.
Swizzy and Pixie are primed and ready. They are just looking back, spraying down every single one of these teams. All of the players that are just a little bit too late to the punch. And now Pixie, Swizzy, with the damage having been done, they're ready to see whether or not they can make their move towards frontside.
If these guys can rise to the occasion today, it would be exactly the type of story you expect out of Swizzy and Pixie. Peterbot playing the Storm now as all this madness ensues. Ju and Vidil, they are looking to take this game for their own. They don't care who's in this lobby. They want the high ground, and they will keep it for now. But that is just for now. They have to continue to hold it and apply the pressure below.
They're feeling like they're on cloud 9 right now. The entire arena cheering them on, but they draw their attention to Shadow and Virgo, that second height team. Anybody in that position can use a shockwave and disrupt everything they have going on.
You can tell though from the way they're playing it, they don't have the materials, and so the chop will come through. It's Cammy, it's Hari, We've seen them do that so many times before, and so it'll be up to Badil now to clutch up.
But this is a spot that Badil's been in so many times already, and now, here today, Badil trying to see if he can strike through, but his shields are so low, he's fully cracked, the movement is crazy, but he's left tumbling down the hill, trying to see if he can get out of sight. Pablo is falling, kindling right next to him, but Badil, he's not gonna be able to get the shots. He wants to try and make it through, but all of these pre-existing builds just forcing him to make the effort. Still, Badil moving forward. Guy doesn't see it, and Badil brings him down.
How does he keep finding a way? He keeps on doing it. Badil, this is ridiculous. What a game from him. Stroll will finally put an end to it, but Kami and Hari, after chopping height, will look to finally make a play for it for themselves. Shadow and Virgo hold on, but not for long. They get wiped clean, and Scroll down below has a tough Polish duo up, trying to take this game.
In fact, they're the only duo actually up in this game. Scroll, solo, Pixie, solo. Scroll's being the focus right now from up above, trying to expand, but he's running out of material, and he's running out of material fast. Hari, Cammy, they realize he's building out a Wook. That's a sign of weakness, and they want to take over. They can't let this opportunity slip from their fingers from one team to the next. Pixie gains their attention. Scroll goes up!
But Scroll finds nothing. He realizes Cammy's in a metal box, and then there's Pixie all alone on the ground. Scroll with the siphon just in the nick of time. But Scroll, he's still got to keep going forward. Hari never gets a chance to see it coming, but it doesn't matter because Cammy had his back.
They are one of the most dangerous teams coming into this event. Contested, uncontested, that is not a problem from them. When it comes to big moments, when it comes to big events, Cammy is one for certain that shows up when it matters most.
Cammy, Hari, stand up. Düsseldorf, please, give it up for Cammy and Hari! What an intense final moment, but you were in it together. How were the communications as you tried to take Solo Scroll down?
I mean, it was the perfect game. We just chopped high like 3 times, killed like 4 people because of that, and it was an easy game.
That's what everyone is saying so far, but everyone online has been looking at the lobby list and saying this might be the most stacked FNCS LAN ever. Do you agree, Hari?
Yeah, it's so stacked.
So when you look at the lobby list, who do you think is your biggest competition right now?
Darm and Dimash.
Darm and Dimash, and is that because you're sat right next to them and they're also your friends from Poland?
Yeah.
And so if it could be you or them, I'm guessing it's got to be you who wins this now.
Of course.
So Cammy, you know what it's like to be under pressure. You know what it's like to be on day 2 and in contention for the top. But do you have to change things up so you don't get snaked out there?
I mean, we can't, so like we just need to focus on that. Need to focus on winning off spawns and try to get some more good games.
Well, we're going to take a short break while these guys focus up. Please, Düsseldorf, give it up for Cammy and Hari!
Shush.
I'm going on Fortnite. I'm going.
Let's have a look at this leaderboard then. Scott Hendricks, look.
Fortnite.
They're in front by like 70 points.
Where's Peterbolt?
Sky and Scroll, they're the people I said that should win. Or that I think will win.
Where's Peterbolt?
I don't care about Peterbolt. What? Looking good.
Oh, come on.
Where's Alex? 20th. Hey, shall we play the knockback game? Hey, let's just play the knockback game. Let's play the knockback game.
What?
Play the knockback game. Play the knockback game.
No.
Ready up then. Ready up. I bet I'm gonna beat you. First try. 3-0. You're ready to get slammed. You're ready to get slammed and you're... We're allowed to crouch, I don't care what you say. I don't care. Yep. What? I never said that. I said I didn't know. Imagine having an aimbot in this game.
What?
Imagine having an aimbot in this. That would be so aura. Peterbot. It's because I got loads of damage off with my SMG. I know. Reloading.
Knockback ain't even fun.
Yeah, it is.
Bro, what the? Why? I hate it.
Ow! Ow! It's funny. You just sent the other person flying.
Yeah, that's what I think
You need to hit your shots.
I can't though.
Why? I'm standing still.
Look.
Ow! Ah! No!
Look, it's so annoying. It's not even funny.
No!
Look, it's not even funny.
is still so close? You've said that about 5 times already, mate.
Look how boring it is.
Don't leave. Don't be weird. Why did you have to be weird?
What it ain't.
2 minutes of the next game. Just chill, man. Don't leave or do something else. Let's just build. Why are you being so weird?
I don't want to play knockback.
We're not playing knockback.
On an international stage here at the Major Summit. They are meeting those expectations currently, but we still got more games to play out.
I'd love to go back to the standings really quickly, right? I want to see that second page. So keep in mind, we know right now 98 points is where Acorn and Volts sit, but just below, look at this. Cammy, Shari, up 32 places, a single game difference. And look, just right behind Focus, Thomas, HD, Akira, Karama, so many names. Guys, this competition is still very much alive. Obviously, we've had a few games, but it'll just take a single game to change everything.
Oh, absolutely. And when Shari and Cammy actually switched up their drop spot towards more of the northeast side of where they're originally landing, I had a few questions. I was like, is this actually going to be the right move? Is this going to be the play that they want to make, particularly with all that contestation going on around them? And the first 2 games, yeah, it wasn't great, really. They weren't able to show us what we know they can do, particularly Cammy, known as the land goat. This is the area in which he is known to operate very well. And for those guys, moving up in the standings after that 1 game is absolutely crucial. But in an 8-game format, Casper, it becomes very difficult because you have to continue then to do that throughout the day.
Yeah, Cammy on EU has been a player that's kind of been known to stay ahead and adapt incredibly quickly when there's a new season, when there's new strats, new metas. Cammy is going to be on top of that. I was also looking, Thomas, HD, and Focus close by. They were actually surprise contested in the last match. Now, they ended up having the upper hand. They came out on top there, but there have been a lot of last-minute switch-ups, so I'm definitely starting to feel that pressure.
Absolutely, man. And I'd love to tip my hat to Shadow and Virgo. I'm sure Vivid, wherever you are, is probably making some noise. Currently our best performing NA team. They kind of showed up for a bit of that last game, and then Cammy and Shari said, get out. But still, I love seeing this duel, right? They had that crazy call yesterday. Hey, yeah, we'll go ahead and win this next game, and then went on to do so. So I'm excited to see what else they can bring, right? Like, just look down to the 2nd to 4th. The points are still pretty dang close. I feel like once we get into that 8th game, man, it's going to be really, really close.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, Shadow Virgo, you mentioned it right there, the 4th place for these guys. It's so tight in and around that area, so it's going to be absolutely vital for them to actually continue to develop and have performances like they have been having. We saw it right here. I think it was Virgo that was up on top of High, actually got chopped on down and then took a lot of that fall damage. So this is where their game started to crumble. But it's something that I spoke about yesterday in the lower bracket. If you can just take High, ride it out for a good amount of time, you're still going to get some really nice placement points. And in an 8-game format, it's going to be absolutely vital to keep those games coming in, because if you can stay consistent, it's going to do you well to good.
If anyone's going to take height, it's going to be Virgo and his Shadow. I mean, if we look back at the player lounge, Virgo was winning every single realistic creative match. I mean, mechanically, he has what it takes. But then you look at the predictions, you look at all the co-streamers, you ask online, and they're putting, you know, NA's somewhat last hope per se, Acorn Rituals, you got Cold Rapid. They don't have Shadow and Virgo up there at the top, so I love to see them currently in 4th place, showing what they're truly capable of.
Dude, and I gotta say, Swizzy, I see you, all right, global champion. I see you sneaking your way just outside that top 5. Pixie right there as well. We are really starting to heat up, right? So many duos are starting to come online. I think they're all thinking the same thing. That trophy, we have to fight for this title. And also, Minnie, we can't forget as well, top 15 auto quals to global championships later on, but this is a global champion, right? He's trying to prove, hey, I won that for a reason.
Yeah, and this is a team that have sort of played with their backs against the walls for a lot of this year and a lot of this season. And, you know, it's kind of surprising coming out of that global championship where Swizzy ended up winning and Pixie, of course, came 2nd. So I think this kind of like one-day format actually hinders them a little bit because this is a team that are really good at looking back at what they did wrong and then going ahead and improving based on what everyone else is doing. They'll have that halftime break to go ahead and do that, so expect big things from them in the second half as well, but a really solid start from them there in sync.
Yeah, I don't think anything can stop Swizzy. I mean, tragic end to 2024, came right back in 25, becoming a global champion. Got here a day before his tournament, no sleep, but was unable to make it through. And then in the first match of that lower bracket, all it took was one game. They took home the win, qualified themselves to today. And, you know, now hopefully Pixie, Swizzy, they're feeling more well-rested. They're more locked in, ready to go. And I mean, seeing them bumping themselves up this leaderboard, I'm excited to see if that continues.
I think it's really funny, too, because, like, if you think about it, day number one, rather, you got to play 6 games and be the top 25. So he's like, okay, do I play 6 games and then top 25? Or do I just drop down in the lower bracket, win game 1, and then go back to sleep? Great story. I don't obviously know if that's true, but in my head canon, that's absolutely what happened. Vidil as well in that last game, ultimately shut down by Sky and Scroll, right? Kind of being used as bait there, but by himself, I mean, dude, he looks so good right now, Mini Miner. Obviously, eventually kind of had to play this out as a solo, but he looks good.
Early height take, the crowd went crazy. Yeah. Everyone was hyped. They saw them on height. They saw the stars aligning for Ju and Vidil. And this was the moment where it all came crumbling down. But remember, Vidil here going up against arguably the best team in the world, especially in this domain in the low ground situation. Only on 4 HP, absolutely cooking. And this is what I talked about earlier. Scroll, that thinking ahead, 200 IQ play, waiting for Vidil to go ahead and find that finish. I think he did get the points for it though, so that's a really nice solo clutch from him.
Yeah, I mean, being on home turf, having the crowd cheering your name, roaring for your success, I'm sure it definitely plays a big part. But Vidil is one of those EU legends. He's been around for a very long time. He knows what it takes to compete both online and international competitions. Paired up with the Ju. I'm excited to see them close out today.
Oh, Vidil do it as well. Where's the finger guns?
There we go. There we go.
Was he about to dab?
He was about to dab. It's,
Good thinking about
way
it.
back many years ago. But you saw him there for a minute, locked in, right? He's like, hey, the job's not done. I have to keep pushing on forward. But friends, I'm getting the call right now. Casters are ready. The next game is ready. So Casters, over to you.
You know, I like the way Zeke just said that. Job's not done. And for Sky and Scroll, they might have about a 70-point lead, but it's exactly that. 5 games left, job's not done.
Yeah, but when it's Sky and Scroll and you start looking at the point differential that's already taking place, all I can think about right now, Levin, is what happened in Major 1 Grand Finals. But first up, let's see what actually takes place here in Game 4.
Game 4, the last game before halftime. And if you guys are no strangers to Fortnite competitive, where you're at on the leaderboard means so much. If you're going after first, you might have to have a big game here. If you're settling for that top 15, you just need to remain consistent. Thomas, focus. They know they got lurked on at the start of that last game, and they're just being a little bit more aware.
No surprises this time around, or for now at least. We have to see what takes place elsewhere. Looks like these guys might get a game uncontested. Epic Well and Pump.
Ooh.
And it looks like the Middle Eastern duo has decided. Oh, well, they don't get landed on, but they do get shot out of the sky, and there will be more shooting out the sky here as these 2 duos run it back.
It's just the nature of the game when it comes to these drop spots. Sometimes you have to glide in, and Flixie's just trying to go for the chest, gets the Thunder Burst, but not the elimination. 2v1, Tinka and resigns to strength in numbers, and that was a little bit of a mismatch. Chap went underneath. He left his teammate alone by himself, and sometimes that's the only second you need.
Sometimes you just have to give up the sacrifice, though. Flixie fully understanding that they just weren't going to be able to pull this one back. It's better to just have Chap try and play things through. He can look for the reboot later on, but for Hero and Focus, they've got to be feeling great about the fact that they might might actually get to experience a game. They've been dealing with Epic Whale and Pump, and we can go back to see where things really started to take off for them. Surprise conning Virgo. That's the bad news Bears moment, but Hero not finished with it.
Hero getting both of those eliminations, and honestly, sometimes it takes one switch up of a drop spot to get things rolling in your favor. And already we'll see how they rise up the leaderboards after this one. Triple contested still over towards Sandy's strip. It's Chino and Pablo that find themselves in a close quarters combat situation here. Victor V and Kanata on the west side of Sandy. So right now, it's gonna be Fakun by himself, just having to clutch up or just stay alive until he can get his teammate back.
This is a dispute that has been taking place since Friday. Pablo and Chino have non-stop been looking to bring down Fufun and Minifio. They nearly succeeded in yesterday's competition, but it just wasn't enough. This time, though, they've settled everything once and for all. So game 4, they'll just have to deal with Victor V and Kanata at Sandy.
And that is a balance that I think they are willing to live with, one that I think they can find success with. And so if there's anybody that can give Sky and Skrull a run for their money at the top of the leaderboard, we know it is Pablo and Chino.
But we also know what Thomas is made of, especially when it comes to international tournaments. 92 points so far. Not necessarily the start that they have wanted, but still plenty of time to kind of pick up the pace. Kazzy trying to disengage underneath, focus on the chase. Shot after shot connecting it to finally get that first stock. The elimination is there, and while on the other side, Focus cleans up one. Thomas now trying to stall out this fight, waiting for his teammate to come back, using their numbers to their advantage, and just firing off on all cylinders. Damo by himself, but not for long, as he gets sent back to the lobby with Kazzy.
It's just obvious that that Oshi duo was running on fumes here. Unfortunately for them, Thomas and Focus do take full advantage of them being pushed so early. But Poyo, Peterbot, this is unfamiliar territory now.
NA fans, look away. This is not what you want to be watching. Poyo, who's been the more reliable, it feels like today, as far as staying alive in the duo, goes down at the hands of the Frenchies, and so that leaves Pete to fend for himself and keep this duo fighting in this tournament.
Yeah, and that's something when you kind of look at the stats of Peterbot and Poyo on day one, you know, kind of leading in damage right there with eliminations, but where they placed on the leaderboard is not where you would think a team like Peterbot and Poyo would place. So it's not necessarily the actual fights and mechanics, it's the overall game plan.
So far a tournament to forget for them, but still plenty more to play. Chap has been able to keep himself in the game with a nice little lurk onto King.
That's exactly why Plixie knew he could trust his duo when he left off on a solo adventure here. Yapko and Panzer, though, profiting from what's taking place over by Latte, and they've got Cooper directly in their sights.
Yep, they were able to kind of angle out Reef by himself, and now they land a big shot onto Cooper. 2v1, they're continuously trying to push in. Cooper's time is definitely limited here, the way Yapko and Panzer have been playing. They need the points. They have to try to catch up and move up that leaderboard if they want at least top 15, but Cooper's keeping them on the chase up until now, where Cooper finally falls. And just like Taco said there, that decision to split with Ages of Ritual not working out.
And we have seen Yapko and Panzer are not afraid to fight anybody in this quadrant of the map. If they spot a weakness, they will strike and they will hit hard.
It really feels like they've been playing a lookout to see who's going to be the duo that gets pushed further north from Latte Landing off the initial off-spawn contention. And every single time, whether that's been Ritual and Agers or whether that's been Reet and Cooper, you'll see Yapko and Panzer throwing their names into the mix.
As the dust settles, Reason and Noah, we've seen kind of two sides of this coin. Moments where they like to get aggressive, try to find eliminations. And then moments where they play passive, just like this, lurking. We know these teleporters, a lot of teams like to traverse through, avoid all the chaos that goes above and on the island, but sometimes it ends up being one of those plays where you run into nobody throughout the course of hiding down there.
It looked more like they were set up banking on someone actually taking that ascender directly down to them, obviously hoping that they could get the advantage off the right side peaks, but Cringe and Twy, they'll be the closest to it. Whether or not they actually take the bait, though, that's a story left to be settled.
For Shark and Teamy, a game where they will have to prove to everybody watching that they are really here to play. We've seen them win, but after last game's surge disappointments, the question does become, when this team faces a challenge on this stage, can they rise to overcome it?
But what really makes things so exciting is that we've seen EU challenge Sky and Scroll before. You can never count yourself as safe, even when the match looks promising, because so many teams like Swizzy and Pixie all just kind of nestling in to these tucked away positions, utilizing every bit of terrain to their advantage.
And I think in the case of Swizzy and Pixie, they've almost been counted out by many, many people watching, and understandably when you look at how the year has gone, but that is too much talent to count out. Speaking of talent, Big Cold on the screen, picking Iomzo up, and 4 fields is not the spot you want to be fighting these two. This is their comfort zone.
It's also the opposite side of the map from where we would have anticipated Iomzo and Josh to even be at. So clearly a little bit of a mix-up already taking place.
Yeah, and just unfortunate enough, you kind of saw the no knock. It was straight elimination. Josh probably out of the game already as we tune into Peter. But Nalu and Rainy, just like Josh and Iomzo for that matter, just kind of landing where they want each and every game, trying to go ahead and lurk and catch a team off guard while they're going for their loop path. But Peterbot's been a solo for so long in this situation. There's been too many teams inside Squibbly and outside as well, so there's really been no chance for him to get that reboot.
But part of the problem for Peterbot is that taking that aggressive fight, that early motion up against Skyjump and Mumsy, and it not netting anything for them, it just left Squibbly up for grabs. And the moment that teams see real estate, they're going to start moving in. That's exactly what Rainy and Nalu have done. So Peterbot, he'll have his work cut out for him in terms of getting the reboot for Poyo in the first place and making it out of Squibbly Shores.
Okay, Aegis of Ritual, making their rotation on over. Typically, you kind of see them use the long launch pad towards the backside of Latte Landing, but Yapko and Panzer actually ended up using it. I'm not sure Aegis of Ritual know they're there, and I'm not sure Yapko and Panzer are even going to try to dive down on them. Both of these teams need to get into the zone before they're eaten alive and damage being taken.
Far too far and away. It's the render distance that's just working to their advantage. They are gliding overhead. Aegis and Ritual, there's not really a whole lot they can do about it either. They know they just got to keep moving forward into the next zone.
Uh-oh. Pump, don't see Epic Well anywhere in sight. And this is a situation that might make you a little nervous if you're Epic Well and Pump. You've been performing decently well throughout the course of the day. Almost in contention of one of those global championship spots. But then you run into Vico and Malabuka, and in the distance, there's a shark in the water. Him and Teeny lurking like we know they can. They go ahead and let at least one of those teams escape. So I'm wondering, do they know Pump is here, or are they just trying to eye that duo of Vico, Malabuka? They're returning back. They want to fight. They know this is a chance that it could be Shark and Teeny.
This is a 2v2 we all want to see, and it's one that will be interfered with. Pump takes Malabuka down, and that just helps Sharkantini, and it gives him a bit more breathing room to stay in this game as well.
Not only that, but Pump absolutely stacked right now. The problem is he is just a solo, and for Sharkantini, there's always a bigger fish, and they're willing to make sure that they take out Pump entirely. The ultimate refresh, it's not even one that is a necessity, but they'll steal it anyway. All of that loot that once belonged to Malabuka now straight in Sharkantini's inventory.
2 is better than 1, especially when it's Sharkantini.
Yeah, but these fights right now just continuing all around the map. Cold and Rapid looking to get aggressive. Probably just going ahead and being okay with just getting damaged. Shield gone from Boko, shield gone from Cringe. Some shots did connect, but instead of getting greedy for Cold and Rapid, the game plan for them is simple. They don't need big game eliminations. They're just trying to get Surge, climb up that leaderboard, and then move into the zone. They don't want to get caught in all the chaos. They don't want to get caught below the damage threshold and control over their game taken away.
They might not have a choice though, based off where we last saw Chino and Pablo. They might be able to get some decent tags into Cold and Rapid along the way. But Darm and Deemish, what had been a very promising start of the day, cut a little bit short because of losing some of that momentum off of early eliminations in Game 2. Sharkantini trying to do what they can to shut down some of their EU comrades, but Deemish and Darm never count these guys out. They'll take their time farming it up before they get involved.
We're already seeing a couple mythics in play as well. Thomas, the Iron Pump. You saw the Chaos Reloader there. There's Drew and Vidil from their drop spot. Kind of see them instantly edging towards the zone. 418 above. Even without elimination here, you can see they're being consistent when it comes to that damage. And everybody on the outskirts of the map slowly but surely making their way in. And they have to be quick because right now it is going to be a 1 tick, is going to move into a 2 after this, and then a 5. So positioning has to be perfect.
But there's so much else taking place. Peterbot with the comeback. This is exactly what he needed. A single opportunity. Everybody's better than Peterbot until it's time to be better than Peterbot. And QNDX, it looks like he might just find out.
And this could be the moment right here, not just for the eliminations in the case of Peterbot, but if he can get Poyo back, they at least have some loot. But again, I said the 5th zone, it moves to a 2 tick. Peterbot can no longer stay over towards Humble Hills. He has to move down towards Riptides, closer and closer towards the zone. But this could be his golden opportunity, just like that one there. QNDX gets caught off guard. Peterbot pounces and gets the elimination, but it wasn't easy. It does turn into a 2v1, and Phantom takes the sacrifice.
And this is the Peterbot we want to see, sniffing out opportunities to take advantage of players and striking hard. Can he get Poyo back in the game? If not, can he give us an all-timer Peterbot clutch?
Humble Hills right now getting more and more traffic running through. Ari down below. Don't see Cammy anywhere. Nalu and Rainy, they have no choice but to play aggressive here. 147 below the damage threshold, but that first shot is going to slow him down. Deem is coming in, is gonna make it that much harder, but Nalu hits a haymaker on one side, but another one breaks into the box. Now they're scrambling. Back to the lobby they go. Darm and Demus, a strength in numbers is real.
You hit hard, we hit harder. Darm and Demus cannot be toppled right now.
The best part of it all, I don't even know if they realized that Ari was still there, but Chap, Flixie, this is what they needed. They find Poyo off of the reboot, and Peterbot might just go with it. Fortunately, Flixie's down yet again, but Chap has closed it just enough to revive his duo.
Now they get an opportunity here. They are getting chunked out by the zone, but look at the extra heals they were able to get. A mending machine not too far by. That was a huge success for Chap and Flixie in this game, and this is literally what we saw yesterday. Slow start to the day, but slowly but surely ramping up.
Doesn't matter though, everything that just took place for Darm and Deemish has steadily fizzled away in moments. It seems so promising. You get the refresh, you get the abilities, but they're just so below on Surge. Just took too much damage in the exchange overall from Rainy and Nalu, and it's apparently left its mark.
This is going to be a tough rotation to make. Max Pool, it's not going to be any easier for some of the teams in the zone. But for Darm now, as he makes his journey in, still plenty to do. Curve won't be able to stomach it. Darm might for now, and he does have a pathway to rotate in. What happened to Venno though? I mean, it's rare to see Curve all alone in situations like that. Oh, that's what happened. Panda happened.
You know, you probably wish we'd look away right there.
I really do.
Tough.
Shockwave into the front of the zone, truly cost him everything, but sometimes you have no other option. But it doesn't matter how much damage, how many eliminations Darm has been able to get so far. He's still 246 below the damage threshold.
Who was really going to be Polish's last standing figure, and it's Darm in the end of it.
Hari said to Frankie, hey, it's going to be us that come out on top. Darm making him eat his words. Darm and Deemish, their game continues, and it's all in the hands of Darm.
You hear the crowd getting wild already in the feed. Vidil taking down Cold, Pablo, Chino, just trying to move their way forward. Dropping a couple of the extra loot that they do have that they don't need to take with them. You see their material kind of running low here. With 2 eliminations, 440 above the damage threshold. The main thing that is going to take their focus is just rotating from point A to point B, and it's just got so drastic. That is a max pull.
But at the same time, it's one that Chino and Pablo, they're avoiding all of the attention with a nice wrap around the dead side. They know that there's a couple teams trailing just ahead of them, but at the same time, Vidil, Ju, looking to get active inside the congestion.
The crowd is lighting up with Vidil and Ju on their screens. They want to see more Vidil magic. And with them being so comfortably above Surge, this is looking and shaping up to be another magical performance.
I just can't believe that I'm watching Darm cut across the screen right now. How is he still alive? As a solo, he is doing everything in his power to fight back in this lobby and try to remain in contention for some serious placement points. Shark is weak, just ahead, but he doesn't have the opportunity to open up.
And this is a chance right here. Scroll once again by himself, 131 below the damage threshold, with the gap that they've been able to get in this tournament so far. The entirety of the lobby is looking at them, hoping they go down, but Scroll obviously making plays already from 140 plus down to 87. He doesn't look like he's getting nervous too either. They're immediately getting focused, forced to back up, 171. He just needs to survive this, and that's going to be step one. But it's more than one team. It's more than one player. They're all focusing in his direction.
The entire lobby is staring him down, and he won't be able to withstand it. But Darm still going. 6 more points have just been collected, and Darm, even with the surge ticking away at his lifeline here, he's still waiting to see if he can strike first and come out on top. If he finds a singular refresh, that would be everything, because only 3 more players need to go down for the surge to disappear.
Yep, he has multiple med kits. Plenty of time because he didn't get that max pull, but 305, that's a daunting number to look at. So that's why he's just hoping, crossing his fingers, 3 people to go down. Maybe Vico, Malabuka could get one. Kurama moving across. Lucy's going to get dropped. Romero's going to get knocked as well. Plenty of eliminations need to be cleaned up here, but a flank comes in. Teeny surprise. Shark and him try to converge back into that same box, but they still have to rotate forward.
But look at how much space they have. They've claimed so much of the lower layers, and they're looking to continue building it out. But next, they want to take over the front side.
Down to bare bones. With just 25 HP, he has to make some sort of play happen. If anybody can do it right now, it's got to be him. Shark now has lost Teeny, and we know he has his eyes set on any of these weakness. Darm goes down, and Shark now takes over as the solo we will watch, trying to make something happen.
He has to show why he's kind of looked at as one of the best individual player in EU as of now, but if you look up, you see it in the clouds. It's Vico, it's Malabuka. We know what they could do on high ground, and it doesn't look like any team as of now is looking up.
It's very often that you'll see them starting to really heat up as the lobbies continue to drag on, but for Scroll, as a solo, just trying to hide from underneath. But Focus is spotted out immediately. Thomas and Focus were trying to surprise contest on the high ground, but they'll be sniffed out immediately. Still, Focus and Thomas managed to make their way up, but they don't have the materials to hold this.
Vico, all alone. We've seen him here before. He'll take one with him. He's leaving with something. But the lobby will continue. Thomas and Focus looking to announce themselves now to the world as they sit up on high.
I love this play out of them. They want to catch up, but they don't want to wait until it's already over. Swizzy Pixie, same thing could be said for them. 108 points and counting. 2 eliminations. They have Tails, they have Slurp, they have everything that they need, but Scroll is still outlasting everyone into the top 14. If he can go a little bit further, he'll get half of the placement points.
He is a major problem for the rest of the lobby. And how can he be stopped? Shark doing his best impression now to try and catch up. Every single one of these solos making desperation plays. Focus will fall off of height, and that leaves Thomas now alone to deal with the damage. With just 1 build remaining, he has a mountain to climb here, Taco.
And the new generation, they're trying to take over. Scroll still going underneath, a little bit out of sight, out of mind, but it's only a brief moment. Akira, Kurama, they're the ones that take over frontside low. Scroll, he has to connect. He needs to bring down this next player, but it's Resign's picked off by Pixie instead. And Scroll knows his moments are limited. He's trying to see if he can capitalize. Instead, Akira and Kurama finding the limbs.
We're into the top 9, half of the placement points, top 8. Another one's gonna go down. Bolts gets that elimination. Kurama and Akira, they're trying to dominate that layer, but Scroll is still scrambling around. He is the X factor. Big shot on a Tyler, but unfortunately he goes down.
It's the fact of the matter, though, the damage has been done. If it's not me, it won't be you either. So Akira, Kurama, will you find your moment? Or will Bolts and Acorn take it all away.
Acorn up above, looking down, applying the pressure, giving Bolt the space to get involved if need be. They need to hold on as the rest of the lobby scurries around below. They will take Darkos down. Minori left, fending for scraps, holding on for dear life. It looks like Acorn and Bolt want the dub here.
He is striking them down one by one by one. Acorn and Bolt are in the driver's seat. Minori down below, just a sliver of HP, and it's not gonna last long. Acorn and Bolt and A's Hope are on top.
And all it took was just that singular moment of these two holding down height. Everyone else just in absolute shambles underneath. Two separate lines of fire, nowhere left to run. So of course the victory royale is all theirs.
Guys, you just got a victory royale in game 4, but it feels like you're just chilling. It feels like you just played a practice game, Bolt, from that reaction.
Nah, it wasn't like a practice game, but you know, we took height in the end and we were beaming a lot of people with our AR, so it felt like a really smooth game.
Acorn, as IGL, what's going through your mind when you're looking up? You're seeing the chaos unfold. What are you saying to Bolts in that moment? How'd you get the timing right?
It was actually him that made the height call. I was just waiting for him to look at it. You know, we were trying to chop it, and then he made the decision, trusted him, and we won the game.
Is that a situation that happens a lot? Bolts, you say, you know what, I've got the instinct here, let me fly.
I would say it's 50-50. Sometimes it's me, sometimes it's Acorn, but in the end, we got the win.
Now, the two of you now on form, on fire, but this is a stacked lobby. Do you think consistency is something you can achieve?
Of course, always got to be consistent. You know, it's a mental game. We were doing bad, we won the game, now we're back in it to win it.
The mentality is clearly strong and getting stronger with these two. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking about all the action so far. Congratulations, Acorn and Bolt!
Vibrations always get me going, 'cause I'm free. Every time we talk about it, I just want more.
Wait, if you're mid, wait. 100? 100? Oh my god, look at
Yo, what's up? Yeah, what's up? This was the person who commented on our video who missed like 2 of our streams. I commented again that we were live. Yo, what's up? How you doing? W Fleshman.
Ryan.
Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS Summit. I'm gonna put my NA bias mask back on. NA back on top, baby! That's right, you thought I left NA. Of course not. Me and Vivi were in the back. We were high-fiving, we were jumping for joy. I never left. I would never leave you, NA. Sorry about that. I don't know how that got back on my face there. Unbiased Zeke back. Crazy stuff out of Acorn and Bolt.
I'm not going to let you get past that. I've never seen someone switch up so fast so many times. What, EU, NA, EU, NA? I mean, to be fair, it is going back and forth in terms of who's winning these matches, but let's take a look at some of these highlights of Acorn and Bolt's. Mini Miner, I know you're a fan of this team.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great team, and a team that we've actually finally seen come alive here in these endgames. Finally getting that big win that we know that they can do, and absolutely huge for this team. They were coined as NA's last hope coming into this weekend, and we've seen already that there are other NA teams that are capable. The way they took height here, classic Acorn and Bolt's gameplay, really nicely done right there as well. And we spoke about it earlier on about these zones. They were very, very good when they got favorable zones in upper bracket. This one, not a favorable zone. This is a very south zone. So they're still performing now. They figured it all out and playing up from height to Carter. It's a great game.
Yeah, this is big news. I mean, in terms of expectation.
Didn't qualify, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Clicks didn't qualify.
Yeah, fixed. Yeah.
Wrong one.
Wow.
Yellow. You copy him, man. He does not quite for that.
He's kind of sold.
You shall. Wait, I'll be back. Can I just talk to her?
Sad. Oh no. That is very sad. I really want it. Sad, sad, sad. Sad.
That's sad.
Look how Peterbot's doing. Like, he's not doing very well. Look. God. Jesus. Look. At 29th, they're not doing very well. But whatever. Doesn't really matter, right? They're not doing good. Power Alex is doing alright. Down 29 minutes. Had about it. For real, bro. I thought that would have been like Peterbot. Bro, Peterbot's... Are you guys trying to be pros? Yeah, we really want to be pros, but I've just started keyboard and mouse, so I'm actually pretty good, but my brother's good. They just we really want to be pros. No, no. Have you heard that Peterbot was gonna quit and Peterbot just did not play? You know? Do you know? What's it called? The Simpsons season. Did you know? Were you playing that? Yeah, I've got a PC. It's quite a new PC. So, W's. No, you know, did you know the Simpsons season? Yeah. Guess what? Peter Watt didn't play for the whole entire season. Not even once. There's a big track. Yeah, I know. It's quite annoying. It's weird. Wait, 1 second. I'm gonna check where my brother is. So see you in a bit. He's back. I'll go to life. Alright. It's fun.
There's a big chat delay. Yeah, there's always delay. Have I missed anything? When's the next game? 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Do you want to play a game?
Yeah, why not?
Could do a game of reload. Because reload doesn't take long. If you want to. Do you want to?
I don't know what we do.
I don't mind. Do you want to play some back?
No.
Minigame box fights?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Mm.
Yeah?
Mm.
Yeah?
Mm.
Yeah! And we need to think also idea or for the YouTube shorts. We need to get some YouTube short ideas. Can I open these doors again?
Yeah.
Because
We might get some clips for shorts from there.
yeah, I'll 1v1 you, Hendrix.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get smoked! 15-0.
Bro, I bet. I can barely kill him. Like barely. No. Have I actually like put on improved on keyboard and mouse? Oh.
Just been saying it to make you happy.
What?
Just been saying it to make you happy, man. Do you know what I mean? Joking. You've actually got so much better. I'm not even joking. You've got a billion trillion times better. Because I've been coaching you. W coach? Jeez. Henry, you're gonna get smoked. Wait, by the way, guys, can you hear Hendrix fine?
Yeah, can you hear me?
W coach.
Yeah,
W coach. W viewer. W viewer. Like, can you hear Hendrix properly? Talk for a bit.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Because whenever we made like videos and whenever we were live, he was always so quiet, and it was quite annoying. If you haven't already, make sure to check out our new video we posted the other day. We might be posting one after our live, as we are going on holiday from tomorrow to Thursday. Oi.
No. No, no mats, I have no mats.
Bro, that aim was crazy to be fair. That was crazy.
We haven't done
So this game's 20 minutes, so we can play the game for 20 minutes, then we can watch. Wait, what loadout? Don't want to change my loadout anyway. What way does the walls come?
I don't know.
Oh! I didn't jump in time. Oh, I'm trying to sneeze. Yeah! I'm cooked. I'm cooked. No! I'm dead! No!
Yes! Yes! Are you guys gonna post during the holidays and stream?
Probably
Yeah.
not, as we might post shorts,
Yeah.
but we're only on holiday till so tomorrow to Thursday, and then we should be streaming. But we're gonna try and post like shorts when we're away. If you know what I mean. Or you've got to be smart with your one build. Like that. See how smart I am.
Oh my god! I took all my, I used all my math.
You got to try and gun swap.
Oh, I hate zone wars. Yeah. Dingleberry. Dingleberry Fortnite. Why am I always in the corners? Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh.
Don't box up, Henry.
No!
Henry, don't box up.
Oh, it just switched the weapon as soon as I was finishing.
Henry's on hill. Don't get nervous.
Oh!
Don't get nervous. 29. I've never seen these guns before.
No, I'm so dead!
200.
I'm so bad. We're not going at 1, 2, 3. No.
Hendrix, don't be boring.
No. Hate. Rob, you're weird. No, you're
You watch
so
me still
weird.
lose.
Oh my. No.
I spent all 800 of that. 800 coins just to play knockback. Yeah.
It's so good.
Is the camera streaming the older Robert? Yes. 1, because I have a mic, and 2, because I'm more advanced than what I am. I've been playing for longer than you.
Oh.
I've been playing it on for a year. You've been playing it for 3 weeks. So zip it, look at you then. What? Bye bye.
How are you not knocking back?
Because you've got to do more damage. Look, just sit here and spray me. See, and then I spray you.
No, you don't spray me.
Oh,
I
okay.
spray you.
Nah, that's too
If I
far.
want to. If I want to.
That's too far.
If I want to.
Water!
Yeah! No! Get out, get out.
everything out. No, that was so boring. That's when we have the mammoth.
Yeah, I know.
So, I'm the person that is streaming and has the camera and the mic is Haz. The other knobhead. Oh,
No!
the other donut is Hannah's.
Wait, I'm not ready.
Still at 7.
I needed some with some.
Just like. Look how close I was to the floor. You tried to fall.
Oh, I didn't know there was full damage.
Neither did I.
Oh, what a light scared.
Yes, this one.
No.
This is the one where it just gets stretchier, stretchier. Deserted. Desert. I got Chaos Reloader and Nemesis AR. What did you have? Did you just have normal pump AR?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
It's Mr. Beast.
I can feel it going out.
Mr. Beast. Did you know that with Ben? How long have you been playing Fortnite? I've been playing since Chapter 2, Season 2.
Hendrix has been playing for 6 years. I've been playing for 7 years. You can make a joke if you want to, or you can just not lock in. What did you know about my aim? How did you have no much health? Like low health. How is your health so low? I'll start.
No! Should we wait until it's like really zoomed out?
What happened to your health? Oh, is that full damage?
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, you lose health in that area.
Oh my god, wait.
I just got a thing from
Just wait.
Real OGs, yeah. I just got an invite from Killer Kai.
Oh my god!
Mate, I can't edit.
What? No, Harrison. Sprint and jump. Sprint and jump.
What?
What? What? No, I just waited forever now. Bro, W for staying in.
Yeah, W fan.
He's been our W fan right now, that guy.
Why? I don't want to do finishers.
I don't even know.
Finishers is the one where you have to pickaxe her. No, because you killed me. Are you spraying me now? My game feels really weird now. It's not stretched out.
Oh my!
Oh.
Bro, stop licking like... No! Yes! Yes! No! How did it even happen? No! Thanks,
Sorry, I missed your last stream. Do you know when your next stream is?
Probably.
Probably like Thursday. Next Thursday, as obviously we've got we're going on a holiday.
4 piece. Do 4 piece.
Yeah, but the full piece is boring.
I've never seen it. Fine,
So yeah, probably Thursday. Because when we go on holiday, we won't have our setup, so yeah.
You want some, mate? You want some? You want
I do
some?
actually.
Yeah! Yeah! You what? You what, bro? You what? Bro, go. Oh my lord, bro. I cook one. I cook it. Oh, I can't break anything.
Okay, I'll try to beat that. I'm level 444. I was level 400 yesterday. I hit level 400 yesterday. Okay. Are we saying we can use the stuff that we get, like the
Oh,
items?
great heaven! We don't even get any.
You do, you get like grapples and shockwaves and harpoons, and because that's how I saved you. I harpooned you.
Dancing in my life. Just find your love.
Cabbages and greens, broccoli and beans. Oh.
And roasted potatoes.
Apricots and plums.
With cheese, bro. We just chill like that.
Oh, I nearly walked over.
No. Oh, no!
Yeah.
It won't let me mantle, bro. It won't let me mantle.
Have you won a round?
Yeah.
You haven't?
I have.
I don't think you have.
No, I have.
What one?
Hi! Bro, he's back!
Yo, he's back!
What's up?
4 viewers.
Oh, we need to hit 5 again, bro.
Wait, is there... I don't know, this is on.
Sausages and beans.
You're back. How have you been today?
Oh, I hate
How have
this
you
one.
been today? How have you
Hello.
been? How have you been?
Hello, guys.
Ah, you're
Welcome.
still here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, so guys, remember, good vibes only. Good vibes. We've got to put that in our title. Good vibes only. Good people only. If you're me, then you're back. I eat cabbages and greens, sausages and meat. Wait, I've got the extra one.
No, you don't.
Yes! Wait, do you guys want to stream on?
Do you guys stream on Twitch? No, not yet. We might. But we just want to, for now, we want to go on YouTube. Because when you stream on YouTube, there's also, it's like put onto your channel. And especially as we're like new YouTubers, we want to have like quite a lot of stuff on our channel.
Yeah.
So then people can watch us. If you know what I mean. Because if you look on our channel...
Then we have to delete our channel.
What?
If we not accept the channel, we have to delete our channel. Trust me,
No.
I did not want to do that. No! Oh!
How are you so loud?
Far away.
That's not purple. Hendrix. What are you doing? I thought we weren't hitting each other off. What, so does that mean we have to delete our channel? You said if we hit each other off, we have to delete our channel. Wow, okay. Goodbye, guys.
No!
Bye,
No,
guys.
please. No.
Gonna have to end stream
No,
now.
no.
3 hours and 12 minutes. That's actually quite long.
No, I don't want to.
You're the one that shot me off.
No, I was trying to aim in.
Do you want to do Zone Wars? We would, but as someone is not very good at building, I'm not naming any names there, Eric.
Hey! I'm actually alright.
How come you haven't won like an actual building? You've never won an actual building yet in this. Today. Oh, Hendrix, I found you!
Says one who can't.
Okay, come here, let's do wall edits then. Don't kill me. Go. Go on then.
The thing is, you have better like processes.
Yeah. Yeah. Spider I left you.
We're both pretty fast. I
Chat.
just saw your goofy
Should I?
ass.
Chat, should I just like full box them?
I'm crap.
I think I should.
Oh, I just took the ball down and
How are your legs?
What?
How are your legs?
Cold.
Oh! Oh, my bad. Hey, just change your lead.
How? Rise another.
Look, come here.
No, rise
Look, press
another,
close.
rise another.
Press close, and look, you can come here and change your lead. I'm doing Star Wars one again. Do Star Wars. Look, come here. Over here. Oh, Hendrix. Do it next round, yeah? What you want to do next is you want to get all the builds that you can. So that you can play box fights.
Run!
Come on. Spray me then.
Bad.
Go on.
Bad.
Come on, Hendrix. Come in.
Wait. Wow!
Waluigi.
Great heavens, Get that one. Get out. Oh, no! I'm dead.
8 rods and plums.
How do you do it? I'm not good. He's good. I'm bad.
How do you get so good? Just play. Really. Just practice and practice and play and play and practice and practice and play and play. Blade ball. Let's do blade ball. I don't know when the next game is. Have they told you when the next game is?
Nope.
Ring. Blocks,
Ring.
box.
A Tipoloto. Casey. Tick.
What if we just don't hit it?
It's blade ball.
It's bloody ball.
I'm good at I'm good at blade ball. Trust.
Why is it so fast? Here you go, Henry.
Here.
Good plow. Henry, just swing. You've got to swing forever, trust.
No.
That's the strat.
No, it ain't. Right.
Yes!
I'm so good at it! I swung my pickaxe in time as well.
Let's
I
go.
won!
Maybe.
I won!
Do like a couple more rounds because it's not on yet.
Oh.
What do you mean, oh? Nathan Snathan. Guys, should we make a video on this?
Cabbages and green.
I kind of think we should make a video on this. I don't know if this will be a W video. Random.
King of the hill.
Fortress one. I want to do that one. I nearly walked off. Yes! Get down, Andrew. I kind of think we should make this a video. Yes.
I just want to be good at Fortnite. I'm so bad.
You're not. You're not. You're not. No. No. Why is the box so small? We should we do that? We should do like a tournament video. Ow. I'm dead. No!
Yes! Yes! You guys should. Oh.
And you should be good at that, won't you?
No.
I think it's just editing. I'm not very good at editing. Slow-mo.
Yeah. Slow-mo.
I mean, you could check out our new video, and because I edited all of that, and just tell me if the editing's good. Because I mean, I think I've done okay for my first ever editing. Ow! Ow!
Oh, I'm not dead yet. Gee! Yes!
Can you imagine if I moved the camera into your face? It's just a video of you dancing. That would be a tough YouTube short.
Tough short. We should do that. Like, no, make a video. Don't post it though. No, and then try get a perfect view. And then you just see me go like.
That's about it.
Fight with everything.
I've got a sniper.
Oh, green grass! Oh, great heavens! Hey, ma!
Shut up. You can help. And it's worth my pickaxe you. Andrew! If I pickaxe him, you have to like.
Yes!
No! I was gonna say if I pickaxe you have to like and subscribe.
If I kill,
Oh.
since if I win, yeah, he has to.
What,
like
this
us.
round?
Yeah. If one of us pickaxe 1. No, if Harrison wins this, you have to like and subscribe.
I'm going into Storm.
No.
We are going to be watching this thingy again. Because
like
it's not finished.
Just watch with us.
Wait, is it on? I think it's on. Last round.
If Harrison wins this, then he has to
Oh no, I have no ammo. Oh no, I have
but
no
pickaxe
ammo.
if you have to like and subscribe.
Nah, you can't change half the
Yeah!
mate. Way.
Like and subscribe.
Way.
It's like you don't want followers.
Nah, we're too good for that. You've got aura like that. Okay, so now we are going to be watching the next 4 games of FNC Air. Whoa, look at Polyo's loot. And Peterbott's loot. Wait, they got Midas Flopper. They got Midas Flopper.
What time is it? What?
7:15.
7:14 already. And we've been streaming for about 3 hours. Like 30 minutes.
Wait, we can't even hear it. What am I doing?
The young superstar on NA Central getting a chance of a lifetime playing with Veno. They won the NA FNCS, but this weekend, particularly Championship Sunday, I gotta wonder where it all went wrong.
Look, the Brazilian fans might be outnumbered here in Germany, but we just heard them getting plenty rowdy for what just took place on our screens. But now it's all about Peterbot and Pollo. Can they overcome? They're looking to see if they could strike first elimination here at Humble Hills.
Putting pressure down. That's exactly what they do best. But you see how they're approaching this fight differently, Levin? They're not just bulldozing into the box. They made one too many mistakes at the first half of the day, so even them are taking a different approach to the game.
Yeah, I'd even argue they don't look as comfortable right now, trying to find the opening. Nosif and Izzy, though, not giving them that room, not giving them any sort of opportunity. No mistakes made, and so Pete and Pollo do the right thing. They back off. And they're just going to have to try run it back another time with another duo. These guys will not be an easy fish.
Makes sense. You don't want to keep trying to force blocks where they won't fit, and you don't want to overextend your welcome. Pete, Pollo, better off faring, trying to maybe switch up, maybe push further into the forest direction, even a little bit north of where Squibbly is at. See if Skyjump and Mumsy could be victimized there.
Well, be careful if you go over there, though. That's where Shark and Teeny lurk around. And they are not a team you want to fight if you're not at your 100% best. Swizzy, Pixie, they started to heat up this weekend. And Twy is feeling the effects of that. Can this duo be the surprise team that pushes Sky and Scroll, maybe one of the other duos up there till the very end?
There is just so many duos, though. You look at 268 points on a leaderboard at the halfway mark, and if you are not in that 100-point threshold range, it's very difficult to start thinking about realistically overtaking them. Instead, it shifts. Focus is top 15, and for Pixie and Swizzy, they're still within that striking range, so it makes total sense that they're looking for every opportunity to rack up elimination points because the placements are soon to follow.
That's the one thing we know for sure, especially for a team like Swizzy and Pixie. When they turn it on, they can pick up those eliminations when it matters, but they're being very, very precise about how they want to approach the situation. They know Sides and Scary are holding down that vending machine, so instead of fighting it, they're just going to take their damage and leave. Karama, Akira, rotating through. Again, and not a lot of our teams that kind of would usually stick towards the south side of the map are kind of making quick and early rotations, trying to get into the zone. With the way the Storm Surge changes this year, you're seeing how it affects the gameplay and the differences from globals until now.
This has sort of been the name of the game, though, for Akira and Karama all day. They've just kind of been testing the waters, gauging whether or not some of these surprise opportunities actually pan out in their favor. But for all these other duos, ones like Vico and Malabuka, we know what they are capable of. We're just waiting for that highlight showing.
The toughest thing, and you can ask Pablo and Chino about this, the toughest thing about being in a battle against Sky and Scroll is they don't slow down, they don't misstep. To overcome them, you're gonna have quite the game. Vico and Malabuka are capable of it, but they still have plenty of other top competitors in between them and that first place slot. It's gonna have to be a ramp up in momentum.
Focus and Hero, they were the ones kind of lurking over on this side of the map. You see why. Drained out of all of their extra heals. You got to think Tiggs and Daddy Kush in the same spot. No extra HP, down to the gold. So they're going to go ahead and try to take control of this vending machine. Yapko and Panzer are on top of that hill as well. Not too far out. So 3 teams around Painted Palms, all still having to rotate in. Neither one of them wanting to give up an inch because they know their opposition could take a mile.
You just have to remember, this is Yapko and Panzer's home base. Focus and Hero, they were originally contesting Epic Well and Pump. We all saw that was not very in their favor, not even the slightest. So they wanted to shift the plan. They're trying to find new opportunities, but that's thrown so many issues, not just for Yapko and Panzer, who now have a lot of their coverage left to try and reclaim, but Vico Malabuka, they're now taking more surge tags from Epic Well and Pump, who are feeling a little bit more bold being uncontested.
QAdex and Phantom just trying to rotate to the south side of Battlewood Boulevard. But this is where you can see a little bit of the difficulties. They're still taking damage all along the way. Yeah, seeing these guys landing south of Battlewood definitely was always going to be a difficult day to be had. Even with Benno Curve fighting King and Tails, it was always going to be rough. Shadow and Virgo right now doing everything in their power to keep NA still in this battle for first.
Is this still you?
Overhead shots kind of just indicating everyone's really inside the calm before the storm. Deemish, Darm, holding out. They've had so many instances of just getting cut short.
Over towards Sandy Strip. We typically see this as a mode of rotation. They're staying in the zone. They're trying to use it to heal up just a little bit so they don't have to dig deep into the pockets and pull out the pizza or the chug jug. Looking back, spotted out Chino and Pablo. Neither one of them wanted to take a shot. They want to stay and keep their position relatively unknown, because as you rotate out of Sandy Strip, you have a far distance to go, and you don't want to be tagged up all along the way and lose your Storm Surge damage.
Why bother drawing attention to yourself if it's not necessary? Chino and Pablo are another one of those duos that, sure, it might be a 90-ish point disparity between themselves and Sky and Scroll, but we've seen what they are capable of. They know how to deliver a huge point conversion match.
And unlike some of the other teams like Curve on our screens here, who are having to deal with all these mix-ups and shake-ups in their game plan and their strategy, Pablo Chino able to play their game. That gives them the best possible shot. Nosif and Izzy, we've seen some of the struggles they have had in the mid-game, running into titans of different regions in their pursuit of staying in it. Sky, Scroll, low on Surge for Volko, and so that's going to cause a bit of desperation. He's going to try and force the issue.
For Cringe and Volko, it's a necessity for them to fight this fight. There's not too many targets around the actual spot where they're at now. They're 115 below. They're not taking damage from Storm Surge yet, but they will if they don't get what they need. Nice shot by Volko. That's going to get them 23 above the damage threshold. Pulling Sky and Scroll down that leaderboard along with them, but he answers the call again. Scroll will not be denied in this tournament. Picks up the Elim. Siphon keeping him healthy, which is huge.
Just when you thought Cringe and Volko maybe had the upper hand on the Danes, Scroll reminding everyone why today he is the best player in the world.
Scroll is just undeniable right now. His presence felt in every single moment. Any opportunity that Cringe and Volko might have had completely disappearing right in front of their eyes. The Sky Scroll now with another freebie refresh. It wasn't even a necessity. They are 5-5-5 heading towards the next zone, and they have the luxury of taking their sweet time. A dead side approach is likely in the works.
And just like that, Sky and Scroll back to playing out their regular game, the one we have seen them do all season long. Vico Malabuka, in typical fashion, things looking a bit messy here, but they thrive in the chaos. Yapko Panzer, a duo that they are very familiar with. Well, they won't want to be fighting against these guys just now, so quick little loot up.
Not even a necessity to have to fight that one. You see they're above the damage threshold and over 400. You're seeing how they got so far above the damage threshold. Shockwave from above. The surprise attack. They didn't see it coming.
They just fully punished Bacchus and Hero for facing the wrong direction. They were boxed up. They had that Flowberry Misgrenade going. You know the visual obscurity is going to be a problem. You've got to make sure that you are keeping at least one member looking the other way.
They set the screen on themselves, and Nico Malabuka jumped on the opportunity. That is what great playmakers do, and that's exactly what Malabuka and Vico have been in the EU for years, showing it on the stage now.
It's one of the best teams, as it seems, controlling their serves. They haven't been kicked once the entire tournament, which is impressive, which goes to show that they're constantly staying above that damage threshold, planning each rotation perfectly, so not only they can go ahead and accumulate those numbers, but not take damage back themselves.
But can't help but notice the direction that this zone is pulling. This is Vika Malabuka's backyard, but also a duo like Chino and Pablo. They have made a great approach far north of everyone else. They'll have the highest point of elevation. They've just got to make sure they keep their heads on a swivel. They don't want to get caught out by any teams looking to sneak up behind them.
Not the spot you want to be in if you're Vidil and Ju below the damage threshold. And the thing is, Lewa and Romero, they don't hear that Vidil and Ju are below that damage threshold until their shields crack. But they know aggression when they see them. Vidil know it. They're just trying to climb on top of the Frigid Fortress building. They're not necessarily trying to take a risky 50-50 fight. They're just trying to elevate themselves so they can shoot off into the distance.
But off into the distance, it was Chino and Pablo. The way that they had made their approach into Frigid Fortress's peak elevation is the primary reason why Vidil and Ju are having to expend practically all of their hard material now. Pablo, Chino, they recognize the fact this is likely a team that's rather weak. They have to spend opportunities to heal, so they won't be able to light us up, and they get a free rotate to front side.
And you talked about wanting to build up, to not take a risk. It might have been riskier to do just that. Their biggest opportunity to get damage, Pablo and Chino flew by, and they were not ready to get any tags whatsoever. Now you're seeing just how hard it is for them to find any sort of damage. Everybody boxed up, nobody in a rush to move out of their box.
Oh.
Except for them, and they go down.
Sometimes you're just left with no other options when you're that below the damage threshold. But for Acorn and Bolts, they get the zone not too far off where they landed. It gets even closer as it's going over towards the northwest, not too far away from wherever he's at now. And they also get the pull. So for Acorn and Bolts, the main thing on their mind is not going down or making any bad peaks.
One reoccurring trend throughout today, though, is that whoever won the last lobby has had a rather difficult time in the very next. But for Acorn and Bolts, they are looking to escape that narrative. Sharktini, on the other hand, they've got a whole different slew of problems here. 212 below. Shark having to use everything just to try and out-heal some of these Surge takes. 14 players that still need to go down. They'll have to force the issue.
Yeah, there's even another team spraying on that box. Looking behind, they know where they gotta go. They know where the zone's gonna lead. Swizzy, Pixie, they're gonna open that one up and land even more damage onto Teeny, making his life that much harder in this situation. 232, it's now or never. Reed Cooper on the other side. Shark takes a big shot. Storm Surge still taking him down. 20 HP, only a couple of seconds before he is struck it out of the lobby completely. Shark's gonna fall. Now Teeny with his back up against the wall. A necessary sacrifice. As Shark goes down, he lands a shot and he gets up above the damage threshold.
Most people might be scared to see Teeny in this kind of solo position, but you have to remember, Teeny's been throwing out his own punches, even at 5 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, in that secondary lobby, so he's been popping off.
And I mean, you can look at all the little things that they could have done differently in that moment to keep Shark potentially in the game, but the mistakes were made way before this point in the game, and it's just up for Teeny now to just keep himself ticking for that much longer. Eventually, he will crack, and that is the end of that for our second place team in this game. And so an opportunity for Sky and Skrull to continue to improve their lead. But what do Chino and Pablo have to say about that?
Wow. A flashback right now. Peterbot and Pollo literally flying under the radar. They have that one elimination, 280 damage above, and they are starting to heat up. Sayas is going to go down. Aegis and Ritual taking a lot of the focus, but they're constantly changing targets. They don't want to let anybody breathe. That's at the back of the zone. Now Pump is feeling the pain. No eliminations yet, but for Peterbot and Pollo, they handled their surge.
There's one spot you never want to see. It's Pete ahead of the rest of the lobby because he just goes into target practice mode. A lot of damage applied, but they still need refreshes. They need to make it to the bodies because they need to build up more materials, a better loadout. Swizzy, on the other hand, he's already got it. He is set and perched on the high ground. Pixie directly next to him. Who's going to be the first, though, to bring an elimination in?
If you know anything about these two players, this is where they like to be. We have seen them on this stage and in EU make waves from above. But this is not over when you have Acorn and Folks looking to try and make the back-to-back happen. Still so many strong players, so many strong duos left alive in this one. It is not an easy high hold for Swizzy Pixie.
But this is the best chance. Agers and Ritual, they are pouncing on the leading challengers here today. And that elimination onto Scroll. Sky, what are you left to do?
Yeah, you foreshadowed it yourself. He was the one doing a decent amount of the solo clutches. Now with no build, can't take a singular tick off the zone. He's gonna fall. An opportunity has just opened up for the rest of the lobby. But Swizzy and Pixie, they're trying to control it all.
Agers is out of here. Pixie knows that Peterbot's right behind him, and Swizzy has fallen. Pollo's taking him out. The Mythic Reloader, could it be the difference maker? Peterbot's waiting to see who dares challenge him next.
It was only a matter of time until Peterbot and Pollo reminded the world why they are so feared in NA. This is time to make their game happen. Vico and Manabuka down below, still gonna make it happen. If they can keep it up, they might just take height off of them.
I wouldn't call it way too soon, though, because we've seen so many teams get overthrown in these moments here. One shockwave is all it takes. Pixie lands a monster of a shot on the Momsy, pushing him back, making him go and retreat back to Sky Jump, but it's not enough. Another attack from down below. Vico gets elimination of his own. They're fifth of the game, but they're outside. They need to find the shockwave in. They need to make it inside the zone because they have very, very little extra HP.
But the thing that they did have was full control of front side. They have escaped all of the congestion. They were able to utilize every single one of their white heals, and now they are ahead, looking back, preventing anyone from challenging the vicinity. This territory belongs exclusively to them. Front side is completely out of reach, but Pete and Pollo, they're more concerned about the high ground.
Squeezing teams down below, and that just plays right into Vico and Manabuka's hands. They're looking for a refresh, and Vico will hit the shot, won't go for the loot. They want to keep a hold of the front side alone.
But they are dropping down. Ree and Cooper, they've overthrown Peterbot and Pollo on the high ground. The tables have turned, even for Vico and Malibuka. One of them's down. Vico's now forced to clutch up, but high ground continues to fight it out. Ree and Cooper will not be denied. 2v1 situation on height, but they lose it all. Pollo is answering back with an elimination of his own, but it only starts with a knock.
Cooper's ready to go, but he won't get to stay here in the lobby. Pollo bringing it back. Darm, Deemish just underneath. Pollo, how far can you truly rise when the moment calls you most? When the lights are at their brightest, Deemish is fully cracked. A big 150 pump. Pollo just trying to see who's going to try and challenge him first. But Deemish, Darm, they're both just so weak. Pollo's got the chug jug. He's sitting back. Another shot into Darm. The first one has been applied.
They had no mats, so I was just able to make them there.
It was a 2v1 situation. You were solo for a considerable amount of time. We saw you on the high ground, on the low ground, figuring things out. It was not that chill, was it, Pete?
I mean, I'm playing with the best player in the world. I mean, I don't even know what I just watched. I mean, comeback starts now.
The comeback starts now. We just watched a Pollo masterclass. Pete, it's been an up and down day so far, as you said. The comeback starts now. Are we going to see prime Peterbot?
Might have to come out soon.
He might have to come out soon. I think he needs to come out now.
He done like two
Poyo,
2v1s.
you're on fire. We've seen you clutching. We've seen such peak
crazy.
performance from you in the
I know, that
first
was
few
crazy.
games. Do you think now that that trophy is a possibility?
Yeah, I think that's the game that we needed to start the comeback. So I think we can win.
Okay, Pete, you're always confident, but Poyo even now is saying that you can win. Do you think it's going to be NA on top?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Peter Bot, come on, I need more confidence from you. Is it NA on top?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's head to a break.
You missed it. That was so good. Holy moly.
Dill pickle. Dill pickle gamer. Holy moly. Was
10th.
oh my god, that was an insane jump.
Alex and Reckless are 26th.
Wait, I see your. I've seen your. I'm looking at your comments now. I'm looking at the one what you put. Dang, sorry, I missed again. Can you tell me when the next one?
Hey, just play some minigame box fights.
What?
Play some minigame box
Oh.
fights. I like these butt squishies. Do you like the butt squishies?
Huh?
Do you like butt squishies?
That's a squishy.
Butt squishy.
No, you ain't mine.
Your one's even more destroyed. Just stop.
No.
Okay. Remember I put that one in my mouth.
Oh, no, you can make it stop.
Double.
No! On the switch.
No. Put it off.
Wait, where are those? Where's that chicken? I need to get my chicken.
That was a crazy 1v2 from Poyo.
Show them on camera, bro.
No.
They deserve to be watching.
Good to see him. He's on the bus. Do you see him over there, buddy? Near the cones? Bro, that Poyo clutch was mad. That was crazy, dog. Hey, guess I found you.
Oh, what were you gonna do? Zap us all over? Wasn't the Zapatron like OP?
See that? He's got a 375 to the
Wasn't the
head.
Zapatron OP once?
The Zapatron. The Capellon.
Trapmaster. My number's Bonner. Oh, god damn.
What's your number?
My number 67.
Shut up, Eric. What'd you get? Blush. Yeah, but you got a thingy, you got... I'm not going easy on you. Can't lie.
I needed some with some bop in. Let's go.
No! No! No, that's mine! No! No,
Can you imagine if it landed in poo? Top down.
oh, this guy.
Hendrix, you locked in now. Are you getting your revenge?
No! there. There's another
Yeah,
one.
that's mine. Hendrix, what is this?
What the heck? What am I playing now? Where am I? Where am I? Oh my god, I've got aimbot.
I can't see you.
Bro, why am I got aimbot?
Oh yeah, you do, or you just do get aimbot on that when this one.
Oh, bro.
You cheater. Hacker, report him.
No! You just get aimbot, dude.
Report him.
Nah, it's just my aim. It's better than ours.
Shush.
Trick shot arena, trick shot arena.
No, don't be boring.
Fine, mythic poo. How long have we been streaming for now, little boy?
I don't know.
Little boy. Do you
3
like
hours
my-
and 48.
Did you throw him out again?
No.
Read his name out again.
You got this mail. Oh, wait, no, that's not the snail. Oh, yeah, it's not. Somewhere. Hendrix, I see you.
Dad? Find it? Oh my god.
I've got
Oh my
2
god.
shotguns.
What?
I've got 2 shotguns. But I'm really good at this. Auto frenzy. Hendrix, you're gonna kill yourself.
God, I keep blowing myself up. Oh my god, I'm 28 and blow myself up by accident.
Ew.
Hey, I see you.
What'd you pick for me? Did you not heal? You're such a melon. This guy's so sticky, I don't like it. Do you sound like Hudson? Hendrix, what happened? Cookie and cream, likes to eat me. I don't know when next game is. Alright. Oh, so you get a random season logo.
Ow!
I need to reload all my weapons.
What?
Are you not still with it? Frogging.
Fragging like a pro kid.
100?
Oh my god, get good. Oh my god, you're terrible. Get good. Like, bro, you're worse than P-Bot.
What, you saying peanut for people like that?
No. I can beat you.
Yeah.
How do I miss that?
Too bad.
Hey! Peanut butter.
Don't get nervous.
Don't even suck. You suck. You suck. Oh, they're playing.
Hey, you could actually win this.
No!
6-7. 6-7. Shush. Little boy.
We drawed. Oh my god. 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 How long have we been streaming for?
I don't know.
There is still a lot of contention for top 15. Danica, Diggs, Reason, O'Reilly. Who's going to be the first one to fall?
There's nice. The both of them are able to get the floor loop. Down goes Tiggs. A huge advantage here now in numbers. Siphon comes in. Reason is respectfully full health. Now Danny Kush tries to be the hero, but he ends up going down.
Doing it for the fans. They roar at the sight of that victory. And Reason and Noah will play this game out.
Reason, he end up maybe a little bit of practice in between the games of 4 and 5 on that 1v1 box fighting map makes a difference after all.
This is where Noah and Reason right now, they have a chance to start to build that confidence. We really haven't seen them in this position in a few games. Now they're able to win off spawn, right? And since they didn't have a lot of shields, they didn't lose a lot of HP. So in the overall Storm Surge battle, they had to have come out on top.
It's not often we get to see Chap and Flixie just farming things out. It's been so expected that they would have to try and duke it out for their spot south of New Sanctuary. But teams starting to realize, starting to understand, if we want any sort of momentum on the secondary half of today's lobbies, we're gonna have to survive it first, and Vico not gonna allow that for Cole.
I spoke to Vico in between that last game and he said, Levin, it's so hard at the top. Sky and Straw don't give up. We're gonna have to make these next couple games count. And if this first fight is a sign of intent, then Sky and Straw are gonna have to look closely over their shoulder. Vico and Malabuka are here to play for it all.
And you have to remember, Vico Malabuka, they've already done it once to Sky and Scroll. Granted, it took place in a Divisional Cup Finals, but the impact is still there. A lesson was learned. And for Chino Pablo, that might be teaching a really big one right here, right now, in a moment, to Jason Liam.
You gotta be careful. This is the same exact thing they did in that last game. They found it successful, and they're trying it again. Don't fix what isn't broken. Jason, Liam, they have not got the memo, and they're separated as two different individuals. Luckily for Jace, though, he's gonna narrowly escape danger. He doesn't even know how close he just got to getting taken down by Chino and Pablo.
It's one of those instances where you can't help but hold your breath. You expect that Chino Pablo are still gonna have the upper hand here. Liam, Jace, they're splitting the loot. They're feeling like they've gotten an ability to bring things together. And Pablo, Chino just staring them down. They know Jace is right behind, and Jace might be finished, but the patience, the reservation here, the trigger fingers not firing off.
That's just the little decisions that really carry on to the end game. Left instead of right, up instead of down. Jason, Liam don't know, but they made the right call.
Yeah, I don't know if that patience was worth it from Pablo and Chino, unless they come back around and get something better from it. In this meta, you just got to take the damage, I feel. And yeah, that opportunity has completely slipped through the fingers. Now Liam and Jace are long gone. Still, I understand why they didn't pull the trigger. They felt like they had a big fish waiting for them. But they didn't take the bait. Scroll, Sky. I mean, what more can we say about these two? Plenty to say about this situation here. Ju left alone as a solo against Yapko and Panzer, who we have seen them in box fights like this today, and they have been relentless.
Yeah, in terms of just straight damage and controlling the top side of the map, they've done a wonderful job so far. They just need to be able to convert that into either high elimination games or playing into the top 10 consistently to close the day. But for Ju, he's just kind of waiting in the wings. He just has to have this moment here where he does nothing. But Taco, he's officially on the clock. There's no extra heals in his inventory, and he's now in the zone.
And even if he's able to scavenge some bandages, a med kit, it just might not matter. Yakko and Panther can hold him, but Curve getting braggy with it. I know that he's still got a long way to go before he makes his way towards the top, but every little bit helps at any stage.
Absolutely. Akira and Karama, a team we've seen much of in these mid-games. They have been an ever-present force, still yet to be the protagonist of one of these end games. Looks like they're going to run into Kindex and Phantom, who have something cooking up for them. Will these guys waltz into that building? No, they're hoping so.
This is part of the problem that kind of gets established over at Battlewood Boulevard when you have so many teams just setting up, posturing, preparing for the ultimate ambush. Akira, Karama, they're going to be spotted out first and foremost by Benno. who's trying to stir a little bit of a fuss here, but Curb on the other side of things, he might just be too isolated.
This is playing out perfectly for Phantom and 2NDX. They get the elimination. The third works out perfectly. Now they're able to kind of bolster their loadout a little bit more, and for Veno, you can definitely feel the pain.
There's just too many buildings. There's too many hiding holes, and that's part of the reason why Akira is taking advantage of some of the chaos, but it's not the big punch you'd expect. Just a little bit to kind of lean off or continuing that fight.
Well, all this is going down the south side of Battlewood Boulevard. You got to think Sky and Score are getting the best of it, but Noah Riley trying to save the day. Razan is already down, but he's able to clean up one elimination rather quickly, kind of forcing the lone member there on the other side to try to make a decision. Do I push in or do I try to be the hero, get the reboot card, and come back to visit this situation later? Noah Riley does look like he's going to find success on that revive, so Panzer's time here has run out. No choice but to disengage.
But where does that leave them as far as this game is concerned? Recovery isn't impossible, but it is improbable, you'd say, for a team that has had their fair share of struggles today. Speaking of struggles, Drew on the other side, these are just not the two teams that this arena wants to see in this position right now.
You just can't forget, Drew's been here the entire time. While Yapko and Panzer were preoccupied trying to deal with the likes of Noah Riley and Razan, they encounter this whole new problem of Vidil now being brought back into the mix. Granted, there's still a lot of damage left to be undone here. Drew and Vidil have a far ways to go before they make it into zone. All of the teams that are ahead of them, all of the teams that could potentially be looking to run back this direction too for that reboot inside of the storm, it's just not going to be very easy to climb their way out.
Oh, sneak plays. We like to see them.
Oh my God, there, Levin. He really thought he had it. The stair was in the way, and as soon as the stair came down, it was like a jump scare. A whole team jumping into the box, turning that one around rather quickly.
For a moment, I think we all thought that he had him, but darn Deemish, they understand. They cannot afford another lobby when the standings are this tightly knit. Going out before the placement points really have a chance to impact things would just be devastating, because all these other teams inside the top 6 specifically have more than enough opportunity to catch up and overtake.
Pixie and Squizzy over towards Squibbly Shores. Trying to make their move all the way over from Dark Dominion. Rather now instead of later with the rest of the lobby. It's going to make it hard to maintain your position on Surge. Ju probably spots out a reboot coming through, able to get a knock onto Yapko, but a whole nother duo comes to crash the party. And there's a 14 at the bottom that's moving closer and closer, but the one right here that he has to worry about is Cold and Rapid. They're trying to close in on the distance, and while they're focused on Ju, a revive is going to come out. And Scary and Sayaz as well. That was that 4th team I was talking about. Shoot off into the distance and clean up that elimination onto Ju.
That frustration really starting to build up, because when you are at that 82, 90 points range, it's hard not to overtake it, but Rapid Cold, don't get distracted now.
Yeah, we have to remember, for a team like Vidil and Ju, the prospect of falling and getting a top 15 to be able to solidify a spot for the Global Championship would be everything. These guys want more than that. And Yapko and Panzer, again, in one of these fights here in Storm, not somebody to play with, even if you're Cold and Rapid.
Fresh off of what looked like a revive situation down in the dirt. I'm not sure how they opened that one up on the Cold. They took him down, and now they leave Rapid in a peculiar situation. He has enough gold. He can bypass this situation and try to get the reboot, but I'm not sure he wants to leave all that loot behind.
I just watched Yapko go from 15 builds to over 110. He got his loot llama. He doesn't need to stick around to see what happens next with Rapid. They know they need to get out of dodge and start actually making their way towards the zone. By Rapid, he's sick of it. You're gonna ruin my game. I'll take yours down with me. Yapko has been knocked. The delay now for Panzer. Do I commit or do I back off? But Rapid's not gonna let it happen.
Rapid, who are you feeling like? I mean, if this is what you're gonna do, then we really want to see more of you right now. Panzer needs to be careful, because Rapid is not messing about. Even with the free builds he has, he's still fancying it to find something. Panzer just has to regain control, use the mat advantage he has to keep the distance, keep the separation, and keep the angles in his favor.
And for Rapid, that was huge. Going into a 2v1 situation at that, and now he's trying to put pressure. Doesn't want to let the revive come out. A fake shockwave, and the elimination comes through either way. Rapid kind of even in that exchange, but you could see he wasn't able to get any of that loot. Only 6 builds left to his name, so wherever he goes for that reboot, Panzer will be there.
He was so prepared for the challenge, but he had 0 materials. He could not afford to just charge head on into where Panzer was directed, but the damage has still been done. Panzer will have to play this game as a solo for the time being, and making it to a reboot ban with so many other teams closing in is not going to be easy.
Great to see that Vico and Malabuka are back up. Earlier in the game, I did see in the feed that they were taken down, left as a solo, but right back at it. That's what happens sometimes when you have Frigid Fortress to yourself. The zone goes to the south. There's a lot of open space and opportunity, which is needed by Vico and Malabuka. They're the team that's right on the heels of Sky and Scroll, especially for them that are performing so well.
Talking about teams putting in big performances. What we just witnessed from Pollo in that last lobby, absolutely disgusting, but they're going to need even more still. They're really going to have to put the pedal to the metal. They are still trailing in terms of top 5 potential here, but with Pollo and Peterbot, if they can keep firing off on all cylinders, it might just be game over.
The trend we've seen with Pete and Pollo is that they like to heat up towards the back end of competitions. And usually we see that in 6-game tournaments, right? Where game 5 and 6, they have their pop-off moment. We got a couple more games after that. What happens when that continues and continues and the momentum builds? Are they still a potential threat at the top of this leaderboard? These two will try and make that not possible with just how consistent they are.
It's just so scary, though, if you're Scroll and Sky, because you are leading the pack. You are ahead in the standings, but you also have all of that additional pressure. They are our Major 1 champions for EU, but even after that accomplishment, it's another thing entirely to pursue it and receive it and take it over in a LAN environment.
Essentially, this game right here, about a 46 or so point difference as of now. Sky and Scroll still leading in first, but you have multiple teams, including Acorn and Bolts, hot on those heels. And for them, they're 183 above the damage threshold. Bolts and Acorn have been playing consistent. They have a win in the tournament so far today. It's just about making it really matter in the last half. And I think one of the biggest difference makers, especially for a team like Acorn and Bolts, is they don't necessarily go elimination crazy.
Could be the case. Shark and Teeny, though, certainly a team that can deliver those big-time performances. Heavy elimination, strong placements, but first, they're going to need to see if they can take out Garden and Deemish. Caught them a little bit off guard here. Going to force out the build's spot of retreat, but Shark is just beaming anybody he can in the lobby. He needs all the damage he can get right now because they are currently still sitting just above that damage threshold. And as the players start to rift in overhead of Humble Hills, this could be even more complicated.
Still, shots are connecting. You can't overstay. It is going to go from 2 tick per second that you're inside of the zone to 5 ticks, so he immediately tries to beeline his way there. Rightfully so, because you look at where the zone pulls all the way across the map. Max pull for the majority of the lobby. We're headed on over to Battlewood.
Pretty big confidence decision, though, from Shark. He was hanging out in the storm so far away from his duo, Teeny, and yet they weren't punished for it. They kind of scouted out the fact that they had an opening for Shark to kind of stick around, look to try and punish some players. We're a little bit later than the rest of the lobby, but now Swizzy, Pixie, they're on pace to try and take over the top half of that leaderboard.
See with just how this zone is shaping up, all those early rotations will be crucial. This isn't the type of zone where you want to be running in late. It is so easy to get focused here as these players move in. Pixie, Swizzy, looking for a refresh, looking for any sign of weakness. They won't find it in Vico, Malabuka. Those guys are looking good. Shark and Teeny. A tournament-defining game for these two.
Yeah, as soon as they made it inside of the zone on this side of the map, Teeny immediately took damage from Belusi and Zangi down below. But I like the approach. Instead of getting aggressive and trying to fight back, they're letting them move forward. We'll follow them in the rotation with these shockwaves because right now we don't need Surge. We just need to survive.
But that pizza box was the last of their resources. They don't really have a whole lot in the White Heels department. And for Sky, Scroll, the pressure is on. Kanata, Victor B, trying to see if they can challenge and take down their EU opposition here. But Scroll and Sky will have none of it. They are protecting their space, refusing to allow anyone to try and catch them off guard.
Like, this is the point in the game. You almost have to have Sky and Scroll go down because this is where they excel the most in the end game, whether they're together as a duo or playing as individuals. So as the day continues to go on, depending on where they're at in the leaderboard, I want to see somebody try to make a play.
This is exactly what we were talking about. It was always going to be a tough task for Ritual to rotate in, and those guys took the opportunity. Again, we see Sky looking to, again, get a bit more of an advantage as far as Surge is concerned, not looking as comfortable as we typically see them.
And part of this issue is just stemming from the fact that when they were based up in their hill position, all of that action was taking place on the south side of Battlewood Boulevard. They didn't really have the best opportunities to establish any early surge because everyone was hiding out inside the buildings instead. So that's bleeding over into their problems right now. But Sharktini, they're creating so many issues in the lobby.
Shark is, he's trying to cook something up right now. He might be overcooking. Just got to take a moment to breathe and stay and follow Teeny. Vico, what are these guys cooking?
That was tough. A big elim there because that is not just elimination. You saw they locked that player outside of the lobby. That means they're one step closer to placement, just like Peterbot and Poyo. They caught fire in that last game. And what a better time to catch fire in the second half of today's tournament. 91 above the damage threshold. Peterbot and Poyo are looking for more.
Well, lightning strike twice is the question. Can we have another crazy performance that leads to a win for those two? There's plenty of people in this lobby who are going to get in the way of that. Biko and Malibuka poised to do just that from this position here. Great priority as far as being elevated into moving into that next zone. Sky and Scroll, this is just not where we want to see them, looking so uncomfortable, looking desperate for damage.
This is a nightmare of a scenario 11, 87 below the damage threshold. No extra heals. They're able to bump right up the top of that damage threshold, but they have to rotate again. They have no extra shields, but they're on the front side of the zone. They built themselves a little space. Shark and Teeny, aggression turns to bite them in the behind instead. They lose all of their shield, all of their momentum right there in that one moment.
But both still trying to keep it rolling here on the low ground. Vico, Malabuka, they've had the chance to heal, and that might have been the only breathing room they needed. Vico, Malabuka now going to start to make their approach on the backside of zone. Who's going to be next? They're going to continue to wrap around. They've got the white heals. They can afford to tank a couple of ticks of storm, but Bolt's coned up. Build so limited. 80 left on the Chug Jug. He's going to try and play his own life, buy a little bit more time. While Shark and Teeny, they've eliminated enough players, but can they get another? Because they're going to need the refresh.
Poyo is down, but that's okay. It's time for a flashback performance from Peterbot, but can he stop the freight train that is Teeny and Shark? Bolts is doing his best, but he's just ran out of builds, trying to hide the cone. He gets found out. He's seeking for more. Victor B gets struck down by lightning, but Bolts cannot pick up the elimination. Even Scroll, they're feeling that same pain, separated once again.
But now it's Sky's turn to pick up the ball and carry it forward. Sky doing everything. 5 overdrive grenades, but only 39 HP. Flowberry missed grenade. He knows there's a team that could potentially be trying to make a play for height. He's going to be able to siphon off some shield from it, but first and foremost, he has to figure out where can I go next, because bodies are just surrounding him everywhere, and they're closing in.
And even with Vico and Malabuka's best efforts in this game, the longer Sky stays alive, the harder it is to catch up. He is doing everything he needs to right now.
Yeah, into the top 12. Half of the placement points come in at that top 10 marker, but again, he's aggressed. Shockwave's out of position once more, but he's quickly running out of builds. A lot of his resources going right down the drain, but an opportunity there onto Darm. Breaks into the wall. Oh my, a perfect perfectly placed ramp is going to save the day and allow for Sky to not get the elimination, but he's still on the hunt for more.
No
He had
deal.
plot armor.
He's gonna keep hitting shots like that if they present themselves. And Sky now patiently waiting for that next opportunity to strike.
Sky trying to see just how far can he carry the torch forward, but look, from the land down under, way up above the rest of the lobby, Tinka and Resigns. They've just been silently building overhead, throttling everybody in these congested lower layers. And now, Flixie, Chap, how will they respond? They have to contend with everybody underneath them. They might need to take out Ozone, who's directly in front, but still Flixie trying to just keep pushing forward.
Him and Chap are not slowing down. Even Sky, he will not be denied. He's essentially the inevitable player. He does it again. He takes the crown away from King, puts it on his own head. Into the top four we go. This is a run like any other. Can Sky clutch up?
You force roll because this guy can too. And he's done just enough to continue to keep that lead. Flixie will try and move above, but it's going to be the Oshi duo trying to close out this game and get the first on land for OCE.
Surely they won't let it happen. Surely Flixie won't actually take them out. And sure enough, Resigns and Tinka bring this one home. Game number 6 is all theirs.
The thunder from down under the boys from OCE do it. They're putting their entire region on their back. They don't want to just win here. They want to go to the global championship.
Resigns! This isn't your first rodeo, but it is OCU's first win at an FECS LAN. How does it feel?
Honestly, it feels amazing. This is the best feeling. This is the best feeling.
No way.
Tinka, you haven't always had the best results on LAN, but here you are proving that it can be done for Australia and everyone watching back home. You had the high ground, you had it clean. Did you know once you would establish yourself that this was in the bag?
I think the main thing is just to play with confidence. You got to forget your OC and you just got to play like you do at home, and it works.
It worked. Was always the intention to go for high ground?
I mean, yeah, like on LAN, everyone's pretty scared, so like we just don't play scared. We just take height, don't die.
It's our good friend Queasy. He established that one a while ago and it's clearly working for you. But the key thing now is consistency. You haven't had the best game so far, but do you feel like this win is going to give you the confidence now to get off spawn and get to the finish line?
100%.
Well, boys, congratulations again. Making history for OCE. It's Tinka and Resigns. We're going to head to a break and maybe more history will be made.
I want to see what Power's saying. Is Power not live? Surely Timmy's live. What is it, Power Timmy? So they're just not live. Fair enough. That's mad. Let's play some minigame box fights. Oh, that means you won't be on. Are we scrolling? Won't you? Won't you? crazy. Oh. Android. Are you playing? Why can't you stay in there? We've been live for 4 hours. And is she not playing? Nice one, Enric. Quickly, you've got 50 seconds. Quickly. Quickly. Hurry up.
Do you reckon we'll be able to post a video?
I don't know, because we also need to have a haircut. We've got like 2 more games of FNCS. I don't think we will have time.
That's annoying. I wanted to post you guys.
You guys should play some Battle Royale. We would, but the thing is, there's not that long of breaks in between games, so we don't want to go into a game and miss a game of the FNCS, because we'd rather watch FNCS, if you know what I mean.
Asia, W for staying in the...
Yeah, you've been in the live for ages. Our new #1 fan, maybe? Just saying.
How do I just go right here?
I think we might have a new fan.
Whoa!
Oh my god, my aim is so bad.
Woo! Woo!
No.
What the?
Yes.
How have you got shit?
Because I kill you.
Bro!
He's got so bad. Thanks.
You're lucky, bro.
Am I now?
I should have killed you about 5 times.
Yeah, but you didn't. Mando Mayhem. Hendrix, I think we do have a new #1 fan. Ryan. Fly on. Oh, it's not. I think this is the gun from Thingy. Oh. run out of power. Come on. Don't look up. Oh!
How are you that hot?
This makes it. Sky Scroll is still first. It's belief. I don't know what belief is, but we're doing belief. Oh, it's this. You have to like snipe people down. You have to like break the floor.
No!
Yes! Yeah!
That's so weird.
Should we do ones that we haven't done before? OG loot. We haven't done OG loot.
The pump.
Who are you guys rooting for in FNCS? Well, I said from the beginning, since like yesterday, I said Sky and Scroll were gonna win. Hendrix wants Peterbot to win, but I also want like one of the power, like the OCs. Ideally from power because I like power. Either Alex or Resign. Nah, I don't think they will, but I'm saying Sky and Scroll. What about you? Peek me boy, peek me babe, peek me babe.
Oh my lord!
Hendrix. Trying to get me boy. Bro, that would have been a crazy clip to be fair. Trick shot. Got a pump. I'm scared. No! I was gonna try and pickaxe you. I was gonna try and pickaxe you. You clipping that, you clipping that, you clipping that. Clip that, clip that. Okay, we're on game 7. Game 7.
Opportunity to try and steal it away. Game 7 might just be your best bet. The drone shot, it's not coincidental. What's going to take place at Battlewood Boulevard?
This is where we've been waiting for quite some time. Sky and Scroll, and it seems as of now, business as usual, uncontested towards the north side of the map. So if we're expecting any surprises on first, it's going to come in the last game of the day.
Understandably, I think they could have went either way as far as looking to try and make the play to win the tournament. Around the map though, again, the desk hiked it up, and we will continue to as well. So many different teams pushing for top 15, a chance to qualify themselves for the Global Championship in Antwerp. No O'Reilly and reason, we've seen them win this off spawn in that previous game.
15th.
Outside of that, it's not been the best of fortunes.
There's definitely a big point differential between these two teams that are clashing head-on as well. For Reason and O'Reilly, they're going to need a big come-up to try and cut the gap. But for Danikush and Tiggs, losing every off-spawn from this point forward would be devastating because that's likely a global spot on the line.
Tune into this side of the map. Chap, Flixie, even though they didn't get that elimination, Tinka is down. Romero is the one that's going to get credit for that one. But either way, Resigns is going to be by himself. And Chap and Flixie are starting to go on the chase. They're closing the gap. One box away, but it does look like he's trying to fight back until eventually they're closing in and get that elimination from on top to on bottom.
Reminding us why they are two top fighters, the pinch from both sides. He had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide.
And it's crazy to think that at one point, even before leading into Globals, when they first found their spot cemented for this competition, a lot of the community was asking, when are they going to split? Chap and Flixie, we haven't really seen them shine the way that they both look to be as individuals, and yet here today, they are proving that sticking it out has paid off dividends.
Over here at Sandy Strip, more shenanigans. Will there be any damage dealt from it? Not for Chino in that instance.
This looks like they're going to take their time this time around. With the one less team to worry about, they just saw them leave Sandy Strip. They got a little bit more space to work with, a little bit more loot to try to get this time around. It takes Danny Kush, we did see in the feed, they got an elimination onto one, but Reek and Cooper, they quickly crashed the party. This game, I feel like it's gonna move at a swift pace, everybody realizing what's at stake, but it may cause some mistakes in the game plan. Reek and Cooper taking probably way too much damage, they would hope, trying to third party this fight.
It's less about Danikush and Tiggs and more about where Vico and Malabuka are at. Vico taking every single advantage given to him from just overhead. Finding those damage applications off the surge tags is just going to keep applying steady pressure, steady control. Sharkantini, though, they're taking over.
Sharkantini started the day loud, but as the race for first place slowly slips them by, this game could be the one that pushes them back into contention. Peterbot, Hoyo, something left to be desired from their last game. They look to make amends here.
They have two chances to really make a run for the top side of that leaderboard. And right now, they go to lurk onto one, realizes he's caught out by himself, but they're unable to capitalize. No real damage, no real knock. And it does look like No Sif is going to try to close the gap. Peterbot landing a couple of tags, sees him trying to run, and they instantly close the distance with a shockwave. No Sif again, causing a little bit of confusion, but he bumps into the tree until he eventually goes down. Peterbot and Poyo realize where they're at on the leaderboard, and if they want to take first, they're going to have to come online.
And Poyo and Peterbot are doing just that. They'll go ahead and start leaving the vicinity because they realize there's other games afoot.
We've seen them pick up one of Izzy or Nosif in these games and still go on to struggle later down the line. It's about piecing it all together as the game continues. If they have any shot of having a respectable finish for players of their caliber.
Things might get a little sticky here, though, at Riptides. Focus and Thomas waning on their material count, but Nalu just overhead. Creeping about, waiting to see if the opportunity presents itself. Will they strike? Sometimes it's best to remain out of sight, out of mind, and just look for the reboot opportunity.
Just kind of looking right now. Tom's focused. They have 2 eliminations. You saw kind of backtrack. Nalu had at least 1, so it almost seems like Thomas Focus crashed the party that Nalu and Rainy were in. And so Nalu has no choice but to hide, disengage, and try to survive for now. Swizzy, Pixie, again, almost everybody in this lobby moving at such an accelerated pace. A lot of the teams were not even seeing remaining in their POI like usual.
And this is something that has taken Swizzy and Pixie some time to figure out, but all of that contention that took place over at Dark Dominion, helping them out so much later on down the road. Curve and Benno, they're ready to take out Kurama and Akira. Enough of the games. They're just going to win it all.
And look, it's not quite been the night that Benno and Curve would have been hoping for after they lit up NA. But there have been signs of greatness and plenty to learn from as this duo continues their journey. And who knows, maybe back-to-back crazy pop-off gives them a chance of solidifying a spot in Globals. Chino, Pablo, we've seen these guys trying to make plays like this all day long. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. This time around, in the tunnel.
Yeah, underneath painted palms. The original teams that kind of land over at this side of the map. I've kind of been distracted for a good portion of this early game, but they do hear noise. Reet and Cooper up above, farming up the metal that they don't necessarily get access to over towards Latte Landing. But it's just a matter of, do they hear that chest? Are Reet and Cooper going to try to go underneath and try to get it all?
If Chino and Pablo are willing to wait it out, something tells me they have a pretty good idea that Reet and Cooper are eventually going to keep searching for additional loot, and playing from inside of the tunnel could be a big difference maker, but we'll have to wait and see whether that actually pans out in their favor. It's a big time commitment either way.
Last time we waited in game 6, it didn't quite pan out, so they'll be hoping for better fortune this time around. Oh, what do we have here? Vardial up against Panzer and Yapko again in the storm here at Painted Palms. And again, Yapko and Panzer will come out on top.
Yeah, to start this game off, 15th place was 174 points. So they got at least a little bit of a goal line to try to achieve. Reet and Cooper as well, 148 points currently. A little below where they need to be, but that's why you can see they're lurking around trying to get the eliminations at 4 points per elimination. If they could just find a couple here, have a good game, they'll at least put themselves within reach going into game 8.
But look, even if it's a one tick, they're not the only ones that have those same intentions. Pablo, Chino, they've just been steadily following along at a snail's pace. Only they'll have the opportunity to at least use a couple of bandages, put themselves in a slightly healthier HP position. Reet and Cooper, though, clock's ticking. Splashes are gonna have to come out. They're building against the direction that Yapko and Panzer are facing, and they might be running straight into the clutches of Pablo and Chino.
So just one of those moments right here for Chino and Pablo. They've been all around the map lurking, and you see how early they left that sandy strip, and you saw their material count. They sacrificed loot, they sacrificed loadout, everything, because they realized one of the most important things in this entire tournament is Surge.
Look, some lessons to be learned here for Pablo and Chino, as far as just investing that time and waiting for the payoff. And even they eventually will have a point in which they say, maybe we don't want to do this, but maybe they do. Reet not too far away, but no, they will continue to run back towards the safe zone with nothing to really show for it, and now negative damage to show for it.
Negative Surge, not a whole lot of material count. They've had to spend the brunt of this lobby essentially just waiting to see if any of their plans would even come to fruition. And with all of it being just a nothing burger at the end of it, there's just so much that they have to now try and recover.
While one team waits in the mud, another team sits from their perched up seat from above. These guys, honestly, you could capture this frame here and tell me it was from any game this season and I'd believe you. They love that spot and it does pay dividends for them.
Very scary zone to see as well if you are Vico, Malabuka, Acorn, or Bolts, because you know that not only are Sky and Scroll in a home base position, but they're also in very familiar turf. They know how to navigate these final moments from this side of the map, and if it continues drawing in their direction, that's going to make it all the more complicated for Vico and Malabuka to even have the slightest opportunity, because they need to eliminate Sky and Scroll or put them in a position where the lobby can take care of them. But when you have to make such a long trek across the map to even get close to them in the first place, those opportunities, you just start to think back, was the Battle Bush Challenge where we should have been?
You have to have the courage to make the tournament winning plays. It's something we see on a weekly basis, Jacob, as far as EU and NA competition goes. Teams are willing to make those plays. We've seen Vico and Malabuka make those types of plays against Sky and Scroll. It's a matter of stepping up when the lights are the brightest here on this stage.
Let's see, it was Vico I heard in between games, just kind of yelling to him. I don't even know who, saying we're doing this. He's trying his best. He realized one of the only ways is to get those eliminations. That's why each and every game you see them getting more and more aggressive. Lucy Zangi, same thing for them. They're roughly 64 points away from that top 15, and that means every elimination counts. But as he tries to shoot down, get damaged, it gets stolen away by Hari and Cammy, and they're instantly closing the distance. If not for the elimination itself, which you saw Belusi kind of cleaned up, it's for the loot that they feel that they earned.
For Cammy and Hari, they're really just trying to find a chance to step it up yet again. We've only really seen them once hit the highlight reel, and ever since, it's just been so difficult. But that is the caliber of lobby that they are contending with. Ritual Agers, very much in a similar boat. They're trying to do everything in their power to see how can we actually leapfrog our position on this leaderboard. But if you're going to make these kinds of drawn-out plays, you've got to hope that you're ahead of the rest of the lobby, and they're doing a great job at positioning themselves for every zone.
And that's the beauty of the summit, right? Of course, we get to crown the champion, but the implications for the rest of the year. Imagine how valuable it would be for Ritual Angels, who we have seen the struggles they've had with their off-spawn situation. If going into the next major, they have a spot at Globals already. They need to keep this up to keep a top 15 global spot.
Shark and team.
Oh, dear.
Rotating through Sky, goes down. Peterbot and Poyo, they've done this year after year, whether it's duos or trios, they go after Bird. It's the best chance they got. And now we're scrolling down to 40 HP, forcing out the splashes. Look how close the zone is. Third parties are now interrupting this fight. Peterbot and Poyo know at a time, if they stay alive, it'll become mathematically impossible. So they have to slow down the point game here. It's now or never, because if Sky and Skrull continue to stay alive, this tournament will be over.
Peterbot and Poyo, they don't want to let Skrull have any sort of chance to slip away from them. They are chasing him down, hard body, but at the same time, the lobby, the interventions, but it's not going to save Skrull, not just yet. And look at the direction he's headed, straight into the likes of Shark and Teeny, and they might have heard all the commotion. They're right around the building face. All they need is to see whether or not Skrull is right behind them, but he's managed to escape. Every second counts, and now, just like that, Skrull sends out a shot. Teeny's alerted, Shark looking back, but Skrull's on the ropes. These are his last legs.
71 HP, and right now they're chasing him down, and that HP is not going to last long, especially if it activates, but Shark doesn't let it come to that. They are down in 39th place. We have a tournament on our hands.
Vico and Malabuka, this has to be the game to bring it to number 8 and give yourself the best shot at taking that trophy home.
But do they realize only 73 above? They know that they cannot afford to step the slightest bit out of line. Surge going to jump in a moment. 99% of Malabuka and Vico's points being earned with both players is ridiculous.
These are two players who we usually praise them for their individual solo prowess. That hasn't been what's been delivering the goods today. It's been their teamwork and their efforts together, and they need that here.
For a moment, we saw second and fourth about to clash. But you have to remember who's also in the mix. Acorn Bolts cutting it right down the middle in third.
This is so close, and even them, 522 above the damage threshold. Even though only 21 players need to go down before it's no longer a thing, they are so far above, they're not going to have to worry about it. So this here is a moment for them to just weaken the lobby, try to take them out one by one by one.
Bro, this game's stacked.
Swizzy and Pixie. Spotlight's on you right now. Can you break away from it, though? They'd rather play you through the shadows. They don't want the attention of the lobby, not when their material count is already so thin. But Pixie, Swizzy know that everything's working against them, and just like that, Saez is gonna strike. Pixie is down for the count, but Swizzy, in a moment of peril, manages to bring it forth. 100 builds now. He's got the potential to see how long he could cling on for life.
both of our solo clutch players there in that situation. Even Ritual getting an elimination, but you can see when the dust settles, Swizzy got that elimination, but he's still 244 below. He realizes he cannot keep Pixie up in the game. They don't have enough heals to out-heal it.
And this is a big moment for every single one of those players in that top 5 or 6 area. This is your chance to close the gap and make game number 8 a final battle between all these different teams.
Swizzy, he's got the HP. Tyler, definitely in some threats, but Shark, Teeny, they're really starting to pick up the pace here. Werix and Kiruo are going to be some of the next in their line of sights. They've already got one piece of the puzzle. They don't even need to go after the next. They'd rather keep tabs on what the rest of the lobby is doing, but they're gonna have to get active. Epic Whale and Pump, this is the last thing you want to see charging right at you, but for Shark and Teeny, their moment is now.
Really just trying to take over in this game. They had a few stumbles that they didn't expect, but with first place down, they're trying to close that gap. You can see they're neck and neck with Acorn and Bolts on that leaderboard. Even Shadow and Virgo looking back. Tyler is down. That's an elimination for Shadow. 4 more points, but they're not going to be able to get the loot.
Yeah, boss. What's he cooking up? Hammy and Ari. Blink and you might miss it. They are sent right back to the lobby.
But look at where Shark and Teeny are positioned. They're doing a great job at elevating themselves, and they're not the only ones. Bolts, Acorn, also sitting idly by, waiting to see just how much effort they're going to have to put forth into this next rotation, because they might be able to conceal themselves on the move, but Peterbot and Pollo, they're after the big ones. They're trying to go fishing for some more eliminations. 4's just not going to be enough. They want the comeback more than ever.
Yeah, they're not just playing for prize money. They're not just playing to qualify for the global championship. They are playing for first place. We saw that as they went on to Sky and Scroll, but with them going down, opens up an opportunity for Vico and Malibuca. They quickly transition from the backside of the zone all the way to the front, especially more so now because we're going uphill. But Peterbot and Pollo from low ground to into the clouds.
We've seen them climb bigger mountains before. A win here, and even more eliminations could be just enough to put them in contention.
They've got all of the pieces strewn together here. Pete just trying to see who else he can take out. So many players just so incredibly weak underneath them. If they can prevent anybody from challenging this layer on height, ultimate high ground will be their winning contention point. But Teeny still going directly underneath it all. A decent amount of builds to work with, trying to see if he can commit towards that front side of zone. But eventually he'll have to layer swap. Eventually he'll need to find a refresh. And it's the same instance that Swizzy's currently trying to deal with.
Much worse though, no builds and no time left. He goes down, but for Teeny, this is another chance, still tied at 285 points with Acorn and Bolts. They're still alive in this game, but they're staying back. They're staggering themselves. This is a clue, a chance for them to go for high ground. Vico and Malibuca, it's not ready for them yet. They're just continuing to take it one foot in front of another. They don't want to make any big leaps or boundaries just yet.
Ooh, and Vico's gonna land another one. Just a warning shot, won't get a chance to collect, but at least he's got his way forward. Cooper Reek also finding Acorn. This is a travesty now for one of our top 3 teams, because Acorn and Bolts, they'll have to watch and see what happens next. But look at Vico and Malibuca. The one thing that they're missing, they're finding this damage, but they don't have the Flowberry Mist Grenades to make it to height.
Another couple eliminations here. They're trying to close the gap, 326 points. They're still in second. But with top 10 here, a chance to win the game. All the opportunity in the world is theirs. King underneath just trying to escape. Vico, Malibuca not getting desperate just yet. Meanwhile, Reed and Cooper getting pressured from not only above, but below as well. Everybody can feel what's at stake with only 2 games left. But Vico, Malibuca, they steamroll King. They want to take first.
And that is exactly what they needed to do. The job is not finished. They have to continue to clear out the layers beneath them while Pete and Pollo wait from above, waiting for their opportunity to strike down below.
And it's insanity to think that all this time Teeny had just been haggling his way through these layers undisturbed. But Pete, he's ready to drop. He's ready to throw his name into the mix and really start the demolition derby underneath. Pollo still by his side. Just when you think that they're about to find some more eliminations, Biko realizes he's all by himself.
The pressure is mounting. He needs to hit this shot or get out of the box. Either one will do. Just stay alive, Biko.
Top 6 teams. 4 of them are stuck as solos here, but for Reed and Cooper, they have each other. Biko, we saw Malibuca go down. You see, with only 3 builds left, empty item slots, no extra heals. It's really all up to them. Peterbot and Pollo, their 6th elimination of the game, and it's on the next team in their path.
And that's the worst case scenario now for Biko and Malibuca, but check out Cooper, check out Reed. They've got Craze. Now it's all about them trying to take out some of these other Titans in the lobby. Another refresh for Reed onto Ozone, and now they just gotta look up.
Here comes the drop. Peterbot and Pollo, they want the back-to-back. Big shot on the Reed. Pollo will not go down, but Peterbot will, so he's stuck by himself yet again. Another 1v2. That feeling of deja vu. Can Pollo do it? Shot waving up, looking to create distance, a chance to put down pressure, following the zone. He knows that Reed and Cooper are weak, but he doesn't want to play this too quickly, but he's letting Cooper heal down below. This is not what you want, but Pollo finally landing another shot on the Cooper, who shockwaves up. They're trying to attack from both sides. Pollo with everything here. It's all or nothing. He does it again. Another big shot. Pollo will not be denied. A 1v1. Pollo versus Reed. NA versus NA. Pollo has taken the crown away from Peterbot, and he's placing it on his own.
Oh my god.
To ever play this game.
Again.
All roads lead to Pollo every single time. Just when you think that he won't be able to do it, he delivers yet again.
Peterbot, what is it like playing with the best player in the world?
I mean, it feels great.
It is incredible to watch you. Pollo, you were so humble last time I spoke to you. You were like, they had no mats when you won the 2v1. You had no mats either in that situation. How did you do it this time?
I don't know. I mean, I don't even know.
It was the 1v2. It was versus Reed and Cooper. You're flying through the sky. We think maybe there's going to have to be a heal off. You're reloading in the air. You're an absolute rock star. But how do you stay calm in those situations when everything is going on?
I just knew they had nothing. Like when we first dropped down, they weren't really building or anything, so I knew they had nothing.
And you were able to keep it on clean on height this time,
There's
Pete.
10
So you
points
must have
between
been
first and
feeling like,
second.
yeah, we've got this.
Yeah, 100%. We played perfectly that game, and it was a textbook win.
It was a textbook win. You were 9th going into this one, but now you can have your sights truly on the trophy. Qualification surely for Globals is yours. You just need top 15 for that. But what are we going to see from you two in Game 8?
I can't say. You'll see.
Look at that camera and tell me, are you switched on? He doesn't need to say anything.
Right,
Stay with us, Düsseldorf, after this break. We crown a champion!
We need 5 hours.
Legit on the walk. 10 points between them. 46 points between them. Bro.
I feel like Peterbot's gonna win. Do you?
Resign style spawn.
Oh.
What's happened to Alex, man?
Bro. They're not doing good.
Style spawn that game.
Oh yeah.
Good, good. Just died before placement, died before placement, not bad. Died before placement, died off spawn. Died off spawn, died off spawn, died off spawn, good game.
Can I have my...
Died before placement,
Can I have my
very
mouse
good
switch
game.
Where did friggity diggity just... Oh, I see it. Holy friggity diggity.
Shush, yamush.
Look friggity diggity.
I don't want to miss this last game.
I don't either.
I have to have my...
Bro, Peterbot is not...
It's
bro. Peter and Poyo locked in there.
Oh, I don't want to miss this last game.
Oh, no.
Sure, Fortnite jokes.
Did we hit 5 viewers?
Don't think so. I don't want Peabot to win.
What?
I don't want Peabot to win.
Why?
Because I don't.
Who do you want to watch win then?
Sky and Scroll.
Why do you like them? You really like them.
Not in a weird way, mate.
What?
The way you make it weird.
No, I don't mean it like that.
You said you hate people, but oh my god, Peabot's the best! Oh my god, Peabot's the best!
Clicks is better.
Mate, you're the one literally on the walk earlier, you're like, God, I hate Peterbot. I hate Peterbot so much. He's so annoying.
No.
Yes.
No, you show me the video.
Lights out.
Lights out. Lights out, bro.
I'll make your lights out. Ooh.
Holy G. Lights out.
Bombardino. Can you imagine this public?
GG's, bro. GG's. GG's. GG's, bro. GG's.
Lights flicker on and off. I can see you. Oh.
Oh my god!
I needed some.
Just too good.
Oh, Poyo.
What was he saying?
What?
What is he saying?
I don't know. How you got 1,000 coins?
Because I don't spend it every second. It's because I win. I blew myself up. Yeah!
Bro,
Slammed.
how do you always win?
Slammed. Do we tell you how? Because I'm too good. What?
Mine. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Ho ho. TikTok.
Hello, girl. What?
I just appear you on the screen. Let's go! Let's go!
Oh my god, Get over here. I'm at mats. I missed. On Earth? chosen one. Do the chosen one.
I hate the chosen one. It's so annoying.
No.
Well, I've never been the chosen one.
Exactly, so that's why you should have done it. You would have been it.
Yeah, that's why.
Oh my god, I got gold. I got gold. I got gold.
No! Bro, I actually hate this game.
What a shot. Catch. Catch it, you keep it. Did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it?
No.
What? So basically, there's this like trend. And it's like, oh, catch it, you keep it. And like, it's called catch. Yeah. Oh, I just wet. What did you pay? I'm gonna throw a rusty can at your head. Okay, Hench, we're gonna have to talk to chat.
Aye.
Okay?
Alright.
I bet.
I bet, bro. I'll tell you what happens in this game.
Oh, mate, I don't want to miss it.
Just went
This is
up
this is
and
actually
down
the best
my
game.
arms
I'm
as
missing
I'm
it.
taking a look at the POVs of these players right now. The vibe meter that Levin was kind of talking about, I feel like it's been so high throughout the course of this tournament for Vico and Malabuka. Right now, they seem so stern.
Yeah.
Has the pressure finally hit going into the last game?
That's exactly what I want to talk about. That's exactly what I want to talk about. We have one game left to go, 5 duos all in contention. You could even argue that top 6 as well. Half of these players have been in this type of situation before, right? Even look at someone like Shark and Teeny, right? Shark, this is his kind of first time being in this situation. This is the hardest and the most intense the pressure is going to be on them.
Yep.
Look at Sky and Scroll, same thing, right? Vico, Malabuka, Pollo, Peterbot, they've been here before. They know what that last game looks like. This is a rare Vico we don't often see. The focus, the quiet Vico. Pollo, look at him. He doesn't look scared. He looks focused. He looks like he's in his element. He's clutched twice already. The pressure. This is it. All eyes are on this stage. All eyes on these 5 duos. That's the question, isn't it, Vivid? It's the pressure.
The pressure is what makes the difference every time. Every single one of these players that we've kind of interviewed throughout the weekend, they all try to seem like they're cool, calm, and collected. They try to make it sound like nothing really bothers them. But does anybody ever really believe those answers? I would have a very hard time myself believe in it, especially when you take a look at some of the facial expressions that we are getting going into a game that feels like it's weighted so heavy.
This is the time, though, to turn those doubters into believers.
Absolutely.
In the future, when we talk about the team that ends up going in to win this, we can say they have done it. They have been there. In some cases, in Vico Malabuka's case, they came so close. In Peter Bots and Poyo's case, they've done it already. Let's see if we can do it again. How are things going to go down for Sky and Scroll as well? Newer players coming on through here. Can't wait.
Guys, Fortnite fam, this is it. The last game out of the FNCS Summit. We are looking to crown champions. The top 15 will move on to the Global Championships. One last game settles it all. Casters, over to you.
He might win too.
This is it, the final moment here on the Summit land, where 50 points separate our first place team and our entire top 5.
And you wouldn't think that the margins should be this slim with the way that we've seen so many of these teams having their respective highlight moments throughout the course of today's game. But it all comes down to this. Game 8, let's see it.
Game 8. I'm on.
Everybody at home, everybody in this arena, we're all asking ourselves the same question. Will Peterbot and Poyo do it again? Year after year, championship after championship, they are the ones known to do it all.
We have seen crazy plays happen in final games all year long. It's Fortnite heritage at this point. But this time around, it looks like everybody is going to do their best from their own spot. Damo and Kazi, are they going to play spoiler here? What's going on? Hold on a minute. Scroll and first.
He gets the AR. He
gets the Scroll's dead. Scroll's dead. Scroll's dead. They're out. Harrison! Sky and Scroll are dead. Sky and Scroll are dead.
They're not even gonna leave it for Vico Malabuka, Peterbot and Poyo to decide. They take the battles up and duke it out over at Llama's Landing. But Sky and Scroll, what a heartbreaking finish. The point disparity just not enough. This is the deciding sequence of events.
I don't think anybody in this building was expecting that to go down how it just did. And just like that, the door is wide open for any one of those teams in that top 5 to try and win the tournament.
I think everybody that is playing in this lobby now saw that in the feed and realized what's at stake. And for Peterbot and Poyo, in that last game, they didn't land on them. They went and hunted them down. Now, Taco, there's only one team in their path.
But you can't forget about who else is hot on their heels. Shark and Teeny. Only 5 points separating them between the next spot on the leaderboard. And with that in the back of their minds, sure, you can keep Vico and Malabuka, but if the fight takes too long, you might just be cooked for it.
Skull died. Skull died. Skull died. Sky's gonna play. I'm fine. Be calm. Yeah. I know.
Stay calm, Malabuka, reminding Vico, the job is not finished. Stay calm. Our chance to strike is now.
We're having all these conversations about Vico Malabuka, Sharktini, Peterbot Poyo. We can't leave Acorn and Bolts out of the mix. 295 points. I believe not too far behind them either. Swizzy and Pixie sitting around that 274 threshold. But Wonky Land fairly undisturbed for the time being. Teeny and Shark just going to surge base it out. But at this rate, the lobby is going to be picking up in pace rapidly because currently, every single one of these teams, you would anticipate, maybe they try to take out each other. Maybe the gloves just come off with Sky and Scroll being out of the lobby, but they don't want to risk what they feel like is their best shot at first.
I mean, as the game goes on, the room for shenanigans tightens. And honestly, it just becomes about putting your best foot forward and playing your best Fortnite here in game number 8.
Winning this 100%.
There is still so much to play for, not just that first place
Oh, I
trophy,
hope they
all
win.
across the lobby. Players desperately fighting for a spot in the top 15. And now everybody in this one is playing for something here.
But why not me? That's got to be the theme running through Vico and Malabuka's minds right now, but they have to stay focused.
We saw Vico saying a prayer before the game began. It looked like his prayers were answered. He just has to finish his part of the deal now and deliver the goods.
Repeat what win
10
again.
points separate what Vico and Malabuka are at now. And first place on that leaderboard. And if they can get that, close out the game, they will be your Major 1 Summit champions. But they still have so much competition to watch out for. But again, Levin, you said it yourself, there's room for so much shenanigans. Shark is gonna go down. Teeny's by himself. Iyamzo and Josh are the ones hunting him down in Wonky Land.
They've had a rough go about the day, and they're looking to try and change their fate in the final hour here. A massive game is necessary for Zoe and Josh to bring this one back, but when they've taken out a priority fragger here at Wonkyland in his own backyard, Josh
is dead.
and Iyamzo have the chance now to step it up.
And everybody's been bigging up these newer faces at the top of the EU mountain. But here in game number 8, nothing but struggles from our bright young stars. It's up to the experienced vets, the former champs, to try and show them how things are done.
Uh-oh. They know. They know. Right now, they already got that elimination onto Shark. They see a giant surge base at the top of Wonky Land. Typically, this is where you would see them, but they just can't find them.
They don't know, though. They have no idea that TD is still hidden, tucked away so discreetly inside of the safety of his surge base. But just one pinky toe out of line. That's all he's waiting for. The slightest opportunity. And if he can put down Zoe or Josh here in this moment, Darman Deemish might just choose to strike. They're going to be drawn to any sort of immediate battle because even the polls are aware of the fact that every singular point matters, not just for the prize pool, but for securing your place at Globals in top 15.
Iyamzo and Josh will leave. And like you said, Taco, no clue in the world that Teeny was still right beneath them. And that room might just be enough for him to keep Shark in this game and keep their chances alive.
Peterbot and Boyo up above. No fast moves coming at him this time around. And it's just, the gap is that close that they don't really have to worry about it. And a lot of extra heals for Peterbot and Boyo. A whole pizza shop underneath. And Peterbot is the one really taking the role right now, being on top of that surge power to take control of their storm surge.
It's the fact that Boyo had dropped everything in his loadout to just prioritize gathering as much resources as possible, taking them back to their surge base because they know they likely saw it in the elimination fee too. Shark is gone. Sky and Scroll fully eliminated. So many top contenders now left in a very awkward position. And so their best bet might just be to play to their strengths. And Levin, earlier on in the last lobby, you called out the fact they're a team that tends to heat up as the game goes on. And right now, they're seemingly on fire. The only duo in this lobby to strike with 2 victory royales on the day.
Yeah, and they might just go for a third tackle. That's the type of form they're currently in. When you've got the greatest of all time, Peterbot, and he's not even the best player on his team right now. Boyo playing at unbelievable levels.
Acorn and Bolts see the strategy. They kind of mix together the Fizz grenade, the Shockwave, and that long launch pad towards the back, kind of moving out of render distance for most players as they quickly try to make their way in zone, and that's been a focal part of their game plan today.
The best part about it is that because of the fact that Shark is no longer in this lobby, Teeny will have to wait around. Wonky is just too distracted, cannibalizing itself from the teams that made their entry points after the fact. And darn Deemish, they're willing to stick it out. The vending machine camp out might just come to an end here for Iamso as he gets hunted out, fully ambushed.
Iamso loves that vending machine. We saw him run to it so many times today, so many times in the lower bracket yesterday, and here he is punished in this final game.
That information right there is huge. Teeny knows Iamso and Josh took down Shark. Now he knows Darman Demas just took down Iamso and Josh, so he knows it's still not safe to move out of there just yet.
And that sort of delay to his overall game strategy for Shark and Teeny in comparison to a team like Vico and Malabuka, who have the luxury of just playing out their full storm potential. They are not in any sort of rush. They just have to keep their wits about them, keep their bearings. Vico always drawn back, I think, to that moment when he used to play with Pink. The loot's free, but this time he's much more reserved. He's much more composed, and he knows it's all about staying side by side with Malabuka to bring this one home.
When you have a player as talented as Vico, but as emotional as he can be, there is no better pairing than Malabuka. Stone cold, never too high, never too low. And against an on-fire Peter Bottom Pollo, that is the temperament you need.
Pete Pollo just non-stop scanning into the horizon. It's going to be so difficult for Prakash and Hero to even make their way over that hill face. They are looking to fully lock them out the edge of zone.
Teeny has rebooted Shark, and so the marathon continues. Things aren't as easy as far as the pathway to a potential victory for these two as it is for others, but it certainly is not over. Shark has been one of the best players in the world this year, earning more and more, experiencing more and more, but he needs to be at his very best here in game number 8.
It almost feels like we're gonna have a lot of our top teams kind of stacked and positioned at the north side of the map. We got Acorn and Bolts. Just saw Peter Bot and Pollo. We know Shark and Teeny are towards the north, along with Vico and Malabuka. So no matter where this zone goes, to the north or the south, there's a chance all of our top 5 remaining teams could come to a clash.
Shocking factor. Teams that have been performing the best in the lobby here today, now currently sitting in some of the best positions for this next zone. Pixie and Swizzy continuously looking back. They know that their destiny is fully under their control for Global Championship, but what they want is another step upwards. They need that top 5, even better still, maybe even dreams of top 3.
And this is the type of team that if you're one of those players fighting for the victory right now, you don't want these guys kicking it in the lobby. They are going to be a big threat. We have seen that. We know P and Pollo like to play high. Shark and Teeny do too. Swizzy and Pixie are always going to be impactful in those fights. Still so much talent in this lobby that can play spoiler to any one of our top 4 teams.
Just got to keep in mind as well, we're so focused on first, rightfully so. That top 15 mark coming into this game is 214 points. Goes to show how stacked this leaderboard actually is on both ends of that spectrum.
And old grudges might be restored here depending on what happens next. Cooper, Reed, so close to where Ritual and Agers were just at. I know it's easy to kind of sort the difference before the day has started, but it's another affair entirely to kind of throw salt in the wounds and find yourself eliminated by the team that's been contesting you all weekend long. But first and foremost, Ritual Agers they'll have to try and sort out what's directly in front of them because the lobby's closing in and their wiggle room is just so limited.
At points in today's competition, Shadow and Virgo look like the best representation NA was going to have. And while they've continued to fight and be a threat, this final game will be their biggest test. Will they stumble in the final hurdle? Will they continue to do what they have done and be a solid team in this lobby?
I like their thought process here. 104 below the damage threshold. Shockwaving through, could have instantly tried to fire off at anybody along that path, but they made it a focus. Get into the zone, get high ground, and that's going to be the best opportunity to get the damage that we need.
But the thing about Shadow and Virgo is they're not a duo that we often see struggling to maintain their surge threshold. So the fact that they find themselves in this position just underneath, UNDX gonna solve that problem for them. A little bit of pressure alleviated, only 11 below, just one more tag necessary. They don't want to have to expend any of their Blueberry Mist grenades so they can avoid it, but players are just refusing to budge. No one is giving an opening, and that goes back to the original point. It's difficult to find your marks.
15 to 68 to even finding elimination on the Minori. But Virgo takes a shot from above. All good things eventually come to an end, only spending a short moment on top of that storm surge. Now they quickly fall below. It's active as well. Every 7 seconds, 25 damage will get ticked to eventually taken out, not knocked altogether. Swizzy's feeling it as well. 193. Even worse though, Taco, because he's by himself.
And Swizzy's trying to do what he can to reserve those last couple of pizza slices, but the problem is the way that the lobby is folding into itself, it's just not going his direction. He doesn't have the openings he needs. He has to heal instead. Now chasing behind Jace, gets a big shot to open, but Jace is firing back. Swizzy got the knock, but he didn't get the finish, and he's out of here.
Look on board, Shark and Teeny. You almost would have never have guessed this team was almost an inch away from getting sent out of this lobby. But now they're back, 400 above the damage threshold. They have a little bit of high ground, and they've regained control of their own destiny.
It only makes sense for Game Mate to come down to a forest zone location. This is prime time territory for Shark and Teeny, and it also makes height all the more difficult to control. It's very obscured vision up amongst the treetops, and so for Malibuca and Vico, they're gonna stick to the low ground, but they're gonna wait for their moment to try and strike above.
But that'll be no problem for this duo. I mean, they've dominated the low ground at times today. Comfortable on any layup, and that's what you need to be when you're fighting till the end.
Yeah, you gotta remember, it was Vico on day one that was leading the pack in terms of eliminations. 314 here, they're just taking it one step at a time. They realize with a leaderboard this stacked, all it takes is one misstep, one mistake to really cost you a chance at that first place. And even more so, there's over $1 million on the line in this tournament. Each and every placing, you almost lose thousands of dollars.
And for a duo like Peterbot and Pollo, mistakes are far and few in between. These last few lobbies, they have been going absolutely ballistic. And frontside control now seemingly about to belong exclusively to them. Virgo trying to see if he can make the wraparound, but the problem is he's 285 below. Even if he makes it towards a frontside position, he still has to look back. He still has to connect shots, and when you're a one-man operation, potentially clashing head-on with other duos, this could be the end of it all.
Oh no, a big shot again, falling further below the damage threshold. 18 HP. He needs more than a miracle here. He almost needs 3 eliminations worth of damage, and a lot of that is getting stolen away. Nearby, Peterbot and Pollo, 144 above the damage threshold for them. Pollo deserves all the flowers in the world with how he's been playing this weekend, really leading the team to the promised land.
Here we're looking at wraps right now for Virgo. One more tick unless he gets this shot in. Twy, though, gonna manage to just slip away, and Virgo won't be able to make it through. Twy and Cringe safe for the time being.
And even though we pull away from the treetops, you can see Shark and Teeny still want to play for height. They take Acorn down, and that is perfect for their standings. They take down the team, or one of the players of the team, just beneath them. And that leaves Bolts in an awkward position. Will they continue to play for it? Or Hari look to get involved?
You're really seeing the live leaderboard right there. Update in real time. Not just elimination, but placement points as well. Peterbot and Poyo find their first one of the game. Slow and steady wins the race, but they got quite a large gap to overcome here.
And this is where it becomes very challenging for Vico and Malabuka to keep their composure. You're seeing that elimination feed light up. You're witnessing Poyo and Peterbot, Shark and Teeny make their surge up. And yet, you still have to try and play to your own strengths. You don't want to lose any sort of kind of upcoming, and the swing is through. Vico and Malabuka, they've overtaken first.
This is a big moment for them, because they cannot get lost. Taking first is not enough. They have to be able to hold it for the rest of this game, but another elimination from Vico has been found. First of the game for him, but he's diving deep into the zone to try to pick it up. Luckily for him, he does get the siphon.
The tournament is in their hands. There has never been a bigger moment in Vico's career, and this is his time to live up to that moment.
But he still has to deal with the likes of Poyo and Peterbot. He just has to play his own game. And from this frontside low position, everything seems achievable. Right now, they are leading the charge in the underground. So much space has been claimed. They keep continuously looking back. The pre-builds are established, but Peterbot's ready to fire off.
A battle for high. It is inevitable.
Versus the present. Poyo, once again, has to show why he has been the best player in this lobby all day long. Vico, with first place in his hands. Malabuka allowing him to lead the charge for a moment. This is the best case scenario for this duo.
This is it right here, though, because it's going to come in point in time, Taco, where Vico and Malabuka just stay alive. It's going to be mathematically impossible.
And Malabuka, Vico, though, they know exactly what it takes in these final moments. They're ready to bring it up. Malabuka goes big time. There's the nut. Vico with the finish and the siphon for HP. Vico, go! Vico, go! Every single part of the way.
They can do it. They are beginning to run away from it. And now 40-point gap. Winning the game for Peterbot and Poyo is not going to be enough because they are bulldozing their way through the competition. But Malabuka goes down. Vico left by himself. He just needs to stay alive long enough.
Vico, he's no stranger to a solo situation. And he'll look to hit even more shots and completely run away with the competition. Cammy is in his sights, but he just has to connect with the crucial shot. Running it in and out of the zone. It's Vico. It's Vico. It's for Vico.
It's it right there, though. Poyo's still alive as a solo. I'm not sure what the point gap actually is. If he needs all the eliminations, if he needs the victory royale, but if there's one person this weekend that proved he will not go down without a fight, it's this man here, proving that maybe chickens can't fly.
And all Poyo has to do is see if he can get the first bit of confirmation. Epic and Pop underneath. Poyo, can he do it a third time? But it's a matchup. Epic Whale and Pop holds it through. Poyo doesn't get the win.
They have done it. Vico and Malabuka, they stayed alive in that last game. They got eliminations. They immediately destroyed the rest of the lobby. This is their moment. This is their chance. Vico and Malabuka, you are the champions.
And just like that, history has been made. Vico and Malabuka are going to bring home the title of Summit Land Champions, securing their spot at the Global Championship 2. But that trophy, it belongs exclusively to Vico and Malabuka.
Go ahead, guys. Lift that trophy. You are champions!
promised my mom I was gonna win this year, and I mean.
And she's watching you right now. Is there anything you want to say to her?
I'm gonna say it on German. Mama, ich hab's geschafft. Ich bin der beste Spieler der Welt.
She's been at your side for so many years. We've watched you grow from a teenager into a champion. And Malabuka last year 8th at Globals. It wasn't enough for you, was it?
Yeah, well, I didn't stop at this. I got Vico as my teammate, and we just did everything. I couldn't have asked for a better teammate.
And the two of you, it's like your opposites. Vico, you can see this man, he's so hyped all the time, even when you don't win. You cool, calm and collected, but has this man changed you?
He did change me. He did change me a lot because I really love to play with him. He just makes the game feel easier for me.
And seeing the two of you together, Vico, you can see that crowd. They want a word with you. I want this man to see this crowd and to give them a message, Vico. What would you like to say to them?
Danke für deinen Support, Düsseldorf. Ich hätte es niemals geschafft, dass ich das hier treffe. Let's go!
Vico loves this crowd, and we love you guys, Vico and Malabuka. Please take your positions. Please, Düsseldorf, one more time. Your first ever FNCS Major 1 Summit champions. It's Vico and Malabuka.
Oh my gosh, Fortnite fam! They have done it! Vico Malabuka, come down here! Come down, bring that trophy, don't forget it, come on! I cannot believe it. Vico and Malabuka. Your champions, you can hear him celebrating. This way! This way! He's celebrating with a bar! I cannot believe it. The way Amar feels right now is the way we do as well. Crowd, make some more noise! Let them hear you! Your champions. Malabuka, Vico.
Sorry, this trophy's really heavy.
It's so heavy.
I know.
Did you want to take the crown off it? You know,
I was
just
trying
turn
to.
it. You just turn it.
I just turn it.
The little top here, the little bit right here. There you go. Now pull it off.
I'm so bad at this.
It's okay. You're probably shaking. Everything's
so
okay.
He's shaking.
I'm so shaking.
It's okay. Yesterday,
nice.
There we go. There it is. You can.
To the real king. To the one and only GOAT. Düsseldorf. Let's get it one more time for Malabuka. You're the man. You're the greatest, bro.
Congratulations to you guys. You know, I think the best way I feel like I can summarize this moment is what Frankie actually said. We've watched you guys grow up. To see you guys be in this position, to show up in Germany, to fight through everything that you guys have fought through, to target, hey, there's this new thing, this summit, we're fighting with everything we had. Was there ever a moment in your mind you thought like, we can't do this? Or was it the whole time you just kept pushing those thoughts out and you thought, we just have to win?
I can't lie. After game true GOAT, I think the greatest player I've ever played duels with and in my entire career. You know, he got my mind back to it and said, it doesn't matter, there's still 4 games left. You know, Mally said one thing going into game 5. He said, it doesn't matter how the start goes, it's about how you end it. And we ended with a bang!
Malabuka, obviously, he's giving you such high praise. To hear your duel mate say that, to hear the way this crowd went crazy, to see Amar run up and give you guys a massive hug, how does that feel?
I'm just playing with the best fragger in the world. Like, I couldn't have asked for a better teammate, as I said before.
You're a glazer, no?
Guys,
I'm not a glazer.
you gotta stop crying. I'm on the.
Hey, emotional man.
Hey, no, that's fantastic. You know, we had this moment in the lobby yesterday. What's so funny to me, in the moment they